Chapter 218. Chapter 218. Rest earlier. Fuck. Stinking brat. If you dare yell, these older brothers will kill you. Purple Hair and the rest raised their arms, glared harshly at Yang Kong, and looked as if they were ready to fight at a moment's notice. Yang Kang's arrogant and despotic expression immediately fell limp. He didn't dare yell at the 5 men again, and his gaze hurriedly swept over the Porsche. He found that there weren't any screws on it, and it was still undamaged, so he was relieved. Brothers, it's nothing, it's all a misunderstanding. I won't bother you older brothers, and I'll leave first. The car was fine, so why would Yang Kong need to quarrel with Purple Hair and his crew? At this time he smiled, waved at the 5 of them, and prepared to leave. Stinking brat, who fucking let you leave? Purple Hair rushed up and pulled Yang Kong back. This brat still owed him 1,000,000 yuan. How would Purple Hair and his group let him leave so easily? Little Chin, Chin, who are these people? What happened? Mother Li asked while looking anxiously at Chin Fong and Li Yuqin when she saw the dispute occurring by Yang Kong. Li Yuqin and Chin Fong didn't really like Yang Kong. Chin Fong smiled and said, "Auntie, let's hurry and leave. It seems that brat Yang Kong owes those older brothers a high-interest loan of a full 1,000,000 yuan, and now they've come knocking. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for the brat." Mother Li jumped in shock and asked while not really understanding, "How can that be?" Little Yang even told me how big the company he started in Acropolis City was. He said his base yearly income was tens of thousands. Plus, the sports car he's driving seems to be at least a couple million, right? Ma, you're so silly. Yang Kong didn't start a company. He's just an employee in a car repair shop. There's an 80% chance that this car belongs to someone who brought their car to the repair shop, and he secretly drove it out. Li Yuqin knew that Yang Kong worked in a car repair shop in Acropolis, and she now backed Chin Fong. This little Yang's conscience is terrible. He even tricked an old woman like me. He deserves to be beaten. Let's hurry and leave. I was prepared to call the police, but now that seems unnecessary. Mother Li changed faster than the speed at which one turned the page of a book. At this time, she already got into the car, and she didn't care whether Yang Kong lived or died. Chin Fong and Li Yuqin also got into the car. Chin Fong started the car and kicked up dust as he left. Brother Hair, the idiot ran away. One of Purple Hair's lackeys shouted while weighing Chin Fong drive away in his Benz. Purple Hair was so angry when he saw that he would no longer be able to chase after Chin Fong that he slapped the foolish and noisy lackey's face. He lectured, "Why are you fucking yelling? Do you think I'm an idiot? We've all been cheated by that stinking brat, and I became a huge idiot." Flames of anger arose in Purple Hair's heart. He looked at Yang Kong with an icy expression and was prepared to take his anger out on this brat. "Brothers, we don't even know each other. Why do you have to block me?" When Yang Kong saw Chin Fong take the Li mother and daughter away and that he was left to face the 5 hooligans alone, he was so scared that his legs felt limp. "Stinking brat, is this car yours?" Purple Hair ignored Yang Kong and countered the question with his own. Yang Kong felt a bit suspicious, but he still nodded. "This is my car. Is something wrong?" "Haha, if this is your car, brat, then that works." A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Purple Hair's face. He exuded coldness as he looked at Yang Kang's back. "Hurry and cough up 1,000,000 yuan to compensate for this elder's mental damage, brat." "Fuck, 1,000,000? You're crazy." When Yang Kong heard the number 1,000,000, he was so shocked that he yelled. He even forgot that the 5 standing before him were hooligans. "Damn, you're even fucking yelling." Purple Hair smacked Yang Kang's head and spoke ruthlessly. "Stinking brat, you don't want to pay up? Then we'll break off your arms and legs and throw them into the river to feed the fish." Yang Kong was so frightened that he trembled from head to toe. He asked carefully, "Big brothers, how did I offend you? I can change. Is it not enough to apologize to all of you elders?" Actually, you didn't offend us, brat, but you're just out of luck. That stinking Benz driving brat from earlier pretended to be the owner of your Porsche and suggested himself that he would compensate your elder 1,000,000 yuan for the mental damage of squashing our grass. Now that the brat drove away, and this car is actually yours, then you give the money, Purple Hair said with a laugh as he looked at Yang Kong. At this time, Yang Kong wanted to kill himself. He gritted his teeth and mentally cursed Qin Feng and 18 generations of his ancestors. Chu. Qin Feng already returned to Liu Chen's house. Once he entered, he sneezed a good number of times. Little Qin, are you sick? Do you want some cold medicine? Mother Li asked caringly. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, There's no need. I think someone was cursing me behind my back. Don't worry. Okay, then go rest and watch TV with Chin Chin in the living room. I'll go prepare dinner. Just stay here tonight and leave tomorrow, little Qin. Under Mother Li's insistence, Liu Chen and Qin Feng could only stay for the night and return to Acropolis the next morning. Liu Chen thought that Mother Li only did this because her mother had not seen her for so long and didn't want her to leave so quickly. However, Qin Feng could see Mother Li's true intentions. She wanted him to stay for the night and see whether or not he and Liu Chen had gotten to the stage where they slept on the same bed. Not long later, it was dinner time. This meal was a banquet with Liu Chen's family and Qin Feng, so it was much quieter than the village feast at lunch. Little Qin, we invited too many people for lunch, so you probably didn't eat well. Auntie put a lot of effort into making dinner, so you have to eat more. For people sat surrounding a small dinner table. Mother Li was very enthusiastic and kept getting food for Qin Feng. Father Li was much more introverted, so he was silent the entire time and just said a couple of words occasionally when clinking his cup with Qin Feng's and drinking wine with him. Chin Chin, you brat, how could you eat just caring about yourself? Get some food for little Qin. If you marry into the rich family like this, they'll say you have no manners. Mother Li hit Liu Chen with her chopsticks. Liu Chen pursed her lips and threw a large pepper into Qin Feng's bowl. Qin Feng didn't express weakness. He got a large wood ear and gave it to Liu Chen. Chin Chin, try this wood ear and see if its texture is good. Liu Chen lived in the city for a while, so she heard of the innuendos. Now, she almost choked on her bite of rice and coughed while drinking water. Look at this brat. She's like a starved ghost that got reincarnated. Can't you eat more slowly? Is little Qin going to compete with you for food? Liu Chen was extremely angry. She reached under the table and harshly pinched Qin Feng's thigh. She pinched with all of her strength. Ow! Qin Feng was unprepared, and he suddenly yelped in pain. However, the shout was a bit strange. It seemed to have both pain and happiness. Father and Mother Li had expressions of awkwardness after hearing it. Dearest, why are you shouting while eating? After pinching Qin Feng, Liu Chen looked at him with a smile. Qin Feng suddenly smiled evilly. Nothing much, let's continue eating. After speaking, Liu Chen felt a large hand suddenly reach under her purple dress and creep upwards. If Liu Chen didn't react in time and quickly clamp her legs together, Qin Feng would have touched her underwear. This time, Qin Feng also did this without warning, and Liu Chen couldn't help but shout. Mother Li thought something was strange when Qin Feng made that weird sound earlier, and now that she heard her daughter cry out as well, she suddenly lifted the tablecloth and bent down to look over. After looking, Mother Li was shocked. Then she laughed meaningfully. Little Qin, you rushed over all the way from Acropolis, and you've been busy all day. You must be very tired. I'll take you and Chin Chin to your room. Wash up and rest early. When she saw Qin Feng's hand up her daughter's skirt, how could she not know what he was thinking? Father Li's reaction was slower. He clearly didn't realize what was going on under the table. He glared at Mother Li with a bit of anger and said, It hasn't been long since little Qin sat down to eat. Why are you telling him to sleep? Oh, you old woman, has your head gone bad? Motherly slapped fatherly on the shoulder and said fiercely, You're too slow, old man. I don't even want to explain. I said little Chin is tired, so he is. You just eat your food. You're unable to achieve anything good, but you're good at ruining things. Mother Li expressed a whirlwind of ferociousness. Father Li could only bow his head and drink his wine of sorrows. He didn't speak any more. Little Chin, Chin, I'll bring you to your room. You'll stay in Chin's old room tonight. I've swide it to a double bed a long time ago and cleaned the room as well. You two can just wash up and sleep. Ma, I'll sleep with you tonight. Let Dad sleep with Chin Fong. I haven't seen you for so long and I miss you. After hearing that she had to sleep in the same room and bed as Chin Fong, she immediately became nervous. How old are you? You still want to sleep with your mom? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? How could Mother Li consent to Li Yu Chen's request? She said severely, Sleep with Chin Fong tonight. It's not like you haven't slept together before. What do you have to be shy about, you silly child? Li Yu Chen finally understood why her mom insisted she and Chin Fong stay for the night. However, by the time she understood, it was too late. The two of them followed Mother Li into the room and arrived at a room that was around 20 square meters. There weren't really any decorations in the room, and the walls were peeling a bit. However, everything was very neat. One could tell from a glance that the large red bedding and bed sheets were freshly changed. Little Chin, our house definitely cannot compare to the mansion you usually live in, so we'll have to inconvenience you for tonight, Mother Li said to Chin Fong with a happy smile. You're too severe, Auntie. This house has a good ambience, Chin Fong said with a smile. He suddenly looked at Li Yu Chen. As long as I'm with Chin, I can sleep anywhere. Right? You're such a good person, little Chin. You're not arrogant. Auntie is liking you more and more. Mother Li couldn't stop smiling. Hurry and wash up first. I'm going to leave. Mother Li brought the two of them into the room, left a knowing smile, immediately closed the door, and exited. Only Chin Fong and Li Yu Chen were left in the room. Chapter 219. Chapter 219. Can't give up halfway. Chin Fong sat on the large bed, and Li Yu Chen stood nervously to the side. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Chin Fong, it's pretty cold up here on the mountain at night. When you sleep on the ground later, use this blanket behind the bed. Don't see a cold. Li Yu Chen suddenly smiled sweetly at Chin Fong. Chin Fong had a look of suspicion. Chin, why would I sleep on the ground? I'm sleeping on the bed tonight. Li Yu Chen's smile froze. She and Chin Fong were just pretending to be a couple. How could she possibly sleep on the same bed as Chin Fong? Thus, one person had to sleep on the ground tonight. Li Yu Chen thought that, as a woman, her body had to be more fragile, so she'd have Chin Fong sleep on the ground. In the end, this guy acted cluelessly and shamelessly. Li Yu Chen sat angrily beside Chin Fong and glared at him. Chin Fong, if you don't sleep on the ground, don't tell me you want me to sleep on the ground? Are you not a man? Chin Fong and Li Yu Chen were sitting so close together that Chin Fong could clearly smell her fragrant body. Also, since Li Yu Chen was nervous, a fair amount of fragrant sweat also poured out of her. Some of her hair stuck to her head, and she was extremely charming. Chin Feng's gaze unconsciously fell onto Li Yu Chen's body. Under the yellow light, her refined, beautiful face was soft and emitted an entrancing radiance. Her light purple, form-fitting dress emphasized the full curves of her chest, and her long, beautiful legs were extremely alluring. They seemed to emit a light fragrance that drifted over, making one want to go up and kiss them a couple of times. Previously, Chin Fong never thought that he would have the opportunity to sleep under the same roof as Li Yu Chen. Now that they sat so closely together on one large bed, he felt a flame ignite in his abdomen, and the gaze that he used to look at Li Yu Chen changed slightly. I'm asking you something. Are you a man or not? When she saw that Qin Feng was taking a long time to respond, Liu Qin asked her question again with a huff. Under such an ambiguous atmosphere, these words incited a different meaning for Qin Feng. He suddenly pressed Liu Qin onto the bed and looked at her with an evil smile. You'll find out in a bit whether or not this young master is a man or not. He pressed Liu Qin down, raised the bottom of her dress to the middle of her waist, hugged her waist, and kissed her snow-white neck. Liu Qin was shocked by Qin Feng's sudden actions. She stared stupidly at Qin Feng with wide-eyed shock, and even forgot to resist. In the moment of distraction, Qin Feng felt up her body. Ah, Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me. After Liu Qin regained her senses, she suddenly shouted. With a bang, the room door was suddenly shoved open. Mother Li ran into the room holding a bag. Qin, what's wrong? After speaking, Mother Li felt that her words were superfluous. She saw Qin Feng pressing down her daughter and felt a wave of regret. She was disrupting little Qin and her daughter's proper business. Ma, hurry up and save me. Mother Li's sudden entrance made Qin Feng jump in fright. Liu Qin grabbed the opportunity to slip out and run to her mother's side. She hugged her mother's arm and had a frightened and doubtful expression. Io, you're so dramatic, you little brat. Ma was wrong, okay? Ma shouldn't have burst in and disturbed you too. Mother Li thought her daughter was pretending because she was shy. She raised the bag in her arms and smiled. Right, Ma came here to bring this to you guys. Doesn't little Qin like this? You'll be sure to look good wearing this later. All right, Ma's leaving. Don't worry. This time no one else will be interrupting you too. Mother Li placed the bag in her hand on the table and smiled meaningfully at her daughter before hurriedly running out of the room. Liu Qin stood there in a daze, and she wondered if this mother really gave birth to her. Qin Feng was already prepared to force himself on her, yet her mom brought in the newly bought lingerie and encouraged Qin Feng to continue. Qin Feng, don't come over. If you mess around tonight, I swear I'll kill you. Qin Feng already came back to his senses. He suppressed the fire within him and stalked towards Liu Qin. Liu Qin immediately picked up a pair of scissors from the desk and stared at Qin Feng with alarm. Qin Feng laughed as he shook his head. He ignored Liu Qin's movements, arrived at the desk, and took out the pink undergarments from the bag. At the time, because there were a lot of people in the store, Qin Feng didn't look closely at the outfit. Now that he considered it from up close, he found that the outfit was too fiery. If Liu Qin really wore it, Qin Feng would definitely get a nosebleed. You pervert, put that away. Don't get any ideas. I won't wear that for you even if I died. Liu Qin was so angry that she gnashed her teeth as she weighed Qin Feng's actions. She knew Qin Feng was a huge pervert. How could she be so muddle-headed and bring this pervert home? General Manager Li, put the scissors down. I was just playing around with you at first. Qin Feng became stern. Liu Qin didn't immediately forego her alarm. She said coldly, then sleep on the floor tonight. Then hold the scissors and stand by the door the whole night. Qin Feng's lips curled, and he already began removing his clothes. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Don't think I'm just trying to scare you. I really will kill you. Liu Qin blanched at the sight of Qin Feng sitting on the bed, leisurely beginning to remove his clothes. Big sister, you're sleeping without removing your clothes? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Liu Qin. What did you call me? Big sister? I'm not that old. I'm only 25 this year, okay? Liu Qin was unbearably angered by Qin Feng calling her big sister, and she forgot about Qin Feng's immoral behavior. So what if you're 25? Nowadays, if girls don't know how to take care of themselves, a 20-year-old can look like a 40-year-old. And if a 40-year-old takes care of herself, she can look as fresh as a 20-year-old. Qin Feng said with curled lips, either way, you look like an old, 35-year-old woman. Forcing oneself on a woman would bring her physical and mental pain. Saying a woman was old would inflict heavy damage on her mind and spirit. After hearing Qin Feng say she looked like an old, 35-year-old woman, she immediately exploded, and even forgot the potential threat Qin Feng posed to her. Qin Feng, you actually said I look like a 35-year-old woman? I'll kill you. Li Yuchen rushed forward with the scissors in hand, and looked like she wanted to kill Qin Feng right then herself. The corner of Qin Feng's lips lifted into a smile that expressed that he had gotten his way. Li Yuchen had just gotten onto the bed when he swept her tightly into his embrace and deftly wrested the scissors out of her hand. General Manager Li, your body smells so good. Qin Feng sniffed from Li Yuchen's lower abdomen to her nose. Li Yuchen only felt a gust of hot air coming from Qin Feng's mouth. Her whole body IED, and she immediately fell limp. Qin Feng, you horrible person, let go of me. Li Yuchen had no strength to struggle, and she could only use words to threaten Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He released Li Yuchen's body and said with seriousness, General Manager Li, I won't force you, but I also don't have the habit of sleeping on the ground, so I hope you don't force me as well. After seeing that Qin Feng released her and had a look of propriety, Li Yuchen also quickly calmed down. But we can't possibly sleep on the same bed. We certainly have to sleep on the same bed, and we have to cause a ruckus as well, Qin Feng suddenly said. Up until now, he still hadn't received the system's notification, so the quest regarding Li Yuchen's marriage and treaty headaches had not been completed. This quest depended on Mother Li's attitude. It was clear that Mother Li still didn't completely believe in the relationship between him and Li Yuchen. What do you mean? Li Yuchen hugged her chest and shrank into the corner as she looked at Qin Feng with alarm. If my guess is correct, Auntie hasn't left. She's currently squatting outside the door and listening to the sounds coming from this room, Qin Feng said with a lowered voice. Li Yuchen's expression changed slightly. At this time, her thoughts returned to the task at hand. She looked at Qin Feng coldly and said, Then what should we do? Qin Feng said nothing. He suddenly turned the room's light off and swept Li Yuchen tightly into his embrace. Li Yuchen jumped in shock and immediately yelped. However, she hadn't yelled twice when she stopped and felt a gust of warmth pass towards her ear. Manager Li, look at the window. Auntie's shadow is really clear, isn't it? Li Yuchen immediately looked towards the window. When the lights were on, it wasn't evident, but now that the lights were off, she could clearly see Mother Li's shadow from the moonlight on the window. Is this really my birth mother? I really give up. After realizing why Qin Feng turned off the lights, she calmed down. However, once she thought of her mother hiding by the window and listening to the sounds inside the room, she didn't know what to say. Qin Feng, hurry and let go of me. Once she realized that Qin Feng was still hugging her, Li Yuchen immediately began to struggle. Qin Feng was in no hurry to let go. He blew another breath of hot air into her ear. I can't let go yet. Auntie is still monitoring us. She isn't completely convinced of our relationship, so you have to pretend to shout. Li Yuchen turned completely red from the hot air Qin Feng was blowing into her ear. She said, lowly, shout what? Love-making sounds. Qin Feng said helplessly. Li Yuchen's face darkened. She would rather die than make love-making sounds in front of Qin Feng. That's impossible. Li Yuchen immediately refused and said coldly, Plus, I don't know how to shout. No way, you've never had a boyfriend? You've never done it? Qin Feng asked. Li Yuchen's neck was already red. She said unhappily, no. And other than my dad, you're the first man who has hugged me. You stinking brat, hurry up and let go of me. But if you don't shout, Auntie won't believe us. We'd have wasted half a day's effort for nothing. Qin Feng wouldn't just give up. Since he came to Qingshui town this time, he had to complete Li Yuchen's quest before going home. In actuality, Liu Qin didn't want to give up halfway. Motherly forcing her to get married was currently her largest headache. Then what should we do? Liu Qin asked helplessly. Though one has never eaten pork, they must have seen a pork run. Pretend to shout twice. Qin Feng spoke while beginning to use his legs to shake the bed. This bed was an old-styled metal spring bed. Just by moving slightly, squeaks would form. At this time, Qin Feng used his strength to step on the bed, and the metal bed made unceasing squeaking noises. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Liu Qin jumped in shock. Coordinating with you. If the bed doesn't make noises, how could we express how intense our fighting is? Qin Feng smiled evilly. Liu Chen's charming face was about to drip sweat. She was about to go crazy. After hearing the metal bed's noises get louder and louder, she was at her wit's end. She could only clear her throat and yell suddenly, "Ah, that's too soft. You're insulting my abilities." Qin Feng said with dissatisfaction. "Ah." Liu Qin glared at Qin Feng. This time, the sound was so loud she even scared herself. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Are you giving birth? Your shouts have no feeling whatsoever." Chapter 220. Chapter 220. You two have to spend it well. Liu Qin was about to cry. She harshly pinched Qin Feng's waist. Tonight, she thought she might as well throw caution to the wind. "Stinking brat, I'll let you off for tonight. After this situation passes, don't mention it to anyone. If you go around talking about it at work, I'll kill you for sure." Liu Qin first threatened Qin Feng before completely letting go. She then shouted continuously, and she learned quickly. She was filled with feeling, and the sounds were great in voice and expression. While listening, Qin Feng couldn't take it. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to help Liu Qin rid herself of marriage entreaty headaches. The system awards you 2,000 hedonist points. The system's announcement suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's head. He was extremely excited. This quest gained him 2,000 hedonist points, so he could choose more treasures. Since the quest was completed, this meant that Mother Li completely believed in the relationship between Qin Feng and Liu Qin. Qin Feng also guessed that Mother Li must have already left. He looked out the window, and the shadow had indeed disappeared. However, Liu Chen's shouts hadn't stopped, and the more she acted, the more intense it became. Qin Feng thought to himself, and in the end he didn't interrupt Liu Qin. He lay quietly on the bed and basked in the hot-blooded, passionate, and alluring nighttime song. A long while later, "Qin Feng, why aren't you shaking the bed anymore?" Liu Qin suddenly spoke. "Are you tired? Hang in there for a bit longer. I've been yelling until my throat is hoarse, but I still haven't stopped." "And he already left," Qin Feng said helplessly. Liu Chen's shouting immediately ceased. She looked out the window and found that her mother really had left. "Qin Feng, when did my mom leave?" Liu Qin asked a bit awkwardly. "She left a while ago. It's been at least 10 minutes. Qin Feng's lips curled. "Stinking brat, you knew my mom left, and you didn't tell me? Did you do it on purpose?" Liu Qin was so angry that her face darkened. She pinched Qin Feng's waist several times. "I told you, but you were shouting too loudly, and you looked to be really enjoying it. I thought you found a new hobby, so I didn't interrupt you," Qin Feng said seriously. Liu Qin felt extremely awkward and thought Qin Feng really did call her. At this time, she immediately pulled up a blanket and covered herself. She didn't remove her clothes and prepared to sleep. If my mom left, that means she completely believes in our relationship. Now we can sleep honestly. Don't talk to me anymore. Liu Qin had just laid down when she immediately sat up. She picked up a small wooden plank from the desk and placed it in the middle of the bed. Then she glared coldly at Qin Feng and said, "Qin Feng, This is the dividing line tonight. If you pass this line, then you're a beast." As she said this, Liu Chun lay back down and stuck her body to the edge of the bed, intentionally keeping a distance from Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared blankly at the small wooden plank for a good while and suddenly thought of a story from when he first became dissolute. "If you pass this dividing line tonight, you're a beast." These words had a hidden meaning. If you don't pass this dividing line tonight, you're not even comparable to a beast. Qin Feng considered this carefully for a while. He felt that since he wasn't a beast, and wasn't uncomparable to a beast even more, if he had to choose between these two, he'd chose to be a beast. Suddenly, Qin Feng passed the line, pounced at Liu Chen, and hugged her tightly. He found that her body was soft and pliant. When he hugged her, she was warm and fragrant, so it was very comfortable. "Qin Feng, you beast. Let go of me, you brute." Liu Chen was so shocked that she struggled with her arms and legs. "General Manager Li, if I don't touch you, then I won't even be comparable to a beast. So you're making things difficult for me." Qin Feng spoke innocently as he kissed Liu Chen's neck. Liu Chen suddenly thought of the joke and was angered by Qin Feng. "Are you crazy? Hurry and let go of me. I'll just get rid of the dividing line." Qin Feng only let go after this. He swore he wasn't actually trying to violate Liu Chen. He just really cared about his reputation. Qin Feng didn't bother Liu Chen again for the rest of the night. Initially, Liu Chen was a bit worried, but she slowly fell soundly asleep. The early morning sun shined through the window and right onto Liu Chen's face. She opened her sleepy eyes. It was a new and beautiful day. The awakened Liu Chen found that something was pressing down on her. She turned her head to look and jumped in fright. Last night, the two of them each slept with their own blanket, but Qin Feng kicked his blanket to the ground. And maybe because it was too cold at night, he made his way under Liu Chen's blanket. One of his legs was propped atop Liu Chen's thigh, and one hand tightly hugged Liu Chen's neck. Their faces were almost touching, and Liu Chen was so angry that she was about to explode. But before she could kick Qin Feng away, she heard a feeble voice pass out of Qin Feng's lips. "Mommy, where did you go? Why aren't you coming to look for me?" Liu Chen froze immediately, and an unnamed forlornness surged through her heart. It was her first time considering Qin Feng so closely. The sun shone on his face, and he was handsome and fair. He was still in a deep sleep and looked like a cute and mischievous child. The Qin Feng Liu Chen saw was always vulgar, improper, and careless, but the Qin Feng she saw now was weak, pure, and even made one want to pamper him. In the end, she retracted the lily-white hand she was going to use to slap Qin Feng in the face and lightly placed it on his shoulder. She even found a more comfortable position and let Qin Feng continue to sleep peacefully. After who knew how long, Liu Chen felt something damp tickling her lips. She opened her eyes again to see a handsome and refined face with an evil smile very close to her face. Qin Feng was already awake, and he was secretly kissing the lips of the dreaming Liu Chen. "Ah, Qin Feng, you're shameless." Liu Chen pushed Qin Feng away. She woke up once earlier, found that Qin Feng was still sleeping, and kind-heartedly let him continue sleeping while leaning against her. Liu Chen slowly fell asleep as well, and didn't think that when she woke up again, Qin Feng would secretly steal her first kiss. She finally understood a general truth. Pitiful people must have hateful traits. "General Manager Li, why are you so excited?" Though Qin Feng was caught secretly kissing her, he maintained a straight face and was unfazed. This clearly wasn't his first time doing something like this. "You're even secretly kissing me while I'm sleeping." "Qin Feng, only a vile person like you would take advantage of someone when they are vulnerable." Liu Chen really regretted not kicking Qin Feng off the bed the first time she woke up. "I didn't kiss you secretly. You said you wanted me to kiss you," Qin Feng said confidently. You're lying. How could I possibly let you kiss me? Stop dreaming. Li Yuqin clenched her teeth with anger. She never met anyone more shameless than Qin Feng. If you don't believe me, then forget it. You were talking in your sleep. You wanted me to kiss you, and kiss you strongly. General Manager Li, you weren't having wet dreams in the morning, were you? Qin Feng grinned evilly. How could Li Yuqin believe Qin Feng's nonsense? She didn't even want to waste any words on someone as impossibly brazen as Qin Feng. She got out of bed to wash up first. After both people finished washing, Mother Li suddenly opened the room door and came in. When she saw Qin Feng and her blushing daughter, she said with a laugh, "You're both awake. Why don't you sleep more? You spent so much energy last night. You have to regain it." Li Yuqin's face was red because Qin Feng made her angry earlier. However, once she heard her mother's words, her face became flushed with embarrassment. "Ma, Qin Feng and I have to go back after breakfast. We still have things to do. We'll take some time to come see you next time." Li Yuqin had enough for this trip, and she was in a hurry to get back and draw a clear boundary line with Qin Feng from here on out. Mother Li looked a bit unwilling to part with them. She nodded and said, "Chin, go to the Qian and help your father serve the food. I'll say a couple things to little Qin." "Okay, I'll go first." Li Yuqin responded to her mother's words, and when she left, she glared fiercely at Qin Feng. What she meant was for Qin Feng not to say anything crazy or she'd get him. "Little Qin, sit on the bed. Don't be polite with Auntie." After Li Yuqin left, Mother Li and Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed. Mother Li looked around the room and asked, "Little Qin, Chin should have been very accommodating last night, right?" "Accommodating, very accommodating." That's good. You two didn't use contraceptives, right?" Mother Li continued to ask. Qin Feng thought for a bit and said, "No. They didn't use contraceptives last night because they didn't even do it." After Mother Li heard this, she felt reassured. She suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and revealed a rare serious expression. She said earnestly, "Little Qin, do you think Auntie is loud with a violent temper? Or a snob?" Mother Li laughed without waiting for Qin Feng's response. "You don't have to say it because I know that's the kind of person I am. Auntie and your uncle have been in Qingshui town our whole lives, and farming is our source of livelihood. We gave birth to that girl Chin. She's sensible and obedient. Not a lot of people's children got into college, but that year Chin was the sole girl in the group that got into college. I can see how hard-working and diligent she is, and I know she's different from me. Her personality is more like her father's. She's kind and doesn't pursue money or power. She's a good, simple, and hard-working child. But whose parents don't hope their daughter could have a better life? Your uncle and I had difficult lives, so we don't want to see Chin follow in our footsteps. We can't give her an opulent life, but we hope she can marry into a good family and have this kind of life. You can dislike a snob like your auntie, I certainly wouldn't mind, but Chin is a good girl. If you truly love her, take good care of her. Though Auntie wants her to marry into a rich family, I hope she can truly be happy." As she spoke, Mother Li choked with sobs. Qin Feng saw that she no longer had the strong and domineering expression she did previously. She was just a caring mother that worried about her daughter. Everyone has an outer and inner side. The exterior is for everyone, while the interior is only revealed before the select few that one truly trusts. How pitiful is a parent's heart. "Little Qin, can you understand Auntie? I love that girl Chin too much." Mother Li cried. She let go and cried until her sobs fell silent. Qin Feng hadn't seen his own mother since he was really young, and he suddenly saw deep motherly love in Mother Li. "Auntie, don't worry. Chin will definitely be very happy. A beautiful and capable girl like her is a treasure these days." Qin Feng's eyes were slightly red. He reached out and helped wipe the tears off Mother Li's face. Mother Li cried for good, while before her emotions stabilized, she stood suddenly and said with a smile, I've made a fool of myself. I'm so old and I'm still crying. All right, your words earlier made Auntie feel reassured. I hope you can live happily and blessedly with Chin Chin. Let's go, breakfast is ready, let's eat. The atmosphere at breakfast was a bit heavy because everyone knew it was time to part. After the meal was over, Liu Qin hugged her parents with red eyes. After saying parting words, she walked out the door with Qin Feng. Chin Chin, little Qin, you have to live happily and come home often when you have time. After seeing Qin Feng had already started the car, Mother Li's eyes moistened as she yelled. Father Li was not good at expressing himself, but long after Qin Feng's car disappeared from sight, Father Li continued to sit on the large rock at the entrance. He smoked silently and unconsciously made the subtle motion of someone brushing their tears. Chapter 221. Chapter 221. Do you have a cold? Sky City, Su family mansion. In the middle of the spacious lobby, two groups of people sat separately filling in the left and right sides. These two groups of people were members of Sky City's Su family and members of the capital's Wei family. Based off their serious expressions and the current cold atmosphere, the conversation between them was not going well. A middle-aged man sat in the uppermost part of a row on the left side. He was large, tall, and facial hair covered his face. From the exterior, he looked a bit like Li Kuei. He was called Wei Fengyan, and he was Wei Xiaolei's father. Miss Su, I personally came all the way from the capital to your home, so this should adequately express our Wei family's sincerity. This time, I came regarding my beloved son Wei Xiaolei's mysterious death. At the time, Miss Su just so happened to be racing at Coiled Snake Mountain. So if something happened, please give this old man any leads you have. If the leads are useful, the Wei family will naturally compensate your Su family. Wei Fengyan came to the Su house for one reason, to find out who killed his son and Williams. The person sitting on the uppermost seat on the right side was a dignified and virtuous woman. She was so beautiful she could topple cities and states, and her refined face didn't have too much makeup. Just natural, simple makeup was enough to make onlookers unable to peel their eyes away from her. Sky City's moniker for her as the #1 noble beauty was extremely apt. Not only was she as beautiful as an angel, her bearing and composure were even more enticing. She looked to be a girl of around 25, yet she had this calmness. When facing the incumbent head of the capital's Wei family, she didn't possess even a sliver of nervousness. A woman with both this kind of beauty and ability was extremely rare. Uncle Wei, I'm really sorry. I did indeed go to Coiled Snake Mountain to race for my own personal reasons that day, but after the race was over, I went straight back to Sky City. I really didn't know a murder occurred that day. Though I really want to help, I have no ability to do so. As Su Qiuyu spoke, a polite smile stayed on her face. Her gaze towards Wei Fengyan was neither servile nor overbearing, and she spoke indifferently. Wei Fengyan's face fell slightly because, according to the news the Wei family got from their scout that went to Acropolis City's Coiled Snake Mountain previously, Su Qiuyu left really late that night. She only left after the other racers left. This Su Qiuyu was clearly lying. Miss Su, is there something you can't say? Wei Fengyan's voice became a bit more icy. He looked severely at Su Qiuyu. If I didn't have any leads reported back to me, I wouldn't have come to bother the Su family. Why must you hide something from me? Are you not going to give this old man some face? You should understand my pain for mourning for my son. Su Qiuyu really did lie. The moment she opened her mouth, the image of a man floated in her mind. It was Qin Feng. That night, she saw Qin Feng kill Wei Xiaolei and Williams with her own eyes. After that, she even gave Qin Feng the 100-year blood lotus. She lied because she cared about Qin Feng. Conversely, she already used Qin Feng, and she wasn't done using him. so she couldn't confess and turn him in. "Uncle Wei, I'm just a little girl. Why would I lie to you?" As Su Qiuyu spoke, her expression didn't change. Her pretty eyes calmly weighed Wei Fengyan. She said, "I have nothing to hide. I really didn't see anything else that night. Otherwise, why wouldn't I do this favor that would cost me very little, Uncle Wei?" Su Qiuyu's attitude was as clear as before. She knew nothing. However, Wei Fengyan could tell she was hiding something. His gaze immediately turned cold. He tightly squeezed the wooden armrest of the chair, and with a sudden burst of strength, the armrest splintered into dust with a ka-cha. The row of people on Su Qiuyu's side stood immediately and looked at the people across from them in alarm. Then Wei Fengyan's people also stood in succession and glared at the Su family members. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited and seemed as if it would explode with one touch. Wei Fengyan didn't bring the Wei family members to the Su house to incite any discord. Though the Wei family was one of the 5 most influential families in the capital, since they were in Sky City, this was the Su family's territory. Wei Fengyan knew that a powerful dragon could not suppress a native serpent. However, he was this perturbed for a very important reason. His son Wei Xiao Lei wasn't the only person that died on Coiled Snake Mountain. There was also Williams, a member of a family with special abilities who came from America as a guest of the Wei family. Williams was a well-known figure of the younger generation of the William family. He was only 24, yet he had special strength abilities. After discovering William's death, the elders of the William family were thunderously angry. They placed all the blame on the capital's Wei family, demanded that the Wei family find the murderer within 3 months, and also that they personally bring his corpse to the William family. Otherwise, the William family would send people to China and declare war against the Wei family until it was completely eradicated. The Wei family and the William family were large families, so if violence really broke out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. This was why Wei Fengyan placed such importance on the matter. Not only did he had to find who killed his son and take revenge, he also had to give the William family an explanation. "Uncle Wei, I've already said all I could." Su Qiuyu stood slowly, and her voice was as calm as ever as she said, "If you're using this matter as an excuse to provoke our Su family, then I won't just sit and wah. Even if the Su family isn't comparable to the capital's Wei family, if the Wei family wants to oppose us in Sky City, it won't be pleasant for you either." Wei Fengyan expressed his opinion, and Su Qiuyu expressed her opinion as well. Plus, Su Qiuyu's attitude was even stronger. She directly put everything out in the open and claimed Wei Fengyan was intentionally coming to pick a fight. Wei Fengyan was so angry that he clenched his fists so hard they made popping noises. He only had to give the command, and the 2 sides would be swept into a bloodbath. However, Wei Fengyan had to clearly consider what kind of results would ensue. A while later, Wei Fengyan sighed, and his fists suddenly relaxed. He thought of the outcome, and at the moment he couldn't accept it. "Miss Su, you've misunderstood me. This old man only came here today out of love for his son. Because the son I love is suddenly gone, maybe I was too agitated. I hope you won't take offense, Miss Su. Since you really don't know anything about this matter, then I won't linger too long." Wei Fengyan made a compromise. He waved his large hand and took the initiative to walk out the door. "Back to the capital. Uncle Li, help me send off my guest," Su Qiuyu said. A gray-haired, elderly man walked out and brought the Wei family members out of the Su family mansion. Not long after they left, a maid ran out of the inner room. She looked anxiously at Su Qiuyu and said, "Elder Miss Su, bad news. Master is coughing up blood again." "How could this be? Didn't we get medicine from the doctor?" Su Qiuyu's expression changed completely as she immediately followed the maid into the inner room. "Hurry and take me to see." Older brother, I can't help feeling that that damn Su girl is hiding something from us. Are we really going to leave just like that?" Wei Fengyan and his men had just left the Su family mansion when a man with a long braid yelled coldly. This was Wei Fengyan's second younger brother, Wei Haoteng. The Wei elders' main intent in sending the two brothers was to uncover the truth. Then what do you want to do? Run back and start a bloody battle with the Su family? We only brought a couple of people. If we really fought, could you really get back alive? Wei Fengyan glared at his second brother and spoke with dissatisfaction. Older brother, I'm clear on what you said, but we ran all the way here to Sky City, yet we haven't even been here for 2 hours, and we have to hurriedly rush back. I'm not satisfied with the results yet. Wei Haoteng furrowed his brows and said, Plus, the William family gave us a time limit, so we have to hurry and find the culprit, or we'll have to start a war sooner or later. Wei Fengyan suddenly stopped. He was naturally well aware of all the things second younger brother was saying. After leaving the Su family, he kept thinking about his future plans. He looked at Wei Haoteng and said, Second younger brother, take a couple of people, stay in Sky City, and secretly monitor the Su family's recent movements. Since the Su family elder didn't show up and let a silly little girl speak with us directly, though we came all the way here, I suspect that some problems have arisen within the Su family. This problem probably relates to the culprit. Help me look into it, and once there's any news, tell me. All that Wei Fengyan said was just his conjectures, but one could tell from this that Wei Fengyan was pretty shrewd. He left his second younger brother in Sky City to continue monitoring the Su family situation while he prepared to return to the capital to use the family's power to inquire about the situation through other channels. By approaching the problem from 2 angles, he believed that the truth would quickly be revealed. Okay, don't worry, eldest brother. I will unwaveringly glue my eyes to the Su family. Wei Haoteng said calmly, You 4 stay and protect Haoteng. You 3 follow me back to the capital. Wei Fengyan waved his hand and grandly led the 3 people away. Qin Feng drove Li Yuqin, and they were already back at Acropolis City. Li Yuqin exhaled deeply in relief once she saw the blue skies and the roads of Acropolis. Yesterday night's ambiguous atmosphere and awkward actions occasionally floated through her mind, and her fair face was constantly tinged with red. Qin Feng, just take me to the West Lake courtyard. I didn't sleep so well last night, and I'll go back first to have a good sleep, Li Yuqin said to Qin Feng. Her voice was a bit hoarse, so Qin Feng asked a bit suspiciously, General Managerly, what's wrong with your throat? Did you not cover yourself well with the blanket last night and get sick in consequence? Once he brought up the blanket, Li Yuqin glared at Qin Feng. Last night, Qin Feng kicked his blanket onto the ground and wormed under her blanket. 2 people shared 1 small blanket, so of course she wasn't covered well. However, because Qin Feng's leg was clamped on Li Yuqin's stomach, there was a heat-preserving effect. Li Yuqin didn't see a cold. Her throat was hoarse because she yelled too intensely and for too long last night. Aren't you ashamed for saying that? You kicked off your blanket and stole mine. How could I not get sick? Since Li Yuqin saw that Qin Feng didn't realize the true reason her throat was hoarse, how would she tell him? That would be deathly embarrassing. So that's what happened, Qin Feng said with seriousness. Then, you're pretty normal, General Managerly. Funny story. I have a beautiful girlfriend, and she once woke up with a hoarse throat as well, but it wasn't because she got sick. She shouted for half the night in bed, and forcefully yelled until her throat turned hoarse. Haha, isn't she funny? As Qin Feng said this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Yuqin blanched. She knew Qin Feng was talking about her, and she just discovered that she was played by Qin Feng once again. Chapter 222. Chapter 222, Flying Dragon Armor Fusion. When the car stopped outside the West Lake Courtyard District, every part of Qin Feng's body was pinched ruthlessly by Li Yuqin. You stupid pervert, I don't want to ever see you again. Li Yuqin finally made it home. She gave Qin Feng an angry glare and got out of the car. She swore she would never sit in a car Qin Feng drove ever again, because once you sit in his car, you'd feel like jumping out every second. However, Qin Feng drove too quickly, so you wouldn't have the guts to jump out. General Manager Lee, see you tomorrow. Hope your cold gets better soon. Otherwise, your hoarse voice will make me think of other things. Qin Feng waved with a jolly laugh, and with a beautiful drift, the car flew out again. Li Yuqin stomped her high heels harshly, and was so angry that she wanted to cry. After taking Li Yuqin home, Qin Feng drove directly back to the Qin Manor. The car had just stopped at the Qin mansion when Qin Feng's phone rang. He took it out to look and found an unfamiliar number. "Who is it?" Qin Feng asked as he got out of the car. "Is this Big Brother Feng?" An uncertain voice passed through the phone. It was sticky and sweet, and very pleasing to the ear. Qin Feng immediately guessed who it was, because only Li Xiaojia called him Big Brother Feng. "It's Xiaojia, isn't it? I'm Qin Feng," Qin Feng said with a smile. The cute image of Lu Xiaojia wearing her school uniform comprised of a white dress shirt and Scotland-striped skirt floated into his mind. Her long, straight legs clad in black stockings created a look of purity with a slither of sexiness. "Big Brother Qin Feng, how could you forget again? You have to call me Little Sister Xiaojia, and you have to address me affectionately." After confirming the phone was Qin Feng's, Lu Xiaojia's intonation suddenly became happy. She wasn't formal with him and treated Qin Feng like he was a big brother from a neighboring household. "Little Sister Xiaojia!" Qin Feng was dumbfounded and exclaimed before asking, "Is something the matter?" "Big Brother Qin Feng, today is my birthday. Can you come out tonight to be my escort?" Lu Xiaojia said with a happy smile. Ever since Qin Feng saved her from getting kidnapped that night, Lu Xiaojia trusted Qin Feng a lot. A table was reserved at the Fei Tian bar on the pedestrian walkway for her birthday tonight. It was Lu Xiaojia's first time going to a bar, and she heard bars were kind of messy, but she was very curious to see it. Thus she thought of Qin Feng. As long as Qin Feng was there, she wouldn't be afraid. "Okay, where and what time tonight?" Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Since birthdays only happen once a year, he didn't want to disappoint Lu Xiaojia. "Big Brother Feng, you're awesome. Then come to my house tonight at 7 and call me when you're here. We'll go together," Lu Xiaojia said happily. "Okay, I'll look for you then." After hanging up with Lu Xiaojia, Qin Feng arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa and went into his room. Qin Feng acquired 2,000 hedonist points by going to Qingshui town and completing the quest regarding Li Yuqin getting forced to marry. So he prepared to go into the hedonist sovereign system to see if there were any good things he could use. Qin Feng climbed onto his bed, opened the hedonist sovereign system, and looked into it earnestly. With his current external stage 3 and internal stage 2 abilities, he was considered to be at a cultivation bottleneck. The pills for advancing stages were extremely expensive, and they were all 2,000 hedonist points. Even if he used all his points to buy pills, it wouldn't be prominently useful. Qin Feng had quite a few pieces of equipment, and the highest grade was an orange grade equipment. It was even more unrealistic to buy equipment with higher grades because orange grade equipment in the system were easily over 10,000 hedonist points. And there was no point in looking at the blue grade equipment, which was a grade higher than the orange, since the worst ones were 20 or 30,000 hedonist points at minimum. Qin Feng was in a bit of a difficult situation. He had money in his hands, but nothing he could buy. What he wanted to buy he couldn't afford, and what he could buy wasn't useful to him. Qin Feng sighed. He wanted to save his hedonist points and wait until he had 3,000 hedonist points, so he could buy the wind blade technique and wait until he reached internal stage 4 and could use the wind blade technique. At that time, his abilities would have a qualitative breakthrough. "Master, I would advise you to spend your 2,000 hedonist points. It'll be a while until you cultivate up to internal stage 4, and it would be really wasteful to buy the wind blade techniques and be unable to use them. Little Pig's voice was heard. Master, you're now a rank 4 hedonist mortal, and you've spent a total of 6,500 hedonist points. If you spend these 2,000 hedonist points, your total spendings would amount to 8,500 hedonist points. Once you've spent 10,000 hedonist points, you can become a rank 5 hedonist mortal, and the system will award you 3 free lottery chances. Every time Master uses the chances, you get good items. So I'd advise Master to hurry and spend points to achieve 10,000 in spendings and enter the drawing. Once Little Pig brought this up, Qin Feng remembered that the system had hedonist rankings. With a higher rank, more system features could be unlocked and he'd be able to buy even more godly equipment. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, after reaching rank 5 hedonist mortal, he'd be able to activate the wuxia interface and buy various equipment and medicine used by wuxia characters. Just thinking about it got Qin Feng excited. Okay, I'll spend these 2,000 hedonist points first, then my total spendings would reach 8,500 hedonist points. I just need to complete a couple of quests, gain 1,500 hedonist points, spend them, and I'd be able to raise my hedonist rank and gain 3 free lottery chances. Qin Feng made his decision, but Little Pig continued to speak. Master, then I'd advise you to look at the fusion interface. When you became a rank 4 hedonist mortal, the fusion function was opened. In the past, Master fused quite a few pets, but you haven't fused equipment, pills, or anything else. Qin Feng opened the fusion function and entered the fusion interface. Currently, the highest equipment grade Qin Feng possessed was orange. He thought it would be awesome if he could fuse a blue grade equipment. However, once he saw the fusion price of fusing an orange equipment into a blue one, he immediately changed his mind. One fuse was 2,000 hedonist points, and the fusion success rate was only 33%. He had to add various gems of different properties to increase the rate, and each of these gems were pricey. He couldn't fuse a blue equipment, so Qin Feng's gaze fell on the orange equipment fusions once more. Fusing white equipment into orange equipment once costed 1,000 hedonist points, and the success rate was 43%. It also needed some gems to increase the fusion success rate, but other equipment of the same grade could also raise the success rate. Qin Feng hesitated for a while, then placed the flying dragon armor and the green dragon crescent moon blade into the fusion function. The flying dragon armor was the equipment needed to be fused, and the green dragon crescent moon blade was the supplementary item used to increase the fusion success rate. System announcement. The current fusion requires 1,000 hedonist points. Fusion success rate 98%. With the fusion, the green dragon crescent moon blade will disappear. Additional functions will be added to the flying dragon armor, and the flying dragon armor will upgrade from a white grade equipment to an orange grade equipment. Would you like to fuse? After adding the green dragon crescent moon blade, the fusion success rate rose from 43% to 98%, so Qin Feng was very satisfied. He wanted to use the green dragon crescent moon blade to improve the quality of the flying dragon armor because the large crescent moon blade wasn't to Qin Feng's taste. Even if he left it in the system, he wouldn't use it, so keeping it was a waste. Now he could use it to upgrade the flying dragon armor, so this was the only way to bring out its usefulness. Since the flying dragon armor was a godly training equipment and had protective abilities if it could be upgraded, it could help speed up Qin Feng's cultivation and protect him. It was quite necessary to strengthen and upgrade this piece of equipment. Fuse! Under Qin Feng's command, a large furnace appeared in the fusion function, and the flying dragon armor and the green dragon crescent moon blade fell into the furnace. After a minute, a new flying dragon armor with orange light slowly rose out. Flying dragon armor. Equipment grade. Orange top grade equipment. When equipped, adds 250 kilograms onto the host's body, helping the host train at all times and quickly break through his body's limits. Once removed, the host will burst out with unfathomable speed. Announcement: the flying dragon armor is created with the cartilage of a spirit beast. Its innate capabilities are to protect the body and increase the speed of breaks through bodily limits. When fused, it absorbed the green dragon crescent moon blade, which is made of mainly winter iron. With the addition of winter iron, it will feel cool and comfortable and make the wearer clear and invigorated, allowing them to always be in a first-rate battle condition. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the description of the fused flying dragon armor. His gaze fell on the new flying dragon armor on the bed. It no longer had a faint white light, and currently exuded flashes of a dim orange light. He placed his hand on the flying dragon armor and could feel gusts of wintry air, making Qin Feng instantly alert. The altered flying dragon armor didn't only have winter iron properties. The most important was that his defense abilities could be increased a lot. Also, the weight also went from 150 kilograms to 250 kilograms. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to external stage 3 and internal stage 2, he thought the flying dragon armor was light and didn't make much of an effect on his training. Now that it was 250 kilograms, it made Qin Feng's current strength. Qin Feng picked up the flying dragon armor from his bed and immediately put it on. The sudden additional 250 kilograms was no joke. In the beginning, Qin Feng wasn't quite used to it. However, after performing a set of Thunder Tiger Fists, he was mostly used to the new weight of the flying dragon armor. At the same time, he could feel that under the new weight on his body, he was quickly changing and cultivating himself. It was clear that the speed at which Qin Feng was cultivating his body increased once again. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the flying dragon armor's fusion. After calming down again, he looked into the system's fusion interface once again. He still had 1,000 hedonist points, and he needed to find items to spend it all. The fusion function was split into many pages, including creature fusion, equipment fusion and forging, medicinal fusion, technique fusion, talisman creation, and instrument fusion, etc. Qin Feng had not used a good number of the pages, and his attention was currently on the talisman creation and instrument fusion pages. Qin Feng was quite interested in creating talismans. Usually, he often saw cheats on the street, writing various talismanic words on yellow paper, saying it could heal hundreds of illnesses, drive away ghosts, and subdue demons. In the past, Qin Feng thought these things were just to fool people, but now that the system had these things, he believed in them very much. He opened the talisman creation and instrument fusion pages. There were various pre-made talismans: cleansing talisman, fireball talisman, invisible talisman, see-through talisman, etc. After seeing the see-through talisman, Qin Feng suddenly thought of when he was facing Feng Tianhua in the Royal Hotel. Qin Feng could have used the see-through talisman to see which room he was in. However, he still spent 50 hedonist points to buy the see-through talisman. When Qin Feng saw how cheap these items were, he quickly looked up other talismans and found the others were more expensive. Most of them were 100 hedonist points or more. Master, the prices are lower for these talismans because they are one-time use items, and after they are used, they disappear. You can also look at the instruments. Little Pig said, "Instruments are different from weapons. They typically use passive attacks. Each instrument has their own specialty, and most are used to protect the body or increase its resistance. The prices are reasonable, and the quality is evident." Little Pig said. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. Instruments. The instruments had a great variety of strange capabilities. There were instruments that cleansed the spirit and calmed the heart, those that regulated the qi and blood flow and strengthened health, and those with protective attacks that could autonomously defend the body in times of danger. After comparing the large number of instruments closely, Qin Feng chose two worth 500 hedonist points. One was an instrument to be gifted to Lin Bei Bei called the Blood Flow Bracelet. It was a bracelet made up of ocean blue beads that Qin Feng, didn't know the name of which, were strung together. Wearing it would regulate qi and blood circulation and prevent blood from getting clotted in the veins. Because he knew Lin Bei Bei's temporary paralysis was due to an obstruction in blood circulation, this instrument would clearly be very helpful to her. After buying the blood flow bracelet, Qin Feng bought a soul-cleansing necklace for Zhao Lingxian. It was a necklace made of light green beads that would refresh the wearer and suppress fright. Qin Feng hadn't seen Zhao Lingxian in a while, and he thought often about the girl. Since he grew up with her, and they were childhood sweethearts, one could say that Zhao Lingxian had an irreplaceable spot in his heart. He was prepared to take some time to call on Uncle Zhao and gift this soul-cleansing necklace to Zhao Lingxian. That girl had such a princess syndrome that she was always cold, aloof, and easily angered. Qin Feng thought to give her the necklace because he hoped it could stabilize her emotions. According to the system's description, other than their particular special capabilities, these two instruments also had a one-time defense mechanism. If the wearer was in danger, the instrument would produce a light and deflect the danger. However, since they were inexpensive instruments, they only had a one-time protection capability. After they were used, the instruments would automatically disappear. After upgrading the flying dragon armor and buying two instruments, the 2,000 hedonist points Qin Feng gained were completely spent. He put away the two instruments and practiced his thunder tiger fists in the room until his body became completely accustomed to the 250-kilogram flying dragon armor. After, he showered, washed away all of his sweat, then slept on his bed. Who knew how long later, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. He looked at the notification and saw that it was Lu Xiaojia. Then he looked at the clock on the wall and realized it was already 7 o'clock. He agreed to be at her building to pick her up at 7. Big Brother Feng, you huge liar, why aren't you here yet? Wah, don't tell me you forgot something as important as your little sister Xiao Jia's birthday? Lu Xiaojia's wronged complaints passed through the phone. Qin Feng was swept with awkwardness and immediately wore his clothes. Little sister Xiao Jia, I'm on my way. Wait 10 minutes, and I'll be there for sure. After going downstairs, Qin Feng drove out his extremely cool black Batmobile. This car was left in the Qin Manor garage for over a month because ever since he got his low-key 28 bicycle, he didn't think it was worth driving. However, tonight was Lu Xiaojia's birthday, so Qin Feng thought he should drive a better car to pick her up and help her keep up appearances. It had been a long time since he drove this black Lamborghini, but when he began driving again, not only was driving it again not unfamiliar, Qin Feng even felt as though he became one with the car. Ever since he got the intermediate racing skills in the lottery, he never drove his own car to perform racing techniques. Now, with his extraordinary driving skills and his awesomely cool supercar, as Qin Feng drove along the busy street, every place he passed he would arouse shock from the surrounding cars. 10 minutes later, the black Batmobile formed a black shadow and accurately stopped below the villa Lu Xiaojia lived at. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw a little girl dressed, prettily puffing her cheeks, and squatting a bit unhappily at the villa entrance. This cute girl was naturally Lu Xiaojia. By the looks of it, she was in a bit of a bad mood because Qin Feng was late. She wore a pink mini dress tonight, revealing her long and fair legs. She also wore rainbow cotton socks up to her calves, giving the viewer an unnamed allure. Lu Xiaojia also wore a red Hello Kitty clip on her short, glossy, raven black hair. Her large eyes looked to the ground, and her long and thick eyelashes blinked twice every so often. She had light pink eyeshadow on her eyes that formed a vivacious and mischievous feeling, and deep red lipstick on her little lips that made her look a bit like a vampire. A pair of chubby little hands held a twig and drew circles on the ground. She drew, while quietly complaining, I curse Big Brother Feng to step on dog poo right when he walks out the door. After hearing Lu Xiaojia's complaints, Qin Feng almost stumbled and fell. He laughed as he shook his head and walked up to her. He lightly touched her beautiful fragrant hair and said, "Little sister Xiaojia, you look pure and cute on the outside. But who knew you were so evil internally? You're actually cursing your big brother Feng behind his back? That's not the behavior of a good child." When Lu Xiaojia heard Qin Feng's voice, she first excitedly jumped up to hold his arm. Then, she seemed to suddenly remember something and angrily pushed Qin Feng away as she complained. "Big Brother Feng, you were actually late on such an enormously important day? You've really disappointed little sister Xiaojia. My classmates are all waiting there for me. I would feel so embarrassed to be late." After Lu Xiaojia stood, Qin Feng was able to clearly see her face. Qin Feng jumped in shock when he saw how mature and sexy she made herself look. "Xiaojia, why did you make yourself look this way? Big Brother Feng, does it look good?" Lu Xiaojia suddenly took Qin Feng's arm and looked expectantly at him. Qin Feng looked closely and considered Lu Xiaojia, this originally pure and cute little girl, put on makeup to make herself look mature and sexy, but she was still a little girl that had not yet experienced society. So even if she put on even more makeup to hide her age, her clear, lovely eyes would still reveal her purity in an instant. The current Lu Xiaojia was a little sprite that was full of pureness with a hint of sexy charmingness. "You look very good. Little sister Xiaojia will definitely be the most beautiful princess tonight." Qin Feng smiled as he tapped Lu Xiaojia's nose. He wasn't opposed to Lu Xiaojia dressing up. He knew that little girls Lu Xiaojia's age would secretly wear adults' high heels and dresses and secretly use their makeup. This was the result of the very normal curiosity of a little girl that looked forward to growing up. It was because she had this curiosity and forward-looking desire in life that she would be so youthful and energetic. It made one feel jealous. "Big Brother Feng, you have great taste." After getting complimented by Qin Feng, Lu Xiaojia's anger completely disappeared, and she took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng took Lu Xiaojia into his Batmobile and said with a smile, "Little sister Xiaojia, do you like this car?" After sitting in Qin Feng's cool race car, Lu Xiaojia's mouth dropped open in shock. She looked at Qin Feng in a daze and said, "Wow, Big Brother Feng, where did you rent such a cool race car? It has to be thousands of yuan to rent this car for a day." Qin Feng's lips quirked, and he looked at Lu Xiaojia with dissatisfaction as he said, "This car isn't rented." Lu Xiaojia's pleasantly surprised expression turned into one of horror. She looked anxiously at Qin Feng and said, "Big Brother Feng, you didn't steal this car, did you? It's my birthday today. Don't get me in trouble." Qin Feng wanted to kick Lu Xiaojia off the car. It was rare that he drove his supercar out to show off. So why was it that no one appreciated it? If he knew earlier, he would have just rode the 28 bicycle over. It seems that that vehicle was to Lu Xiaojia's taste. "Xiaojia, where are we going to celebrate tonight?" Qin Feng was too lazy to explain the car situation, so he swayed the topic to the task at hand. "Big Brother Feng, tonight my friends and I agreed to go to the Fei Tian bar. I'm really excited. It's my first time going to a bar. Big Brother Qin, have you been to bars before?" Once Qin Feng heard Fei Tian bar, his lips tweed. How could he not have gone before? That bar was his. Qin Feng hadn't gotten the chance to finish a sentence when he heard Lu Xiaojia speak excitedly while waving her arms and legs. "Big Brother Feng, I've heard that those that like going to bars aren't good people, but I'm also really curious about the environment inside, so I looked for Big Brother Feng to accompany me there on my birthday. I also hope that Big Brother Feng can be my escort tonight. Big Brother Feng, the first time I saw you, I thought you were a dependable person. I'm sure you've never been to a bar before either, so this princess will take you to experience it. Big Brother Feng, you'd be basking in some of my spotlight. Haha. Yeah, I've never been to a bar. I'm a good person. Qin Feng said with a laugh as he forcibly swallowed what he was about to say. Big Brother Feng, let's hurry and leave. You have to drive such a cool supercar faster. I want to feel the thrill. Lu Xiaojia lifted her arms and looked impossibly happy. Qin Feng smiled lightly, helped Lu Xiaojia put on her seatbelt, and stepped all the way down on the gas pedal. The black Lamborghini Batmobile shot out. In the dusk yellow lights, it was like a black apparition that came and went without a trace. Wow, it's fast, really fast. Lu Xiaojia was young and really excited by this kind of thrilling racing. She was also extremely trusting of Qin Feng, so she wasn't like the other women that rode in Qin Feng's car, who were extremely frightened. Lu Xiaojia had an expression of excitement and enjoyment. Big Brother Feng, can you drive a little faster? I can feel the car about to fly, and I'm going to become a flying superhuman. That's easy enough, but you have to sit properly. Don't hit your head. Qin Feng smiled and went even faster. The deep rumbling of the car was like a flood beast that shook so much it trembled the ground a bit. Haha, it's really going to fly. Big Brother Feng, I'm really happy. Lu Xiaojia was elated the whole way. At this time, she suddenly and excitedly hugged Qin Feng's neck, then kissed his cheek. The little girl's lips were moist and soft, and the touch felt very wonderful. After getting kissed, the still wet saliva lingered on Qin Feng's face. Xiaojia, what are you doing? I almost flipped the car. Qin Feng was caught off guard and really almost crashed the car into a tree. At this time, he glared at Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia stuck out her tongue mischievously. When Qin Feng saw the cute pink tongue and Lu Xiaojia's silly and cute expression, Qin Feng really wanted to stop the car, firmly press down on this little girl's body, and wildly kiss her little tongue. However, he suppressed his urges because Lu Xiaojia was too young. Ha! Big Brother Qin Feng, your current expression is too fun. Lu Xiaojia clearly wasn't frightened by Qin Feng's fake anger. She even giggled and pointed at Qin Feng's cheek that was just kissed. Qin Feng looked into his rearview mirror and noticed a mark from Lu Xiaojia's little lips. He was about to scold Lu Xiaojia when he felt a pair of exquisitely soft little hands touch his face. Big Brother Feng, don't be angry. Little sister Xiaojia will help you wipe off the lipstick right now, and it'll be okay. Lu Xiaojia's hands were as soft as a baby's skin, and it felt very nice on Qin Feng's face. Evil thoughts arose in Qin Feng's head once again as he thought if the hands were used to. They wildly sped the whole way. Qin Feng only drove for 15 minutes, and the car then stopped outside the entrance to the Fei Tian bar. It was already 7:30, which was when the bar's business was slowly burgeoning. One could see quite a few young men and women heading into the bar in groups of 3 or 4. After parking the car, Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia got out of it. Big Brother Feng, I'll call my classmates and see if they've arrived. Once Lu Xiaojia got out of the car, she pulled out her phone and made a call. She spoke into the phone for a while, then hung up and smiled at Qin Feng. Big Brother Feng, they're already in the bar. Let's go in. Qin Feng couldn't be more familiar with the Fei Tian bar. Once he entered, he acted as casually as if he returned home. On the other hand, it was Lu Xiaojia's first time in a place like this. Once she entered, she was startled by the loud, bass-filled music. She covered her ears and looked curiously around her. The bar was too boisterous. Young men and women filled the dance floor and looked like out-of-control wild horses as they crazily twisted their bodies. The kids Lu Xiaojia's age were a bit rebellious and were very curious about new things. She hadn't been in the bar for very long, but had already adapted to the atmosphere. To a girl that was outgoing and enjoyed liveliness like Lu Xiaojia, this wild and lively atmosphere was clearly to her taste. Xiaojia, here. The two hadn't stood at the doorway for very long when someone inside called Lu Xiaojia's name. Lu Xiaojia looked over and noticed her classmates sitting there. She immediately and excitedly tugged Qin Feng's hand and ran over. They passed through the dance floor and arrived at a VIP table. Qin Feng saw a group of boys and girls sitting around a crystal table. They were all Lu Xiaojia's classmates. These students in their last year of middle school were not older than 15 or 16, but they dressed like they were in their 20s. The girls all wore bright and beautiful dresses and looked pretty and sexy, while the men wore white dress shirts and slacks and looked handsome and gentlemanly. The scene was as previously described. Chapter 224. Chapter 224. Why is an outsider here? Students nowadays dressed as ladies and ladies dressed as college students. Xiaojia, you're today's birthday girl and you had the guts to be late? Whatever. You have to drink 3 cups of beer as punishment. Once Lu Xiaojia came over, the students all stood to greet her. Qin Feng's gaze swept over them. There were a total of 4 girls and 5 guys that came to celebrate Lu Xiaojia's birthday. The 4 girls dressed up decently, but were clearly a couple of grades below Lu Xiaojia in quality. Among the 5 boys, one of them was impeccably attired and had an unordinary aura. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. When he saw that Lu Xiaojia was holding Qin Feng's hand, an iciness passed through his eyes. You bad girl, you know I can't drink, and once I come, you punish me to drink 3 cups of alcohol. Do you want me to play with all of you later? Lu Xiaojia let go of Qin Feng, joined the 4 girls, and hugged each of them in turn. Then, she pulled Qin Feng into the group. Let me introduce someone. Last time when I was almost kidnapped in the middle of the night, Big Brother Feng saved me. Lu Xiaojia began to introduce everyone. Big Brother Feng, these are my classmates. We usually play well together well. All of the gazes fell on Qin Feng, and he was continuously scrutinized from head to toe. Among the 4 girls, a little beauty named Chen Meihan covered her mouth and began to laugh. Xiaojia, I recognize your Big Brother Feng. Last time you put up a WeChat status with this person, right? When she mentioned the picture he took with Lu Xiaojia that was sent to her friend's circle through WeChat, Qin Feng's mouth tweed. Not bad. He's even handsomer in person. It's just that he's much older than us. Xiaojia, who would have known you were into the uncle type? I didn't notice it before. After being teased by Chen Meihan, Lu Xiaojia blushed. However, she didn't try to explain her relationship with Qin Feng and revealed a shy and moving expression, causing the males who saw it to almost lose their senses. Ahem, little Mei, Big Brother Xiao Bai is still here. Some jokes can't be made so casually. The largest male in the group coughed twice and suddenly stood out to say, Xiaojia, it's your birthday today, and everyone who came is one of us. Why did you bring an outsider? That's no fun. After hearing the fatty's words, Lu Xiaojia pouted and said unhappily, Fatty, Big Brother Qin saved me before, so he's one of us now. Xiaojia, I'm saying this for your own good. Fatty glared at Qin Feng, then looked at Lu Xiaojia again as he said, We're all classmates of 3 years, and you've only known him for a week. Who knows if he's a bad person or not, and whether or not he has any ill intentions towards you. Fatty, if you keep talking about Big Brother Feng like that, I'm going to get mad. Lu Xiaojia's expression became serious. She looked as though she would cut ties with anyone that dared to say bad things about Qin Feng. Her friends seldom saw Lu Xiaojia so serious, and they didn't dare to speak. 4 of the 5 boys looked towards the one with the unordinary aura in unison as though they were waiting for him to speak. This person was named Su Xiaobai, and he was the boss of the 4. He pursued Lu Xiaojia since the first year of middle school. Lu Xiaojia placed her emphasis on school, so she never accepted Su Xiaobai. After countless failed confessions, Su Xiaobai's patience was long worn out. He just so happened to hear it was recently Lu Xiaojia's birthday, so he specifically reserved a small gathering place in the bar to help Lu Xiaojia celebrate. In reality, Su Xiaobai and his 4 underlings made a plan. They were going to get Lu Xiaojia drunk on her birthday tonight. Then Su Xiaobai would get a room with her and turn raw rice into cooked rice. However, their plan had just begun when it was thrown into a frenzy by Qin Feng. These underlings didn't dare act out blindly, so they could only wait for their boss to speak. Haha, since he's Xiao Jia's friend, then he's our friend as well. Su Xiaobai suddenly opened his mouth and shattered the awkward atmosphere with a laugh. He wore a white dress shirt with slacks and was tall with handsome and refined features. Just by standing there, he was as handsome as the Prince Charming on a white horse in fairy tales. Hello, I'm Su Xiaobai, and I'm extremely grateful that you saved my girlfriend, Lu Xiaojia. Nice to meet you. Su Xiaobai suddenly walked towards Qin Feng and spoke with extreme politeness as he extended his hand. Qin Feng suddenly retracted the hand he was about to extend. He laughed as he looked at Su Xiaobai and asked, "You're Lu Xiaojia's boyfriend?" "Of course. All of the middle school students know this." Su Xiaobai raised his head arrogantly as he looked at Qin Feng and replied. Qin Feng didn't say anything else. He glanced at Lu Xiaojia and saw her urgently shaking her head. She even looked disgusted. He then knew this Su Xiaobai was delusional. "I'll tell you a very hurtful truth. As Xiaojia's older brother, I don't approve of you being her boyfriend," Qin Feng said indifferently. He was dissolute and hedonistic previously, so he saw people extremely accurately. Men like Su Xiaobai didn't really like Lu Xiaojia. They merely coveted her body. How could Qin Feng hand Lu Xiaojia to someone like this? "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." Fatty suddenly rushed up and looked like he wanted to come to blows with Qin Feng. He yelled, "Don't think that because you're a couple of years older than us, I wouldn't have the guts to fight you." "Then give it a try." In the face of a threat from a rookie like Fatty, Qin Feng's expression didn't change at all. One wanted to hit someone, and the other wasn't afraid at all. The atmosphere immediately became icy and seemed as though it would explode with one touch. Fatty backed down. Su Xiaobai waved his hand and blocked Fatty. He smiled at Qin Feng. "You aren't even Xiaojia's actual older brother, so what use do your words have? I put together this gathering for Xiaojia, so if you truly came to celebrate Xiaojia's birthday, I welcome you. However, if you're here to make a fuss, I have the right to send you away at any time." A strong aura suddenly shot out of Su Xiaobai, and he glared coldly at Qin Feng. Tonight was his venue, and he had 4 lackeys with him. So how could he be afraid of Qin Feng, who was by himself? I almost forgot. This is my present for you, Xiaojia. Hurry and open it to see if you like it." When Chen Meihan saw the situation going awry, she immediately stood out to alleviate the situation. She took out a pink box and stuffed it into Lu Xiaojia's hands. The remaining 3 girls also reacted, and one by one, they came to give Lu Xiaojia presents. "Xiaobai, why are you just standing there? Did you not prepare a present for Xiaojia? Hurry and take it out." After the 4 girls gave their presents, Chen Meihan also told the boys to begin presenting their gifts. The 5 boys could only suppress their anger towards Qin Feng, take out their gifts, and present them to Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia's arms were soon filled with presents, and she placed them into a large bag to the side. She smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you all for the presents." The atmosphere became a bit warmer. "That's right, everyone sit down. We're all Xiaojia's friends here to celebrate her birthday, so we have to have fun tonight." Chen Meihan tugged everyone to go sit down. Then she placed 3 cups of beer on the table in front of Lu Xiaojia. She smiled and said, "Xiaojia, you were late and I still remember. You can't escape these 3 cups of beer. Little May, you really want to get me drunk? I really can't drink." Lu Xiaojia hurriedly waved her hands and pushed the cups of beer back to their original spots. Xiao Jia, you're no fun. You're the birthday girl tonight. So if you don't take the lead and drink first, how could we drink happily? You have to drink these 3 cups for being late. Otherwise, we won't drink any alcohol tonight. Right, guys? At this time, Fatty began to make a fuss. He got Su Xiaobai's command right from the beginning regarding tonight's quest to think of ways to get Lu Xiao Jia drunk. That's right, if Xiao Jia doesn't drink, we won't either. Xiao Jia, we came here especially to celebrate your birthday. You can't be such a party pooper. The remaining boys also began to agree, and they all urged Lu Xiao Jia to drink the alcohol. Lu Xiao Jia couldn't refuse. She opened and closed her mouth and didn't know what to say. Xiao Jia is my little sister, and as her older brother, I'll drink for her. At Lu Xiao Jia's time of adversity, Qin Feng suddenly stood out. He lifted the 3 cups of beer from the table in succession and drank them all in 3 gulps without the slightest pause in the middle. This powerful drinking aroused startled gasps in the 3 girls. Wow, Xiao Jia, how did you get this gem of an uncle? How come I haven't found one? Drinking like that is too manly. I'm so jealous that you have such a thoughtful uncle to drink for you. Qin Feng had just put the cup down when little Mei hugged Lu Xiao Jia's arm and shouted excitedly and continuously. The 5 boys sitting across from them had extremely ugly expressions. Xiao Jia, if you're like this, then I'll be unhappy. How could you let someone else drink for you? We're here tonight for you, Xiao Jia. So if you don't even drink with us, why are we even here? Fatty grumbled again. Lu Xiao Jia was a bit embarrassed. She picked up a cup of beer and smiled at everyone. Thank you everyone for coming here to celebrate my birthday with me, cheers. Lu Xiao Jia lifted her head, scrunched her eyebrows, and swallowed the repulsive beer. In the middle of drinking, she choked and stopped a fair amount of times. When the whole cup was ingested, tears sprang from her eyes. Okay, nice, Xiao Jia. After Lu Xiao Jia finished drinking 1 cup of beer, the 4 lackeys began to applaud. Fatty took this opportunity to stand and bring another cup of beer in front of Lu Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia, come. Big brother will drink a cup with you. If you respect your big brother Fatty, then let's have a drink. After Fatty finished speaking, he didn't give Lu Xiao Jia the opportunity to refuse and already lifted his head and completely downed the cup of beer in his hand. Then he looked at Lu Xiao Jia with a smile and said, Xiao Jia, hurry and drink. Don't tell me you look down on your big brother Fatty. Lu Xiao Jia was in a difficult situation. She thought the beer was absolutely repulsive, but she worried that Fatty would be sad if she rejected him. So she looked helplessly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat beside Lu Xiao Jia, and at this time he shot a slight smile towards her. He suddenly stood, lifted the cup of beer, lifted his head and swallowed it. After the empty cup landed on the table, he looked calmly at the others, smiled, and said, For all those that want to toast little sister, Xiao Jia, today, I'll drink for her. After you all inebriate me, then you're free to get Xiao Jia as drunk as you wish. Chapter 225. Chapter 225, I don't know how to play. The expressions of Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys darkened. They all exchanged glances, and all reached the same conclusion. Since this brat Qin Feng was so cocky, they would first get Qin Feng drunk. Once he was trashed, they would clean him up however they liked. Seems that you can really drink? Then these brothers will drink with you until you're satisfied. Come, let's drink from the bottles. Fatty was the most dissatisfied with Qin Feng. He took the lead, picked up a bottle of beer and guzzled it. He drank first, then Qin Feng did. However, Qin Feng finished drinking his bottle a while before Fatty finished drinking his. From the grandeur and speed at which the 2 drank, Fatty already lost to Qin Feng. Wow, Xiao Jia, your uncle can really drink. Qin Feng drank in a confident and easy manner, and he drank beer like plain water. After drinking 1 bottle, He took the initiative to bring over 4 more. Don't toast me one by one, you 4. It's a hassle. So I'll drink 4 bottles at once, and you can each drink 1. After speaking, Qin Feng drank bottle after bottle. He was a bit thirsty after going from the Qin Manor to Cloud City Hua Manor to pick up Lu Xiaojia and then to the Fei Tian bar. At this time, he drank 5 bottles in a row and felt a lot better. Gasp! The scene caused all those present to gasp. They weighed Qin Feng, drink 5 bottles of beer in a row with their own eyes, and they were ingested one right after the other without any breathing room in between. Also, after finishing 5 bottles of beer so fiercely, Qin Feng's face remained unchanged. He stood there casually and was even joking with Lu Xiaojia. Big Brother Feng, will you be okay, drinking so quickly? Though Qin Feng looked fine, Lu Xiaojia was still a bit worried. Qin Feng had just sat down when Lu Xiaojia pulled out a couple of napkins and wiped beer from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This action was too loving, and Lu Xiaojia leaned over, so the milky smell from her body filled Qin Feng's nose. He covertly lowered his head and could look past the collar of Lu Xiaojia's dress and see the yellow camisole within. Though this girl was still young, her chest was still very underripe. Brat, we aren't done drinking. Do you have the guts to continue? After seeing this scene, Su Xiaobai was so angry he wanted to die. He directly stood and gave Qin Feng an icy glare. Qin Feng lightly grabbed Lu Xiaojia's little hand that was wiping his mouth, moved it to the side, sat on the chair, and looked indifferently at Su Xiaobai. He said, "Of course I have the guts. I'll drink however many bottles you want to drink." Qin Feng's voice was calm, but everyone had just seen his alcohol tolerance, so after hearing him say those words, they all thought Qin Feng was bragging. Even Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys didn't have the guts to directly drink with Qin Feng. They were afraid that even the 5 of them together wouldn't be able to beat Qin Feng on his own. It's kind of boring to just pick up the bottles and drink, so why don't we drink while playing games? A playfulness flashed through Su Xiaobai's eyes as he spoke, while smiling. The 5 of them saw that Qin Feng could really drink, so they were prepared to use the advantage of the game to make Qin Feng lose continuously and make him drink continuously. They didn't believe they couldn't get the brat drunk that way. After hearing Su Xiaobai's words, Qin Feng internally thought the situation was a bit comical. Of course, he knew what this stinking brat was thinking. However, Qin Feng was lauded as Acropolis City's #1 nightclub little prince in middle school, and no one could beat Qin Feng in any game relating to betting with alcohol. Games? I don't really know how to play. Qin Feng had an expression of seriousness as he looked at Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys. Why don't we forget about it? If I don't play well later, I'll spoil your fun. Once the 5 of them heard that Qin Feng didn't know how to play games, they immediately became excited. How could they let Qin Feng go? Brother, it's okay if you don't know how to play, we can teach you. It's very simple, so you'll be sure to learn it right away. Fatty smiled joyfully as he looked at Qin Feng. Is it really simple? I'm kind of dumb, Qin Feng said. If you're dumb, that's perfect. Fatty was so excited he almost made a slip of the tongue. He immediately checked himself and said, "With these games, the more truthful you are, the more advantageous it'll be for you. It's called coping with many changes by being unchanging." Right. Every time these games are played, it's those who don't know how to play that win the most spectacularly, and those that play often like us can't even win. After seeing that Qin Feng was about to get caught hook, line, and sinker, the other boys also joined in. All right, let's hurry and begin. Games are just for fun. Winning or losing isn't important. Then let's start playing. Either way, I don't know how to play, so I'll just play blindly, Qin Feng said with a smile. Brother, you really are refreshing. Come. Let's play the number guessing game. Fatty cleared off a small part of the table, rolled up his sleeves, and couldn't wait to start playing with Qin Feng. This number guessing game is really simple. We'll randomly shout numbers from 1 to 10, and whenever you yell a number, You have to say an auspicious saying relating to the number and stick out the same number of fingers. All right, let's begin. Fatty knew Chin Fong didn't know how to play, so when he explained the rules of the game, he intentionally said them quickly and a bit confusingly. After stating the rules, he didn't ask if Chin Fong understood them and was in a hurry to start competing with Chin Fong instead. He clearly wanted to bully Chin Fong, and even Lu Xiaojia noticed. Big Brother Fong, did you understand? Lu Xiaojia hugged Chin Feng's arm and looked at Chin Fong with wide eyes. Chin Fong shook his head. I don't really get it, but it's a game, so I'll get it after a couple of rounds, right, Fatty? Everyone's nickname is a source of pain to them. Though Fatty was a nickname Su Xiaobai and his other brothers called him, he actually rejected it initially. Thus, when Chin Fong suddenly called him Fatty, he was so angry that his face darkened. Okay, let's start. I'll go first. Fatty glared coldly at Chin Fong and didn't continue to speak nonsense with him. He wanted Chin Fong to lose completely and drink until he died. Then he'd throw him into the dumpster outside. May the two of us both be well. Cool. Fatty and Chin Fong each shouted a phrase, one after the other. After seeing that a game was going on, other people surrounded them to join in on the excitement. Su Xiaobai and his lackeys originally thought Chin Fong didn't know how to play, so they were sure that he'd lose after 2 sayings. However, the two of them shouted over 10 sayings, yet Chin Fong still hadn't made a mistake. 7 fairies, 8 horses, 1 dragon. May the 3 stars shine over you. Chin Fong suddenly stopped. He looked at Fatty, who looked like he saw a ghost, and asked with suspicion, Fatty, you seem to have shouted incorrectly at first? I don't really know how to play this game, so if I'm wrong, you have to remind me. If you're wrong, you can't just trick me and get away with it. Fatty was stunned, and so were the 4 males behind him. Fatty was the best at playing the guessing game between the 5 of them. Very few people among classmates his age were worthy opponents of his. Thus, Su Xiaobai had Fatty come out first. He wanted to quickly annihilate Chin Fong immediately and gain face. However, Fatty actually lost. Even the girls had trouble believing the scene before them. They all thought it was Chin Feng's first time playing the number-guessing game. They couldn't really accept the fact that someone who hadn't even completely understood the rules could directly win over the number-guessing game expert Fatty. Haha, I really did lose. I'll drink. Fatty regained his senses with great difficulty. He picked up a cup of beer from the table and drank it down. Once Fatty put down the cup of beer, he lifted both fists and said to Chin Fong, Come on, let's continue. Chin Fong had just won, but Fatty clearly couldn't accept this. He was certain Chin Fong won due to good luck or a fluke. He immediately restarted the ma and was set on ruthlessly slapping Chin Fong in the face. Cool. 8 horses. Aya, Fatty, you're letting me win on purpose, aren't you? How could you make a mistake right after we started? Fatty made a mistake right from the beginning in the second phrase. Fatty's entire face already turned cold. He wordlessly picked up a cup of beer, drank it, and wanted to continue with the game. 1 dragon. May the 3 stars shine over you. Drink, Fatty, you have to drink again. Ever since the first time Fatty lost, everything spiraled out of control, and he kept losing. The more he lost, the more unstable his mood became. In the end, once he made a move, he made a mistake, and once he made a mistake, he had to drink. This was repeated 20-something times, and Fatty couldn't drink anymore. He made an excuse to get up and go to the restroom. In reality, he secretly ran to the restroom to cry because he made a complete fool of himself. Once Fatty left, the remaining 4 people didn't know what to say. They suggested the number-guessing game, and now that Fatty left, the remaining 4 were sure to be next to go against Chin Fong. However, Chin Fong even won against the guessing game expert Fatty, so how could the other 4 have the guts to play with Chin Fong? Even if they were stupider than they currently were, they'd understand that there was no way Chin Fong didn't know how to play the game. This brat was just faking it and was now blatantly showing off. That fatty left for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Why don't one of you continue playing? I suddenly feel that this guessing game is pretty fun. The four across from him said nothing, and Qin Feng took the initiative to speak with a laugh. These four immediately scooted away and expressed that they had no interest in playing the number guessing with Qin Feng. What are you afraid of? This is my first time playing. I really don't even know how to play, Qin Feng said while his gaze swept over the four people. Though the four said nothing, they internally cursed Qin Feng several times. They suddenly realized that in front of Qin Feng, any shamelessness they learned previously was superficial. We've already played the guessing game at first, and it's kind of pointless. Why don't we play a more interesting game called the dice rolling game? Su Xiaobai suddenly spoke and prepared to switch to another game. Su Xiaobai was very skilled at throwing dice, and he learned it from the professionals at the casino. Currently, he could roll 9 big numbers every 10 rolls. What that meant was that in 10 rolls, he could roll a number over 9 times. Dice rolling? I also don't know this game. How do you play? Qin Feng said with a smile. Now, every time Qin Feng said he didn't know how to play, Su Xiaobai and his men didn't directly believe him. Their gazes preserved a slightly guarded look towards Qin Feng. However, Su Xiaobai was very confident in his dice-throwing skills. Even if Qin Feng played this before, Su Xiaobai wouldn't be afraid. At this time, he already took out the die and tossed it. I'll go first. You can just want to see how I play and follow. While speaking, the die in Su Xiaobai's hands was already thrown out. It fell onto the glass table and spun quickly. Slowly, the die stopped. After turning a good number of times, it stopped at 5. 5. Big Brother Xiaobai really is amazing. He could just casually roll, and it's a large number. Awesome, awesome. Big Brother Xiaobai is the best. Haha, this time, I don't believe this brat can still win, unless he stepped on dog shit right when he walked out the door. Su Xiaobai's 3 lackeys shouted excitedly. They had expressions that said Qin Feng didn't need to throw the dice and already lost. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. All sixes. The die's largest number was a 6. 5 was considered a large number, and when Su Xiaobai rolled, it was a 5. No wonder they were all so excited. However, after Qin Feng saw the 5, he smiled and shook his head. There was no nervousness or fear on his face. He picked up the die, looked at Su Xiaobai, and said, "Pretty boy, if I roll a 6, then I beat you." Qin Feng gave Fatty a nickname. So to be fair, he also gave Su Xiaobai a nickname. However, these two clearly didn't like Qin Feng making up names for them. Su Xiaobai's originally fair and clear face darkened. You think it's that easy to roll a 6? How laughable! Su Xiaobai glared at Qin Feng disdainfully. The way Qin Feng spoke earlier made it seem as though it was easy to roll a 6, and this made Su Xiaobai and his lackeys unhappy. I think it's really easy, Qin Feng said with a smile. Humph, I've seen some arrogant people, but I haven't seen someone as ignorant and arrogant as you. Since you're so cocky, do you have the guts to play with me and see who can roll the highest number? Su Xiaobai asked Qin Feng while looking at him with disdain. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Feng countered with a smile. Okay, then let's play big. If you roll a 6 this time, I'll drink 6 cups of beer. If you don't get a 6, then you drink 6 cups. Su Xiaobai was thoroughly angered by Qin Feng. He thought he was the saint of acting grand, but today he found someone who surpassed him in acting skills. To protect his name, Su Xiaobai was prepared to stake everything against Qin Feng. Do we really have to do this? I feel like it's a bit unfair, Qin Feng said a bit apprehensively. If you think it's unfair to you, then don't lie. And if you don't have the guts, don't be cocky. You'll only be a joke in the end. Su Xiaobai glared disdainfully at Qin Feng. It wasn't only Su Xiaobai who felt this way. Everyone sitting there thought this game was unfair to Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng's first time playing this game, So how could he roll a 6 right away? That would be completely based on luck. The odds of Qin Feng rolling a 6 was 1 in 6, and the odds of rolling anything else was 5 in 6. Calculated this way, Qin Feng only had 1/6 of a chance at winning, while Su Xiaobai had 5/6 of a chance. This was 5 times Qin Feng's probability of winning. This game was clearly unfair to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't think this way. He already opened his mouth indifferently. "Pretty boy, I think you're mistaken. I think this game is a bit unfair to you." Crack! Once Qin Feng said this, everyone gaped. They really didn't know where Qin Feng got his confidence. Even Lu Xiaojia looked at him with doubt and amazement. Regarding the number-guessing game earlier, as long as your brain was agile and your reaction speed was fast, you could take hold of a win. However, this die-rolling game seemed to be based on luck. No matter how good Qin Feng's luck was, could he roll a 6 so easily? Big Brother Feng, do you want to consider this a bit more? Lu Xiaojia couldn't really continue weighing. She tugged on Qin Feng's arm and warned him quietly. This subtle movement was captured by Su Xiaobai, and he was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Your elder doesn't think this game is unfair to me. Let's cut the talk. Hurry up and begin rolling the die." "All right, then I won't go easy on you." Qin Feng looked at Su Xiaobai with a happy smile and extended the die in his hand towards Lu Xiaojia. He said to her, "Xiaojia, you're my goddess of luck tonight. Blow some fairy breath here, and this die will roll out a 6. Big Brother Feng, I'm afraid blowing on it won't help." Lu Xiaojia looked shyly at Qin Feng. "Just blow, and we'll find out whether or not it's useful." Qin Feng continued to speak. Lu Xiaojia hesitated, then pursed her lips and blew into Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng immediately grasped the die in his hand and said earnestly, "Next is the time to witness a miracle." As he spoke, he tossed the die in his hand. The die fell onto the table and began to spin rapidly. However, it continuously spun on the table on one point and didn't move in any other direction. This was because Qin Feng also specifically learned this die game, so his control was extremely meticulous. One could tell just from the way the die balanced, moved, and spun after it fell on the table that Qin Feng's technique was superior. Clang! The die spun for close to half a minute before it came to a stable stop. 6 blinding red dots fell into their gazes. It was not any more or less. It was exactly 6. Everyone gasped as they were once again startled by Qin Feng's mysterious abilities. On the other hand, Su Xiaobai was pitifully pale. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Wow, it really is a 6. Big Brother Feng, it really is a 6. Lu Xiaojia was the most excited because this was the die on which she blew her fairy breath. And her fairy breath seemed effective because Qin Feng really did roll a 6. Of course, a die that little sister Xiaojia blew her fairy breath on has to roll a 6. Qin Feng patted Lu Xiaojia's lovely raven hair and smiled as he spoke. "Pretty boy, 6 cups of beer. If you can't drink it all, I'll help you." No one had yet come back to their senses from their shock when Qin Feng already began telling Su Xiaobai to drink. "No need." Su Xiaobai glared coldly at Qin Feng. Even if his stomach bled, he wouldn't let Qin Feng help him. This was a matter of face. Under the surveillance of the audience, Su Xiaobai downed 6 cups of beer in a row and drank them gulp by gulp. Su Xiaobai's alcohol tolerance was much worse than Qin Feng's. After he ingested 6 cups of beer, his face became slightly flushed and his words slurred a bit. "Brat, do you have the guts to try again?" Still rolling die, still a 6, and still the same rules. Su Xiaobai was infuriated by Qin Feng. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could really control the die, and believed that Lu Xiaojia's breath caused the 6 even less. He felt that the 6 was merely due to Qin Feng's luck. "AI, as an upstanding and kind person, I won't play this unfair game too much. However, Seeing how much fun you're having and that you're crying, making a fuss, and begging for me to play with you, then I'll reluctantly accept, Qin Feng said with seriousness. Su Xiaobai's lips tweed, and he said unhappily, "When did I cry, make a fuss, or beg you?" Qin Feng's expression was one of suspicion. "You didn't? Then forget it, I won't play any more." Su Xiaobai immediately felt a stab of pain, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth, was quiet for a bit, then spoke. "I did. Hurry and roll the die." Qin Feng thought Su Xiaobai's stormy expression was funny. He picked up the die on the table again and said to Lu Xiaojia, "My goddess of luck, give me another puff of fairy breath." Lu Xiaojia was a little shy to be called a goddess of luck by Qin Feng in front of so many people. She blushed and nodded, then blew a fairy breath into Qin Feng's hand. However, even Lu Xiaojia didn't believe the 6 was related to her breath. She only felt that Qin Feng had good luck. After blowing, she smiled and said, "Big brother Feng, this time it won't be certain that you'll roll a 6, so don't expect too much." How could that be? Little sister Xiaojia is the goddess of luck, so whenever you blow, it's useful. Qin Feng laughed, waved his hand, and the die fell onto the table and spun. When everyone's gazes were focused on the spinning die and waiting for it to stop, Qin Feng had a lascivious smile and peeked covertly at the provocatively dressed beauties on the dance floor. He didn't even care about the die because 5 years ago he could already roll a 6 with every roll. This game was child's play to Qin Feng. "6, it's 6 again!" Someone suddenly shouted in shock. The die already stopped and fell with 6 dots on top without suspense. Everyone's expressions changed. They were much more startled than the first time Qin Feng rolled a 6. If one were to say that Qin Feng's prior result was due to luck, then how would they explain this result? Their gazes fell on Lu Xiaojia's face in unison and began to wonder if Lu Xiaojia really was the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck, Lu Xiaojia, couldn't help but shout, "How mysterious! It's too mysterious!" She excitedly hugged Qin Feng's arm, and her body shook uncontrollably. Qin Feng felt a softness brush his arm several times, and it felt really great. Impossible. How is that possible? This is too fucking strange. After seeing the 6 blinding red dots, Su Xiaobai roared internally. He couldn't accept this reality. After all, he had prepared to slap Qin Feng's face with his 4 lackeys tonight. As a result, he was getting slapped resoundingly by Qin Feng right now. How could a 6 come up on top again? I'm a little embarrassed to win again. I was originally thinking how good it would be if I lost a round. One's strength doesn't mar one's ambitions. Qin Feng saw the 6 dots on the table and smiled casually. "That's right. Pretty boy, it seems that you lost again, so you have to drink 6 more cups of beer. Forget it. Don't drink this time. It seems that you're reaching your alcohol limit. So if you drink any more, you'll get drunk. What men hate the most is being told they can't drink. This is particularly true of students still in school, like Su Xiaobai. Who said I can't drink? Your elder is going to drink right now." Su Xiaobai endured the uncomfortable churning in his stomach, lifted 6 cups of beer from the table, and began to drink wildly. After the 6 cups were ingested, he felt his whole body become light and airy. However, he still maintained consciousness and glared at Qin Feng. "Brat, would you dare go another round? Still dice, still 6. Su Xiaobai completely gave his all against Qin Feng. He still didn't believe in this demon. Qin Feng was shocked by Su Xiaobai's behavior. He thought to himself, "So there are still these kinds of idiots in the world. However, if I lose this time, my friends will drink 6 cups of beer for me," Su Xiaobai suddenly added. The expressions of his 3 lackeys darkened. They thought to themselves, "Bro, if you're going to be crazy, can you not drag us into it?" Though they endlessly complained internally, they didn't dare disobey their boss's words, so they could only stand up one by one. "I don't mind," Qin Feng said casually. "We don't mind either." Su Xiaobai's 3 lackeys gritted their teeth and responded. Thus, Qin Feng picked up the die again, had Lu Xiaojia blow a fairy breath onto it, tossed it, and said, "Don't be in a hurry. I'm going to roll 3 times at once. If it's a 6 all 3 times, each of you 3 will drink 6 cups. You'll each have companions, and it'll be more flavorful to drink." Once they heard Qin Feng's words, these 3 lackeys protested inwardly. They looked as though they were doomed to drink 6 cups of beer, and their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. 6. Still 6. Fuck, how is it 6 again? Lu Xiaojia blew on the die for all 3 rolls, and each time a 6 ended up on top. When the 4 girls saw this, they were so shocked they were speechless. Lu Xiaojia was so excited that her face flushed. If no one else was there, she would have pounced on Qin Feng, pushed him over, and harshly kissed his face once to express her joy. At this time, Su Xiaobai was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He even picked up the die and examined it in detail. The die couldn't have a 6 on all sides, right? However, after earnestly looking it over once, Su Xiaobai realized that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the die. This Qin Feng was clearly a freak. I'm really sorry. I originally really didn't want to toss a 6, but even when I rolled casually, it was a 6. I'm a little apologetic. When Qin Feng saw that Shi Xiaobai and all his men looked like they had eaten shit, Qin Feng laughed and said, Forget it. Don't drink the beer. We came here to have fun and celebrate Xiao Jia's birthday. We're all friends, so there's no need to care about face like usual. Plus, even if it's embarrassing, no outsider would see it. Qin Feng said Xiaobai's 3 lackeys shouldn't drink. But once these words were spoken, the 3 lackeys felt that they had to finish the 6 cups of draft beer, even if they drank themselves to death. The 3 clinked their glasses and drank down cup after cup. After each drank 6 cups of beer, the 3 of them felt the need to vomit, so they covered their mouths and ran away. Hey, where are you 3 going? Why are you running away once I come back? At this time, Fatty had just returned from the restroom. He didn't know about the die rolling and shouted when he saw the 3 people rush away. Fatty, bring everyone to sit in the room we reserved. I have to go to the restroom as well, and I'll look for you in the room later. At this time, Su Xiaobai was in no mood to stay, so he found an excuse to leave. He left the VIP table and walked toward the large dance floor because he saw a familiar face there. This person was older brother Buck Teeth, a big hooligan who played in the streets. When Su Xiaobai saw big brother Buck Teeth, the dark expression he had all night finally relaxed. He was prepared to get big brother Buck Teeth to help him take care of Qin Feng. Chapter 227. Chapter 227, Heartbeat. Big brother Buck Teeth, you're here to have fun tonight as well. Su Xiaobai walked onto the dance floor, twisted his body to the rhythm of the music, arrived beside Buck Teeth and greeted him with a smile. So it's Xiaobai. You students have quite a night life nowadays. Did you bring schoolgirls to play with again? When Buck Teeth saw Su Xiaobai, he grinned vulgarly. The 2 had met while clubbing at the Fei Tian bar. Su Xiaobai's family had some money, and he met brother Buck Teeth often and bought him and his brothers drinks. Gradually, the 2 of them became friends at a mercenary level. I'm here to celebrate a classmate's birthday tonight. Su Xiaobai first made some small talk with Buck Teeth, then got to the real business. Big brother Buck Teeth, want to bring your brothers to sit in our room. Are there a lot of schoolgirls there? Buck Teeth smiled reedly, revealing a mouth full of rotten yellow teeth. 5 female students came tonight. One of them is a girl I have my sights on, but the other 4 you are free to play with, big brother Buck Teeth. Su Xiaobai tossed some bait and continued to speak. However, the girl I have my sights on brought a man, and he isn't easy to deal with. Can you help step in for me and ruthlessly clean up the stinking brat, big brother Buck Teeth? It would be best if you could beat him up and send him running. Once Buck-Teeth heard that there were schoolgirls to hit on, that he could drink all he wanted for free in Su Xiao Bai's reserved room, and that he only needed to take care of one person, of course he was happy. He immediately agreed. Cleaning up people is your big brother Buck-Teeth's specialty. Let's go. Your big brother will stand up for you and kill this blind, stinking brat. Okay, then sorry to trouble you, Big Brother Buck-Teeth. After Big Brother Buck-Teeth agreed, Su Xiaobai's face was immediately filled with smiles. When he had seen Big Brother Buck-Teeth fight at the Fei Tian bar before, Big Brother Buck-Teeth seemed so fierce. Big Brother Buck-Teeth had been alone, holding an empty beer bottle, smashing the heads of 3 strong men and making them bleed. Also, Big Brother Buck-Teeth seemed to know Fei Tian Bar's boss. Su Xiaobai was sure that if Big Brother Buck-Teeth stood up for him, even 10 Qinfengs would be inadequate. Why are you so polite with your Big Brother Buck-Teeth? Buck-Teeth sent a couple of glances around the dance floor, took Su Xiaobai's arm, and walked off the dance floor. Xiaobai, are the girls you brought tonight decent looking? Once Buck-Teeth walked off, for lackeys immediately followed behind him. Don't worry, Big Brother Buck-Teeth, they're all middle school girls, and they're each fresher than the next. Su Xiaobai said with a smile. Good man. Then let's hurry and go to the private room. We don't want to keep those little girls waiting. Fei Tian Bar, a grand private room. At this time, Fatty brought Qinfeng and the rest inside. Qinfeng and the 5 girls sat in a row, talking and laughing. Fatty sat alone on another sofa. He was so angry that his face was ferocious and trembled continuously. Xiao Jia, do you really need to stick by your precious uncle for 24 hours? I just say a couple of things to him, and you glare at me. Xiao Jia, you value your lover more than your friends. Chen Meihan laughed and teased Lu Xiaojia when she saw her tightly cluing Qinfeng's arm. Tonight Qinfeng showed a startling alcohol tolerance and mysterious number-guessing and die-rolling abilities. These 4 girls were fickle when it came to love, and their hearts rippled. Plus, Qinfeng was handsome to begin with, and his aura was unordinary, so the 4 girls chatted him up unconsciously or otherwise. Originally, no one knew Qinfeng, and tonight he suddenly became the focal point. This situation worried Lu Xiaojia a little. She was worried Qinfeng's resistance to their enticement would be too low and he'd be tricked away by those sisters of hers. When did I value a lover more than my friends? Did not keep talking to Big Brother Feng. Isn't Fatty sitting there? You all usually love sticking with Fatty. Lu Xiaojia pouted and purposely leaned into Qinfeng's embrace as she spoke without showing weakness. The 4 girls instinctively looked toward Fatty. Fatty immediately sat up straight and shot a sweet smile at the 4 girls. Fatty is our good sister, and we can only talk to him and pass him off as a man when there aren't men around. Tonight there's a handsome uncle, so who'd want to continue listening to him boast blindly? Chen Meihan also pouted and acted cute. The other 3 girls immediately nodded and approved of Chen Meihan's words. One after the other, they also made their cutest expressions at Qinfeng. Fatty had just sat up, but he instantly fell limp. The forced smile on his face suddenly froze. He felt as though he was suddenly shot in the chest with an arrow. Qinfeng was surrounded by all kinds of flowers, and every flower was budding and underripe. He lifted his hand, then put it back down as he struggled to decide whether or not he wanted to touch the bodies of these middle schoolers and concern himself with their health and their physical development. Ah, Xiao Jia, where is your relationship with that uncle of yours at? Chen Meihan sat beside Qinfeng. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Qinfeng's hand, and she shouted in surprise. Due to the sound, the other 3 girls and Fatty looked over, and their expressions instantly changed drastically. They discovered that Qinfeng's hand was on Lu Xiaojia's long and fair leg beneath her skirt. It's a habit. Qinfeng reacted immediately pulling his hand away and smiling awkwardly at the spectators. He was used to touching Su Ruo Ro's thigh at work, so he couldn't help but touch Lu Xiaojia's leg. In retrospect, the little girl's skin was soft and tender and felt like water. Habit. When Chun Mei Han and the rest heard Qin Feng's explanation, their mouths suddenly tweed. They had weird looks on their faces and reconsidered Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia. They clearly misunderstood them. At this time they made guesses. The two of them couldn't have slept together already, could they? I'm going to sing. Lu Xiaojia didn't understand how the word habit could have come out of Qin Feng's mouth. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide in it. However, Lu Xiaojia didn't explain. She shyly stood and ran to the song selection machine to choose a song. Lu Xiaojia was publicly acknowledged as the school's goddess of song. Her voice was clear and sweet, and there usually were very few opportunities to hear her sing. Now that Lu Xiaojia took the initiative and offered to sing a song, the four other girls in the room fell quiet and waited to listen carefully to Lu Xiaojia's moving singing voice. The upcoming song, Heartbeat, is for the unordinary you on this unordinary night. Lu Xiaojia quickly chose a song and glanced a bit shyly toward Qin Feng, then glued her eyes to the lyric prompter in preparation for singing earnestly. Her words were originally meant to thank Qin Feng for suddenly appearing and saving her the night she was kidnapped, but the four girls and Fatty clearly misinterpreted her words. You want to argue with me, but I'm not that bored. You don't know how to apologize, and I'm not that smart. I really want to return to our starting point. But in spite of myself, it has appeared in my chest. How many question marks can we fit into two hearts? How many tears does love make us cry? Your eyes are filled with beauty. It takes away my heartbeat. Your gentleness is so close. It takes away my heartbeat. Reverse time to the beginning. Can I get 1 second? The graceful melody and clear and sweet sound made the audience in the private room fall quiet. The noisy music outside and the wild, out-of-control crowd seemed disconnected from them. Time stopped and only heartbeats remained. The dusk-yellow lights fell on Lu Xiaojia's delicate and charming face, and she brimmed with youth. Qin Feng could clearly see Lu Xiaojia's features, her eyebrows, eyelashes, and even every little hair on her face. When Lu Xiaojia took breaths in between lines, every time her chest rose and fell, her breaths produced fragrant air. The soft pink tongue revealed when she opened her mouth. There were still a lot of underripe and enchanting parts and feelings that were brought over by the song Heartbeat. They passed into Qin Feng's body like the sounds of nature and slowly melted him. Qin Feng's gaze was glued to Lu Xiaojia. He had the urge to rush onto the stage and hug her tightly, then kiss her passionately under the soft light and beautiful melody. This feeling was extremely intriguing. It made Qin Feng relive the taste of youth and his first love. Bang! The door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and the lovely atmosphere was similarly shattered. Su Xiaobai walked in first, and 5 young hooligans around 24 or 25 years old followed behind him. Your eyes are filled with beauty. It takes away my heartbeat. Your gentleness is so close. It takes away my heartbeat. Reverse time to the beginning. Can I get 1 second? Lu Xiaojia's singing was too enchanting. She ignored the sudden intrusion and remained standing on the stage with her eyes closed as she sang softly. Buckteeth and his 4 lackeys that had just entered stopped abruptly. Their gazes turned to the stage in unison and onto the body of Lu Xiaojia, who stood under the light. The eyes of the 5 men instantly gleamed. She wore a white dress shirt, short flowery skirt, thin and slender legs with rainbow socks. Her body was slender, straight and full. A yellow camisole could be seen faintly beneath the white shirt, forming a youthful and attractive form. Lu Xiaojia's raven black, supple, and evenly cut short hair fit her cute and lively personality very well. Her high nose bridge made her look multiracial, and her long and thick black eyelashes fluttered in the light, and her every blink tugged on Buck Teeth's and his men's heartbeats. At their first glance of Lu Xiaojia, the 5 men only had one urge: to get on her, ruthlessly get on her. "Brother Xiaobai, you're back!" Fatty immediately stood in greeting when he saw Su Xiao by return bringing other people. At this time, not only were Buck Teeth and his men entranced by Lu Xiaojia's singing, Su Xiaobai was also in a daze. Su Xiaobai only came to when he heard Fatty shout. He laughed awkwardly. "Haha, I bumped into a familiar face on the dance floor. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is Big Brother Buck Teeth. He's a big brother with power in Acropolis. These are my classmates. We're here to celebrate Lu Xiaojia's birthday, and she's the one singing on stage." Su Xiaobai first introduced Lu Xiaojia, the girl he had his sights on, to Buck Teeth. What he meant was, "Other than this girl, you can play with the rest however you like." A coldness flashed across his face. He pointed at Qin Feng and said, "Big brother Buck Teeth, this is the friend Lu Xiaojia brought. In a bit, play with him well." Su Xiaobai had a playful smile as he spoke. Buck Teeth's gaze had already fallen on Qin Feng. He noticed that Qin Feng was tall, skinny, fair, and soft, and looked like a pushover that couldn't fight. So he didn't care about Qin Feng. His gaze returned to the singing Lu Xiaojia on stage. "Xiaobai, this is the girl you've set your sights on tonight? She's awesome." Buck Teeth rubbed his chin, and a slight and unconcealed vulgar gaze arose in his eyes. When he saw Lu Xiaojia singing and dancing on stage, he wanted to rush up, press her onto the stage, and play with her harshly. "Big brother Buck Teeth, this girl is our school's #1 beauty, and I've waiting 3 years to take her. I have to get her tonight, no matter what." Su Xiaobai didn't notice yet that Big Brother Buck Teeth had taken a liking to Lu Xiaojia. At this time, he covertly pointed at the 4 girls sitting on the sofa and smiled. "Big Brother Buck Teeth, those 4 schoolgirls are also pretty good. You can choose." Chapter 228. Chapter 228. Older Brother is an Islander. After Su Xiaobai introduced everyone, Big Brother Buck Teeth and his men sat on the sofa in succession. At this time, Su Xiaobai's lackeys, who had gone to the restroom to vomit, came back as well. The private room was instantly filled, and it was clearly much more boisterous. Lu Xiaojia finished singing Heartbeat, and she had sung so earnestly that she hadn't noticed Buck Teeth and his men. After getting off the stage and noticing 5 additional people in the private room, she was a bit shy. She lowered her head and walked to Qin Feng's side. She neared him and quietly sat down. "Bravo, bravo. Your singing is too good." Lu Xiaojia had just sat down when Buck Teeth clapped and gave a toothy grin. He said to Lu Xiaojia, "Beauty, you have a heavenly voice. You've wronged your talent by not becoming a singer. My name is Wang He. The people in the streets call me Brother Buck Teeth. It's an honor to meet a beauty like you. Come, let's have a drink." Buck Teeth raised 2 cups of beer and extended one toward Lu Xiaojia as if he was prepared to begin picking her up. This scene stunned Su Xiaobai. He purposely told Big Brother Buck Teeth about Lu Xiaojia earlier. Could Big Brother Buck Teeth have mistaken her for someone else? "My apologies, I don't drink." Lu Xiaojia didn't know Buck Teeth, so how would she drink with him? She waved her hands in rejection. Buck Teeth's expression dropped slightly, and he said with some unhappiness, "Little beauty, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me, Big Brother Buck Teeth? I'll have you know that this big brother isn't just boasting in front of you. My name is famous far and wide in the streets, and my power can cover the sky. I'm a big deal." Lu Xiaojia couldn't take it when she saw Big Brother Buck Teeth's mouth full of yellow teeth and smelled the stench of his breath as he spoke. She didn't know how to refuse Buck Teeth. Just then, she felt a pair of large hands lightly tug her behind a body to shield her. Afterward, she heard Qin Feng's calm voice. Brother Big Yellow Teeth, we don't see many islanders in society anymore. Could you tell me which island you live on? Fuck. What did you call your elder, stinking brat? Buck Teeth didn't care if Chin Fong asked about some island or street. Once he heard Chin Fong call him Big Yellow Teeth. Buck Teeth was so angry that he jumped up. You're saying that your elder has big yellow teeth? Look here, are my teeth yellow? Wang He opened his mouth and stared at Chin Fong with extreme seriousness. Since he had a mouthful of buck teeth, he was nicknamed Big Brother Buckteeth. Wang He didn't really accept the nickname, but after his brothers called him this so many times, he could only quietly accept it. Now, once Chin Fong stepped in, he directly shouted the ruthless nickname Big Yellow Teeth. So how could Buckteeth not be angry? At this time, he wanted to smash a beer bottle on Chin Feng's head. Chinese people are all creatures with a strong sense of curiosity. When Buckteeth opened his mouth to exhibit his teeth, all the people in the private room looked over. They all didn't know what to say when they saw Buckteeth's extremely crooked and rotten teeth that were turning a bit black. Chin Fong also looked earnestly at Buckteeth's teeth, then shook his head and said seriously, I'm really sorry. Looks like I really did see wrongly at first. Big Black Teeth, you still haven't responded to my question. Which island do you live on? Big Black Teeth. After hearing Chin Feng's new nickname for Big Brother Buckteeth, the spectators suppressed their laughter with all their might until their faces turned completely red. Even Buckteeth's 4 lackeys were tickled by Chin Fong. Chin Feng's nickname described their boss's teeth too accurately. Stinking brat, I'm warning you. You better not speak so carelessly. When this elder gets mad, even I get afraid. Buckteeth glared coldly at Chin Fong. Then, he suddenly thought of Su Xiaobai's assignment. Other than coming to pick up girls, it just so happened that he also had to harshly teach this brat Chin Fong a lesson. At this time, Buckteeth already put on a fierce expression. He looked disdainfully at Chin Fong and asked, Stinking brat, which street do you hang out on? I don't live on the island, but I know 2 friends that hang out on the island, Chin Fong said with a light smile. Buckteeth was trying to figure out Chin Feng's background, so when he heard that Chin Fong knew people on the streets, his expression changed slightly. He feigned nonchalance and said, So you also have friends on the streets, brat? Why don't you tell me who? Maybe I've hung around with your friends before. I don't think so. Chin Fong shook his head and said, My 2 friends are long-term inhabitants of the island and live reclusive lives. Even if I told you, you might not know them. One is called Gua Jing, and the other is called Huang Rong. That's right. I'm not sure if you've heard of the island they live on, Brother Big Black Teeth. It's called Peach Blossom Island. Chin Fong said while looking at Buckteeth with seriousness. All the people in the room suddenly forgot to breathe. They stared stupidly at Chin Fong and thought about what he said. Very soon, someone understood. Chin Fong was intentionally teasing Buckteeth. He swayed hanging out on the streets into hanging out on the island. A couple of seconds later, laughter arose in the private room. They couldn't hold it in any longer. What are you laughing at? What the fuck is so funny? Buckteeth was the last one to regain his senses, and once he did, he burst out yelling. When the private room fell quiet again, Buckteeth glared fiercely at Chin Fong and shouted, Stinking brat, you have the fucking guts to mess with your elder. Let me show you the consequences of messing with your elder. Buckteeth was extremely angry about actually being played by a 20-year-old brat. He picked up an empty beer bottle and aimed at Chin Feng's head. Ah, Big Brother Fong, be careful. Lu Xiaojia was sitting beside Chin Fong and was so frightened that she covered her mouth and shrieked. Bang! The empty bottle fell, producing a large crunch. However, it didn't fall on Chin Feng's head. It smashed directly into Buckteeth's forehead. The beer bottle shards covered the ground. Some small pieces of glass stuck to the top of Buckteeth's head, and streaks of blood already began flowing down his forehead. "Stinking brat, now do you know how amazing your elder is? If you dare provoke your elder again, I'll kill you." Buck Teeth didn't realize what happened because he was certain he'd smashed the bottle toward Chin Fong. He didn't know the bottle ended up falling on his own head, so he was there hooting at Chin Fong. This scene shocked all of the people in the private room. In particular, Liu Xiaojia's classmates who saw Buck Teeth for the first time got to expand their horizons today. So the bosses on the streets used self-damaging methods to scare other people. "Ayo, why does my head hurt a bit? Fuck, whose fucking blood is this?" Over 10 seconds after the bottle's impact, Buck Teeth finally felt that something wasn't right. The gash on his forehead was quite severe, and he noticed the blood streaming down by his eyes. "Fuck, Tiger Cub, Little 3, did you see who the fuck hit your elder at first? He smashed and damaged this elder's head, so I'm going to kill him." After confirming his head had been hit by someone, Buck Teeth immediately pulled out a tissue and wiped his wound while shouting. His 4 lackeys looked at Buck Teeth with strange expressions. They hesitated and wondered if they should tell their boss the truth. "Fuck your mom, it was you, wasn't it? You did it, you brat." Buck Teeth quickly directed his anger back toward Chin Fong. The bottle was supposed to whack Chin Feng's head earlier, but Chin Fong was fine. On the other hand, his own head was split open. He finally understood what happened. "I didn't do anything. I was standing here the whole time," Chin Fong said and shrugged while looking at the malevolent Buck Teeth. Buck Teeth was also dubious because he hadn't seen Chin Fong move, yet his head was already broken. This was a huge embarrassment. Buck Teeth couldn't care too much. He picked up another empty beer bottle and aimed at Chin Feng's head again. "Fuck your grandfather. Your elder said you moved, so you fucking moved. If you dare make a move on your elder, I'll let you know why flowers." Bang. Buck Teeth hadn't finished shouting his insults when the sound of an empty beer bottle shattering was heard. Then Buck Teeth's howl of pain echoed in the room. The empty bottle in his hand smashed into his head once again. The audience gasped. This time, everyone paid attention to Big Brother Buck Teeth's movements. They were certain that Chin Fong really didn't do anything. All they saw was that Buck Teeth initially aimed at Chin Feng's head, but when he was not even 5 centimeters from Chin Feng's head, he suddenly swayed directions and fiercely whacked his own head. This frightening skill was truly an artistic achievement. The people present couldn't help but think that if they were the person standing across from Buck Teeth, the instant they saw the empty beer bottle flying at them, they'd be sure to fall to their knees and beg for mercy. "Brother, Big Black Teeth, have you practiced acrobatics on the island? Your bottle-smashing skill is a real eye-opener." Chin Fong weighed the stunned Buck Teeth and couldn't help but mock him. Of course he'd moved earlier, but he'd acted as quick as lightning, so normal people couldn't see it clearly. "Haha, I did indeed learn some acrobatics in the past, and since I knew it was this little beauty's birthday tonight, I just showed a bit to everyone for some fun and to enliven the atmosphere. But this skill is something I practiced hard for 5-6 years to obtain this result, so don't try and copy me. You all haven't gone through professional training, so if you hit your head directly, it'll break." Big Brother Buck Teeth suddenly burst into laughter. He wasn't a fool. After getting attacked twice, he already noticed something was fishy. He knew Chin Fong must have done something in the middle. Otherwise, there was no way he could have attacked Chin Fong, yet have the beer bottle end up hitting his own head. After these 2 instances, Buck Teeth had a preliminary taste of Chin Feng's skills. This was clearly a very formidable opponent. Buck Teeth had already decided to swee tactics. He couldn't face Chin Fong head-on, so he was prepared to use other methods to attack him and ruthlessly clean him up. "Haha, Big Brother Buck Teeth really is humorous. Don't be afraid, everyone. Big Brother Buck Teeth was just joking with us. Come, let's give Big Brother Buck Teeth a toast. He used his life to joke, so he's worth our respect." Su Xiaobai couldn't understand what Buck Teeth was doing, but at this time he took the initiative to form a compromise. The others slowly recovered from their astonishment. They all raised their glasses and drank a cup of beer together. After ingesting the alcohol, Buckteeth wiped his head clean of blood with a napkin. It was just a flesh wound, and it wasn't that serious. Little Beauty, did you like Big Brother's performance at first? After fixing up himself, Buckteeth returned his attentions to Lu Xiaojia. Having put on makeup tonight, Lu Xiaojia looked young and inexperienced with a hint of charm and allure. Any male who saw her would want to harshly love her. A vulgar and lascivious man like Buckteeth couldn't resist this kind of allure. It was okay. Lu Xiaojia replied, faintly out of politeness. Buckteeth immediately smiled and leaned a bit closer to Lu Xiaojia after seeing that he was able to start conversation with her. He raised a beer glass to her and said, "Little Beauty, you're really beautiful. Why don't you go for a walk with Big Brother, and I'll take you out for a spin later? What do you think? Did you see that black Lamborghini Batmobile parked at the door? That's the ride Big Brother drove here tonight. Do you know why the rich like driving this kind of convertible sports car?" Big Brother Buckteeth smiled vulgarly at Lu Xiaojia and said, "Because you can lie in the car for a joyride and shake the car as well. Doesn't it seem exciting just thinking about it?" Chapter 229. Chapter 229. You cheated. Lu Xiaojia was just in the middle of drinking orange juice. After she heard Buckteeth's words, she sprayed the mouthful of juice onto his face. The yellow liquid also contained plump pieces of fruit. The image was too beautiful. They all couldn't bear to keep weighing. Lu Xiaojia couldn't take it because Buckteeth's bullshitting technique was so skillful that he could forcibly lie about owning Qinfeng's car. The most crucial thing was that when he was bullshitting, he had a proper, serious, and earnest expression. Lu Xiaojia felt that Buckteeth thought his own words were the truth, so what other people thought didn't matter to him. "Haha, it's okay. You must have been startled after hearing that I drove a Lamborghini Batmobile worth over 10 million here tonight." Big Brother Buckteeth wasn't angry, even though his face was sprayed completely with juice, because Lu Xiaojia drank the juice, so it carried a fragrant smell. After discovering Buckteeth's shamelessness, Lu Xiaojia pursed her lips and didn't want to speak with him. It was clearly Big Brother Feng who drove the car over, yet this person had to say it was his. He was really brazen. Wow, Big Brother Buckteeth really is amazing driving a Lamborghini supercar. That's a car only a rich person could afford. Buckteeth's 4 lackeys all stood up and praised him. These 4 followed Buckteeth around all day, so how could they not know Buckteeth's background? How would he have the money to buy a Lamborghini? The van he drove here tonight was something he'd bought through clenched teeth a couple of days ago. Because the vehicle's quality was so low, he was too embarrassed to drive it in broad daylight. He only took it out for a spin in the dead of the night when there weren't a lot of people around. You 4 brats just need to follow with me well in the future, and sooner or later there'll be a time when you'll be able to buy a sports car too. Buckteeth was very satisfied with the quick-wittedness of his 4 lackeys. They played along and acted quite convincingly. Lu Xiaojia's 4 female classmates began looking at Buckteeth with stars in their eyes. "Big Brother Buckteeth, you really are young and promising. Can you take us to see this Lamborghini supercar later? I've only seen it in pictures on the internet, but I've really never seen one in person." Me too. In a bit, I want to sit in the Lamborghini, take pictures of myself, and send it to my friends. The 4 girls shouted and danced for joy. Buckteeth really enjoyed the feeling of this kind of bullshitting. He thumped his chest and promised solemnly, "That's simple enough. When we go outside later, you can all take turns taking pictures in the car. You can take them however you want. Don't be polite with your Big Brother Buckteeth. Right now, we're here to celebrate this little beauty's birthday, so let's drink to our heart's content. What do you all say?" Buckteeth had good control of the atmosphere. He boasted randomly and was able to win over 4 of the schoolgirls in the room. When Su Xiaobai and his lackeys saw this unique technique for picking up girls, they worshipped him to no end. Little beauty, come, let's have a drink. This time, don't reject your big brother. Buck Teeth took advantage of the heightened atmosphere and extended another cup of beer toward Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia saw that the others drank, so she couldn't find a reason to refuse. She was in the midst of hesitating and wondering what to do when Qin Feng took the cup of beer. Brother Big Black Teeth, so you like drinking, huh? Then I'll drink with you. It just so happens that these little students can't drink. I'm really glad that someone that can drink is now here. Qin Feng held Lu Xiaojia's cup of beer and spoke while looking happily at Buck Teeth. When Buck Teeth saw Qin Feng interfere again, he really wanted to smash another bottle toward Qin Feng, but once he thought about the still present dull ache on his head, the intent was instantly dismissed. He had second thoughts about the situation. Then a good idea suddenly occurred to him. He had just been worrying about how to deal with Qin Feng, and now Qin Feng himself suggested they should drink, so Buck Teeth was elated. He was a regular at the large bars in Acropolis every night, so he had acquired quite the alcohol tolerance long ago. He was also an experienced player of number guessing, rolling dice, poker, and other games. With his abilities, how could Buck Teeth be afraid of Qin Feng? This truly made him want to laugh until his crooked and rotten teeth fell out. Brat, you really want to have a drink-off with me? Buck Teeth looked at Qin Feng with an expression of rumination. Qin Feng laughed lightly. We can try it out. Okay, then I'll drink with you until the end. Buck Teeth smiled mysteriously. But let's not just drink from the bottle. That's too boring. How about this? Let's play games while drinking. Whoever loses will have to drink as punishment. Number guessing, rolling dice, playing poker, arm wrestling, you name it. Buck Teeth had just finished speaking when the mouths of Lu Xiaojia and her classmates tweed, and they suddenly had the urge to smash themselves into a wall. They had just seen Qin Feng's prowess in number guessing and rolling dice. Now that Buck Teeth took it upon himself to challenge Qin Feng. The scene was too comical. Brother Big Black Teeth, you really want to play these games? I don't really know how to play. Qin Feng looked at Buck Teeth with a smile. You don't know how to play? Then we really have to play. I'll teach you. It's really simple, and I guarantee that you'll get it right away, Buck Teeth said excitedly. He wanted to play even more because Qin Feng didn't know how to play. However, this scene was all too familiar. In particular, when Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys saw it, they felt as though they were suddenly and brutally stabbed in the heart. They weighed the scene and seemed to see themselves in the extremely dumb Buck Teeth. At this time, they knew how deeply Qin Feng had tricked them. Big brother Buck Teeth, why don't we not play games and just drink? Su Xiaobai couldn't continue weighing and stepped in to suggest this to Buck Teeth. Not play. Buck Teeth clearly misunderstood Su Xiaobai's meaning. He awkwardly shook his head and said, Then let's not play since even brother Xiaobai deems the games too unfair. And I also would feel bad bullying this guy. After hearing Buck Teeth's words, Su Xiaobai and his lackeys couldn't help but spit out whatever was in their mouths. They once again saw in Buck Teeth how stupid and idiotic they were earlier. Let's forget about number guessing, rolling dice, and playing poker. They seem a bit complicated, and I'm afraid I won't understand them. Why don't we arm wrestle? This is simple, and I know how to play, Qin Feng said with a smile. He had just played the number guessing and dice rolling games with Xiao Bai and his lackeys, so he didn't want to use those 2 games to teach Buck Teeth a lesson. Even when it came to boasting and face-slapping, Qin Feng still had to be choosy. Buck Teeth's gaze swept over Qin Feng. He saw that Qin Feng was tall and thin, and his skin was fair and soft. He clearly wasn't the kind of brat that was very strong. So Buck Teeth immediately agreed. Okay, then let's arm wrestle. They decided to arm wrestle. Everyone emptied a table and had Qin Feng and Buck Teeth sit face to face. Lu Xiaojia was a bit worried about Qin Feng. She followed Qin Feng and stayed by his side. In the end, she hugged his free arm and sat down. Qin Feng and Buckteeth clasped hands, and each sat on separate sides of the table. They were ready to start at any time. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Xiaojia and suddenly said, "Xiaojia, sit a little farther away. Hey, Roosterhead, sit beside me and be the judge. Otherwise, if I win later, you'll say I cheated." Qin Feng selected a guy with a coxcomb hairstyle. The tuft of hair atop his head was dyed red. At this time, after suddenly getting called upon by Qin Feng, the guy walked over with a dark expression. If he could, he would have used his tuft of red hair to skewer Qin Feng to death. "Stinking brat, are you ready? Can we start?" Coxcomb sat beside Qin Feng and glared coldly as he spoke. "Yup." Qin Feng's expression chilled, and he suddenly became serious. "All right, then let's begin." With Coxcomb's command, Buckteeth turned earnest and was about to use all his strength to defeat Qin Feng instantly when he heard Qin Feng's sudden shout. "Wait, what now?" Coxcomb asked unhappily. "Brother Big Black Teeth, don't we need to trash talk each other before we begin?" Qin Feng said while looking seriously at Buckteeth. Buckteeth's expression darkened. He wanted to rush up and use his crooked teeth to bite Qin Feng to death. He glanced coldly at Qin Feng and said no. "Okay, I don't really know the rules, so I thought it would be better to clarify." Qin Feng nodded. When Coxcomb saw Qin Feng and Buckteeth ready again, he continued, Okay, the competition begins." He had just finished speaking when Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait! Fuck, are you going to do this or not, brat? What is it now?" Coxcomb was helpless. "Brother Big Black Teeth, don't we need to use the restroom before the competition?" Qin Feng asked while looking seriously at Buckteeth. Buckteeth's cheeks tweed, and he spoke with a steady expression. "No." Okay, it's my first time arm wrestling, and I don't really know the rules, don't take offense." The competition began anew, and Coxcomb's voice already became listless. "Are you both ready? Start." After he finished speaking, Bucktooth wasn't in a hurry to use his strength. Though he looked down on people that were slight, such as Qin Feng, Buckteeth had been very serious when the competition was about to start the previous 2 times. Once Coxcomb shouted to begin, Buckteeth had begun to use the strength to try and directly defeat Qin Feng right away. However, after Qin Feng's 2 disruptions, Buckteeth was no longer enthusiastic about defeating Qin Feng. He even suspected Qin Feng was sure to find another excuse to stop the competition. Bam! A bang was suddenly heard. Buckteeth was still waiting unhappily for Qin Feng to yell "Stop!" when he suddenly felt an enormous force pass from Qin Feng's arm. In the next second, his wrist was pressed unyieldingly onto the table. The instant kill scenario that he desired really occurred. However, the one who was instantly killed wasn't Qin Feng, but him. Brother Big Black Teeth, you were very clearly yielding to me, weren't you? I didn't even use any strength. How was it that you fell over?" Qin Feng didn't forget to sprinkle salt into Buckteeth's wound after defeating him. Buckteeth was so angry that he was about to spit blood. He glared coldly at Qin Feng and yelled, "Stinking brat, why didn't you yell stop this time? You were cheating." All of the people present knew clearly whether or not Qin Feng cheated. Qin Feng's strategy was clearly disruption. Twice before, he used disruption to divert his opponent's attention, and the 3rd time he suddenly used his strength, caught Buckteeth unprepared, and won the arm wrestle effortlessly. This tactic was absolutely dirty and impossible to defend against. However, one couldn't point out Qin Feng's faults. Even if he had disturbed Buckteeth, all one could say was that Buckteeth's willpower wasn't firm enough. At least Qin Feng still used his arm strength to defeat Buckteeth in the end. "I cheated? I didn't." Qin Feng looked innocently at Buckteeth and said, "Oh, I know. Brother Big Black Teeth, You just don't want to drink after you lost. So you're finding an excuse to say I cheated? Qin Feng spoke with a look of sudden realization. All right, then even if I did cheat, isn't it just one bottle of beer? How about I drink it for brother Big Black Teeth? Would that be fine? After seeing Qin Feng's convincing act, Buck Teeth wanted to kill someone. As someone who hung around the streets, face was the most important to him. So how could he let Qin Feng drink for him? That was undisguised face-slapping. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. Does this count as winning? It's just a bottle of beer. I, Big Brother Buck Teeth, would need you to help me drink it? What a joke. Buck Teeth glared harshly at Qin Feng. He picked up a bottle of beer beside him and drank it down. As expected, his alcohol tolerance was much better than that of students like Su Xiaobai. He drank quickly and fiercely, and after drinking one bottle of beer, he felt nothing at all. Bang! After drinking one bottle, Buck Teeth grimly slammed the beer bottle on the table. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng and said coldly, "Stinking brat, you cheated during the contest at first, and your elder is dissatisfied. Would you dare go another round with your elder? Go again? Why don't we forget about it? I really don't know how to arm wrestle," Qin Feng said while looking hesitantly at Buck Teeth. "You're a man. Why are you so bashful? It's just arm wrestling. Look at how you're frightened like a woman." After seeing Qin Feng shrink back a bit, Buck Teeth began to provoke Qin Feng. "Then let's go another round." Qin Feng suddenly smiled. "Let's go. We must go another round. We can go another round, but we have to change the punishment." Qin Feng looked nonchalantly at Buck Teeth and said, "Drinking a bottle of beer if you lose is too weak. Why don't we add more?" Buck Teeth was certain that he lost the last round only because Qin Feng distracted him. Buck Teeth was extremely self-confident about this next round. When he was on the streets those years ago, he had been pretty strong. At the very least, he could take care of a soft-skinned, pretty boy like Qin Feng. Thus, once Qin Feng suggested strengthening the punishment, Buck Teeth almost couldn't help but laugh aloud. He said immediately, Okay, if you lose this time, we'll make it 3 bottles. 3 bottles? Isn't that too little? Qin Feng said, shaking his head. Haha, it really is too little. How about this? Let's just make it 10 bottles. I'm only worried you wouldn't dare to do it. At this time, Buck Teeth began questioning Qin Feng's intelligence. This brat was simply talking himself into trouble. Qin Feng glanced at the 5 packs of beer on the table. He pointed at them and said, "How about this? Whoever loses the arm wrestling ma this time must drink all 5 packs of beer." When Qin Feng said this, the spectators in the private room all gasped. They really couldn't guess what Qin Feng's intentions were. They wondered where this person got his confidence and what he really wanted to do. Su Xiaobai and his group in particular were people who had fallen at Qin Feng's hands, and they were definitely more vigilant against him. When they saw how calm and composed Qin Feng was, they were a bit worried for Buck Teeth. "Big brother, Buck Teeth, we're all gathered here for some fun. I think we should forget about this punishment of 5 packs of beer." Su Xiaobai suddenly stepped in and urged Buck Teeth. Although he also thought, based on appearances, that Big Brother Buck Teeth had a better chance of winning the arm wrestling ma, there was a kind of nameless worry within him. Qin Feng was too strange. How could we forget about it? Buck Teeth glared at Su Xiaobai unhappily. He wondered if this brat's head got smashed in a door and messed up. "You clearly brought over your elder to clean up Qin Feng, but you've been helping Qin Feng the whole night. Isn't this crazy?" A promise from a man of character cannot be retracted. We absolutely can't just forget about it. Whoever loses this ma will drink 5 packs of beer. Whoever doesn't dare to do it is a coward, and whoever doesn't drink the beer is a bastard. Buck Teeth had just lost to Qin Feng, so how could he let him off so easily? He was already prepared to fiercely slap Qin Feng in the face. With a wave of his large hand and boundless loftiness, He looked as though 14 horses couldn't deter him. Okay, then that's the plan. Qin Feng replied very happily. The two held hands again and sat properly face to face. Coxcomb sat beside Qin Feng and continued to serve as a judge. Stinking brat, if you have something to say it all now. When I yell start later, the competition will begin officially. If you yell stop again, it won't count. Coxcomb was smarter this time after last time's lesson. He directly cut off Qin Feng's escape route for cheating. These words made Buckteeth beam with joy. He liked these 4 lackeys of his more and more. They were each cleverer than the last. Qin Feng didn't say anything, and Lu Xiaojia looked over worriedly. Big brother Feng, why don't we forget about it? Let's not compete anymore. After hearing the loser would have to drink 5 packs of beer, she was so shocked that her expression changed. If Qin Feng really lost, then wouldn't he drink himself to death? Xiaojia, don't worry. Just stand to the side and wah. Qin Feng finished speaking, and then he added, It would be best if you could stand farther away. This was Qin Feng's second time reminding Lu Xiaojia to stand farther away. No one understood his meaning, not even Lu Xiaojia. Wasn't it just arm wrestling? Why should she stand far away? We can start now, right? Coxcomb asked coldly after waiting for the people in the room to quiet down. Wait. Qin Feng suddenly waved his hand, looked at Buckteeth and said earnestly, Brother Big Black Teeth, before this competition, do we want to set life or death conditions? The strength Buckteeth had just mustered dissipated instantly. He said forcibly through clenched teeth, No. He wanted to stab this brat Qin Feng blade by blade. Weren't they just arm wrestling? Was there a need to be so dramatic and set life or death conditions? Really? Qin Feng looked very serious. Then should we first buy some insurance for your hand? No need. Buckteeth glared coldly at Qin Feng and then smiled thoughtfully. Brat, if you still want to use this move to deceive your elder, I'd urge you to save it. This time, I absolutely will not fall into your trap. Qin Feng originally wanted to make these proposals to Buckteeth out of the goodness of his heart. When he saw how ungrateful Buckteeth was, he could only shake his head. He had external stage 3 abilities at the moment, and even if he didn't use his intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, his strength was 250 kilograms, 5 times a normal person's. He only had to use some strength, and he could instantly pinch Buckteeth's arm into powder. This brat still didn't want to buy insurance, so he was clearly treating his life like child's play. Okay, then we can start. Qin Feng suddenly said. Buckteeth and Coxcomb let out a long breath. This Qin Feng was finally ready to begin. Coxcomb exchanged glances with Buckteeth. When he saw Buckteeth nod at him, he suddenly yelled, Start! Once he spoke, Buckteeth used all the strength in his body to try and instantly defeat Qin Feng. However, when he used all the strength he had from drinking milk, he found that Qin Feng's arm was a towering mountain that would not budge, no matter how much strength he used. At this time, Buckteeth's face turned completely scarlet. His veins popped out of his forehead, and beads of sweat as large as beans dripped down. Then he saw Qin Feng looking completely at ease. Qin Feng raised his crossed legs and smiled evilly at Buckteeth. The two of them had polar opposite reactions. One was fighting for his life in deep distress, while the other looked like he was relaxing in a hot spring while being massaged by beautiful women. This difference stunned the audience, and they even began to wonder whether or not this was a battle of acting skills as opposed to an arm wrestling ma. Based on Buckteeth's acting, he was a shoo-in for Best Actor at the Oscars. Just as the audience was astonished and trying to make sense of the situation, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Brother Big Black Teeth, has the competition begun? Once he did, the audience was thunderstruck, and the corners of their mouths quirked upward. They felt that Buckteeth's acting was a bit too exaggerated because Qin Feng didn't look like a really strong person. As a result, they found out that Qin Feng hadn't even started. So if he really used his strength, wouldn't he break Buck Teeth's arm? If the competition has begun, you have to tell me. I don't really know how to arm wrestle, and I don't know the rules. Don't defraud me. Qin Feng said with utter seriousness when he noticed that Buck Teeth said nothing. It's already started. Buck Teeth used all his strength and squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. It's already started? Then why aren't you using any strength, brother Big Black Teeth? You can't let me win again. I'd feel very apologetic, Qin Feng said with a laugh. Big Black Teeth didn't even have the strength to get angry. He finally saw how strong Qin Feng was. Though this guy looked soft-skinned, he possessed extraordinary strength. No matter how much strength Buck Teeth used, it was useless against Qin Feng. Since the competition has begun, then I'll begin to use strength. Qin Feng's expression suddenly dropped, and he laughed coldly while looking at Buck Teeth. Brother Big Black Teeth, get ready. Qin Feng's smile was sinister and icy. It suddenly gave Buck Teeth an ominous feeling. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when he suddenly exerted his strength and burst out with 250 kilograms of power. Pop! Since 250 kilograms of strength was enormous, how could Buck Teeth's little elbow withstand it? The anger pent up in his chest suddenly sank, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed Coxcomb's face, making Coxcomb extremely disgusted. As expected, Brother Big Black Teeth really was hiding a secret weapon. Good thing I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been hit. Qin Feng laughed as he dodged this mouthful of black blood. He applied strength again. With a crisp ka-cha, the spectators were met with an extremely strange sight. They only saw Qin Feng snap Buck Teeth's wrist. His arm was still upright on the table, while his wrist and fist were pressed onto the table by Qin Feng. Brother Big Black Teeth, I don't really know how to play this arm wrestling game, and I don't know the rules. In this case, did I win? Qin Feng gave Buck Teeth's deformed wrist an indifferent look and asked doubtfully. Big Black Teeth looked at his broken arm, and his eyes were filled with shock and terror. He even forgot about the pain. Brother Big Black Teeth, why aren't you saying anything? Qin Feng suddenly and ruthlessly slapped Buck Teeth's broken arm. Buck Teeth immediately came back to his senses and pitifully wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Ow. It hurts. It fucking hurts like hell. You actually dared to break this elder's wrist, brat? Brothers, hurry and cripple this brat. This elder wants to personally see his arms get broken. Since Qin Feng broke Buck Teeth's wrist, Buck Teeth shed all pretense and shouted at his 4 lackeys. These 4 people came back to their senses from the shock, hurriedly picked up empty beer bottles from the table, and pounced on Qin Feng. Stinking brat, you had the guts to hurt our big brother Buck Teeth? You must not want to be able to hang around in Acropolis anymore. Coxcomb was the closest to Qin Feng, and he was the first to raise an empty beer bottle and smash it toward Qin Feng. He had just been sprayed in the face with black blood, so he looked pretty frightening. Qin Feng curled his lips, not waiting for Coxcomb to get closer. He delivered a flying kick that landed accurately on Coxcomb's stomach. An enormous force instantly passed through the lackey's abdomen, and in the next second, Coxcomb's whole body was sent flying. He crashed into the wall of the private room. The tremor knocked the clock off the wall. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. This is Boss Feng. Stinking brat, I'd advise you to hurry and tie your hands and prepare to be captured. When we 3 brothers get angry, even beasts are afraid of us. Once the remaining 3 lackeys saw Qin Feng kick Coxcomb, they suddenly stopped. They began to tremble internally, but still put up a strong and unperturbed front. By beasts, do you mean domestic birds? Qin Feng smiled at the 3 of them. Even if this older brother doesn't burst out in anger, Common domestic fowl like chicken, ducks, and geese are afraid when they see me. A scholar prefers death over humiliation. These 3 lackeys could get beaten up by Qin Feng, but they couldn't tolerate Qin Feng's insults because there were a good number of little beauties in the private room weighing. "Stinking brat, you want to get hit?" The 3 of them held up empty beer bottles again and pounced at Qin Feng together. This time, Qin Feng took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. He lightly tapped his foot and arrived in front of one of them in the blink of an eye. He waved his hand and sent the man and his empty bottle flying. Bang! Qin Feng caught the flying empty bottle, turned his hand over, and ruthlessly smashed it on a second person's head. That lackey swayed a couple of times, then fell over. A fist and a bottle toppled 2 lackeys. The movements were quick, violent, and smooth. The 3rd lackey didn't even see what happened clearly, and his 2 comrades fell. Now he was left to face Qin Feng alone. Qin Feng didn't need to do anything, yet the lackey's legs already turned to jelly. He directly sank to his knees in front of Qin Feng. "Boss, why you can shame me, but please don't hit me, okay?" After kneeling down, he began to beg for mercy. At this time, the door to the private room was suddenly smashed open. 5 or 6 strong men rushed in quickly. Once they entered, they stood in 2 lines. Then a tall and sturdy man with long hair walked leisurely into the room. He faintly exuded the aggressiveness of a leader. Once Longhair entered the room, his gaze swept indifferently within it. He opened his mouth to say, "What happened here? Why are you fighting on this elder's territory?" The man who entered was Longhair, who managed the phone group. He was in the middle of monitoring the private room section when he heard intense fighting sounds coming from the room. Thus, he brought his men, and they rushed in. When Buckteeth and his 4 lackeys saw Longhair, they were so frightened that they wanted to die. They were all from the streets, so of course they had heard of the infamous Longhair and his 2 brothers, especially since these 3 became the top-ranked subject of the news in the Acropolis underground recently. Rumors about the 3 of them were everywhere. These 3 spent a month to form the phone group, a new power, and even took over the wild wolf gang's territory in the northern district. They were truly brave and scheming. The 3 brothers' positions developed, and they were now equals with the boss of the wild wolf gang. This Feition bar was opened by the 3 brothers, and no one dared to cause trouble in their territory. Now that Longhair personally came here to inquire about the situation, Buckteeth's teeth began to chatter. "Big brother Longhair, and my brothers, and I came here to buy things. That brat drank too much and wanted to take advantage of these little beauties, and I couldn't just stand there and wah. So I stood up to convince the brat not to do so. In the end, not only did he not listen, he even took to fighting. He's really too arrogant. Since Buckteeth and his men were in the streets often, how could they not get cut? If they didn't want to get cut, their reaction speeds had to be really fast. Buckteeth had been in the streets for so long, and he didn't really learn anything other than training his reaction speed into becoming extremely fast. A second ago, he was worried he would die, but now he rushed up in front of Longhair and began presenting his charges against Qin Feng. Right, that brat had too many drinks and wanted to disrespect my female classmates. In the end, he began to fight. This person is too shameless. Su Xiaobai also reacted. He immediately went along with big brother Buckteeth's words and began to frame Qin Feng. After hearing the 2 men's stories, Longhair's face fell. If someone dared cause a ruckus on his land, they were clearly looking to die. He looked in the direction that the 2 pointed. Once his gaze fell on Qin Feng's face, his expression changed dramatically. He looked as terrified as someone who saw a ghost. He never would have thought that the shameless beast these people were talking about was actually boss young Master Qin. Qin Feng saw Longhair coming, and he smiled happily as he walked up to him. Buckteeth and Su Xiaobai pointed at Qin Feng with icy expressions and yelled, "Big brother Longhair, it's this brat. Look at how arrogant he is, he's even smiling. He clearly isn't taking you seriously." Big brother Longhair. You have to teach this brat a good lesson, and let him know who exactly Acropolis's northern district belongs to. The two people directed the blame at Qin Feng in unison. At this time Longhair was stunned. Him clean up young Master Qin? He wouldn't have the guts to do that if someone lent him 10 guts. The girls were badly frightened by Longhair's group, who had suddenly burst in. These people were clearly very powerful. Their bodies exuded light gusts of evil, making the little girls who hadn't seen much of society shudder. Among them, the most nervous was Lu Xiaojia. She was worried that these people would bully Qin Feng when she saw the expression of the stalwart man with the long hair suddenly become fierce. He swung his thick arms and slapped ruthlessly. Slap! This slap employed all his strength, and it fell with an enormous sound. However, the slap fell on a surprising location. It didn't fall on Qin Feng's face. It fell accurately on Big Brother Buckteeth's head. After the slap fell, Longhair roared, "Fuck, you dare to yell at Boss Feng and frame him? See how this elder will beat you to death." Then he lifted his arm and slapped Su Xiaobai in the face. Slap! Su Xiaobai was tall, thin, and weak. After getting slapped once by Longhair, he spun 3 times and stars filled his vision. "Big brother Longhair, did you hit the wrong people? The troublemaking brat is there." Buckteeth covered his head with an astonished expression. He still hadn't made sense of the situation. Longhair gave him another big slap in the face and yelled ferociously, "Wrong your ass. That is your Boss Feng. How dare you call him a brat?" Longhair was angered to death by Buckteeth and Su Xiaobai. He was deeply frightened that these two would say more irreverent things about Qin Feng. At this time, he used both hands to slap simultaneously and didn't give them a sliver of a chance to open their mouths. Everyone else stared at the scene with so much shock that their eyeballs almost fell out. Even if they were dumber than they currently were, they'd still understand that this Qin Feng evidently had a powerful role. "Fuck, 2 little tramps. Since you came to the Fei Tian bar and looked for trouble with Boss Feng, it seems that you are tired of living. You 4, come here, drag these 2 outside, break their arms and legs, and throw them into the dumpsters out back." Longhair slapped Su Xiaobai and Buckteeth tens of times. He hit them until his own hands began to hurt. 4 of Longhair's men immediately ran over and dragged the 2 unconscious people outside. Su Xiaobai's 4 lackeys and Buckteeth's 4 lackeys were stunned. They were so frightened that they trembled from head to toe. They could only wah helplessly as their bosses were dragged away, and they had no opportunity to resist. "Big brother Feng, let's just let it go." Lu Xiaojia suddenly ran to Qin Feng's side and looked fearfully at him. Since Su Xiaobai was her classmate and she heard the big and strong Longhair state that they were going to break the 2 people's arms and legs, she felt that the punishment for them was too severe. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Longhair's men stopped immediately. His gaze swept over the room and finally fell on Su Xiaobai's 4 lackeys. He said indifferently, "I'll spare you all for Xiaojia's sake this time. In the future, don't bother Xiaojia again, and in particular, don't have intentions of hitting on her. For some things, even if they aren't said aloud, they'll still be known. If you dare have any unacceptable thoughts toward Xiaojia again, I'll personally come looking for you." Lu Xiaojia still didn't realize Su Xiaobai's plans for tonight, but Qin Feng had known what they were right from the beginning. However, he didn't explain the situation to Lu Xiaojia because it was too dirty, and Qin Feng didn't want Lu Xiaojia to be exposed to the wickedness of the world too early. He wanted to intimidate Su Xiaobai and his people. Based on the fear on the faces of Su Xiaobai's lackeys, they were already shaken by Qin Feng. "Big brother, we won't do it again." The 4 people immediately swore to Qin Feng. "You all can scram." Qin Feng waved his hand and suddenly added, "Su Xiaobai reserved this room today. Longhair, go return the money. Tonight, I'll pay for the expenses of Lu Xiaojia's birthday party. Don't let these people taint her birthday." Boss Feng, I'll take care of it. Qin Feng had spoken, and Long Hair immediately went to carry it out. He brought everyone out of Qin Feng's private room. The previously crowded room was now left with only Qin Feng and 5 little beauties. Lu Xiaojia and her 4 classmates still hadn't recovered from their shock. They looked starry-eyed at Qin Feng, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Ahem, let's drink. Qin Feng coughed twice awkwardly and raised his glass with a smile. The 5 girls quickly regained their senses and immediately lifted their glasses. Each of them tilted their heads back and drank down their cups of draft beer. Big Brother Feng, I only called you an uncle earlier as a joke. Do not get mad. After drinking the beer, Chen Meihan looked nervously at Qin Feng. After the 5 girls discovered Qin Feng's background, they were all afraid of him. Even Fei Tianbar's boss was extremely deferential toward Qin Feng, so Qin Feng was probably a gang leader. Haha, I'm so young and handsome, yet you actually dared to call me uncle, so tell me how I wouldn't be angry? Qin Feng glared at Chen Meihan and joked with her. Chen Meihan treated it as truth and was quite afraid. Flustered, she said, Big Brother Feng, I was wrong and I won't do it next time. Let me off this once. When Qin Feng saw Chen Meihan's nervous expression, he thought to himself that this little girl could really act. He said with a laugh, I can let you off. You just have to sit here, let this big brother hug you, and give this big brother a kiss. Chen Meihan instantly found herself in a bit of a difficult position. She lowered her head shyly and gave Lu Xiaojia a pleading glance. Lu Xiaojia then regained her senses. She harshly pinched him in the waist when she thought of how Qin Feng could say such vulgar things at first. Big Brother Feng, don't scare little Mei. She's my good friend. Lu Xiaojia pouted as she glared at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction. Haha, I was just joking with little Mei. Don't be nervous. I'm not as scary as you think I am. I'm actually a kind and simple big boy. Qin Feng smiled. I trust that you can all tell. After speaking, he saw 5 girls nodding in unison. Then, Qin Feng sang with the 5 girls in the private room. In the beginning, little Mei and the other 3 girls were a bit afraid of Qin Feng, but after playing with him, they found that Qin Feng really wasn't that frightening. The 5 girls all scrambled to sing, but Lu Xiaojia sang the most movingly. Every song made Qin Feng feel as though he was returning to the days of his youth. They all had lots of fun at this birthday party, and it didn't end until 11 o'clock at night. Qin Feng brought the 5 girls out of the Fei Tian bar. He even called on Long Hair to bring the other 4 girls home safely. After exiting the bar, Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia arrived beside the Batmobile. Once Qin Feng pressed on the Lamborghini's keys, little Mei and the other 3 girls shrieked so piercingly that it could pierce their eardrums. Just previously, they kept hearing Buckteeth boast that he had a Batmobile parked at the entrance to the bar. They only understood now that Qin Feng had driven this supercar over tonight. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. Don't look for me in the future. Wow, this race car is too awesome. Awesome doesn't even begin to describe it. It's a universally unmade and amazing supercar. No, I want to lean on the car, take a couple of pictures, and send it to my friends. I also want to take pictures. I want to sit in the car and take pictures. After Lu Xiaojia's 4 classmates saw Qin Feng's Batmobile, they went completely insane. These little beauties were in 9th grade and were at the age where they were into trends. Even when they spoke, they did so with various exaggerations. Without waiting for Qin Feng to agree, they all rushed up to the Lamborghini, made various charming, sexy, pure, and cute poses, and began to take selfies like crazy. Qin Feng's lips quirked when he saw the scene. He thought to himself, were these girls really afraid of me earlier? The 5 girls took pictures for a good while before finally remembering Qin Feng, the car owner. Big Brother Feng, come over and take a couple of pictures with us. Lu Xiaojia beckoned to Qin Feng and smilingly called him over. Qin Feng shook his head, helplessly, and walked up to the car. With the addition of Qin Feng, the 5 girls became even crazier. They stood in a row behind Qin Feng and made various strange poses. These girls were quite brave. They'd only known Qin Feng for a night, yet they had the guts to pose intimately with him. They hugged his neck, took his arm, and even leaned into his embrace while looking timid and cute. Qin Feng only had one feeling toward these girls' frivolous and irresponsible actions. He really liked them. Little May, you guys stand to the side. I want to take a picture with just me and Big Brother Feng. Lu Xiaojia suddenly took Qin Feng's arm and pushed the other 4 girls away. The 4 girls were extremely disgruntled and considered whether or not they wanted to cut ties with Lu Xiaojia tonight. Big Brother Feng, let's make a heart. Only Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia remained in front of the Lamborghini. Lu Xiaojia lifted a soft arm and made half a heart shape by placing her hand on the top of her head. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xiaojia with unwillingness. After Lu Xiaojia acted cute 3 times, he raised his arm and formed the other half of the heart. The 2 of them had a bit of a height difference, so Qin Feng did a half squat and Lu Xiaojia stood on tiptoe. They stuck their faces close together. Lu Xiaojia held Qin Feng's arm, and Qin Feng casually hugged Lu Xiaojia's waist. With the scene of debauchery as their backdrop, it really was a beautiful image. Big Brother Feng smiled. Xiaojia is going to begin taking the picture. Lu Xiaojia's soft little hand raised her camera high, and she smiled very sweetly. Qin Feng smiled handsomely with a stalwart expression. He was even more photogenic on camera. When Lu Xiaojia saw it, she was a bit infatuated. Xiaojia, we're going first. Now you won't have to share your Big Brother Feng. You must be happy. Lu Xiaojia was about to take the picture when Chen Meihan and the other 3 girls waved at her and got into Longhair's Buick minivan. Lu Xiaojia spontaneously turned her head and planted a kiss on Qin Feng's face. Then she pressed the icon to take the picture. Kacha! With a flash, the warm, lovey-dovey scene was captured and saved forever on Lu Xiaojia's cell phone. It wasn't Lu Xiaojia's first time kissing Qin Feng. She already gave in and kissed Qin Feng on the way over, but now that this kiss scene was captured in a picture and saved, the feeling was completely different. Lu Xiaojia only regained her senses a while after the picture was taken. She immediately extracted herself from Qin Feng's embrace, and her face was completely red. She lowered her head and dove into the front passenger seat of the car. Qin Feng touched his wet cheek, smiled slightly, and got into the car as well. He looked at Lu Xiaojia and said, Xiaojia, that picture didn't come out well at first. You turned your head a bit in the end. Shouldn't I also turn my head? Why don't we take the picture over again? Lu Xiaojia had turned her head to kiss Qin Feng's face. If Qin Feng turned his head as well, then they'd kiss each other on the lips. Big Brother Feng, in your dreams. Lu Xiaojia's clear and beautiful eyes were filled with mirth as she looked at Qin Feng and shook her fist. Acropolis City's night view wasn't bad. The roads were lit by amber streetlights on both sides. There were very few cars on the road, and the willows on the roadsides danced in the wind. Qin Feng lowered the roof of the Lamborghini and drove at top speed. They left car after car in the dust, and all one could hear was the sound of the wind. With a satisfied expression, Lu Xiaojia basked in the speed and excitement. She couldn't help but think of what Buckteeth said earlier, and her face turned completely red. Do you know why rich people love driving convertible sports cars? Because you can scream and shake the car at the same time. Now that's great. Little sister Xiaojia, you're already home safely. Who knew how long later? The car stopped at the entrance of a villa. Lu Xiaojia opened her eyes to find that she was already home. Along the way, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the speed and excitement as she recounted every detail of her 16 years of life. Ever since she was young, she and her older sister depended on one another, and she had even forgotten what her parents looked like. Though her older sister always gave her the best life, Lu Xiaojia still felt really lonely inside. She didn't have very many memories of her youth, and she had even fewer good memories, especially because she had too few good childhood memories. Every time she thought about the past, she worked harder to remember the few instances of happiness. Tonight, another happy memory was added to her lovely youth. This was an unforgettable birthday, an unforgettable night. Lu Xiaojia knew that she would remember tonight and remember Qin Feng for a lifetime. Big brother Feng, thank you for spending my birthday with me tonight. Little sister Xiaojia is really happy. I'm going to go home first, and when there's time, little sister Xiaojia will look for you again. Lu Xiaojia flashed Qin Feng a sweet smile. She had just opened the car door and prepared to get out when she suddenly thought of something and sat back down. She hugged Qin Feng's neck and kissed his cheek. Bye, big brother Qin Feng. After kissing Qin Feng, Lu Xiaojia lowered her charming blushing face and was about to get out of the car like a frightened rabbit. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Lu Xiaojia's wrist. Big brother Feng, was there something else? Lu Xiaojia's frantic heart beat even more quickly after Qin Feng suddenly grabbed her arm. A good number of thoughts passed through her head at once, especially those that included Qin Feng suddenly pouncing on her and pressing her down. When these thoughts arose, Lu Xiaojia didn't hate them. She was merely nervous, afraid, and a bit expectant. However, when Lu Xiaojia lifted her head to peek at Qin Feng's cold and serious expression, she knew the possibility of that scenario was zero. Xiaojia, I'm usually really busy, so don't look for me in the future. Qin Feng suddenly spoke after holding Lu Xiaojia's hand quietly for a good while. Lu Xiaojia's wildly thrashing heart suddenly skipped a beat, then stopped, and a bad premonition stirred within her. Big brother Feng, little sister Xiaojia knows you're usually busy at work. I won't carelessly bother you. I'll wait until the weekends when we're both off to look for you. Lu Xiaojia did her best to control her emotions as she continued to smile sweetly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sighed and said very seriously, Xiaojia, you're a smart girl and you know what I mean. In the future, study well and don't let down your older sister and waste the hard work she put into raising you. I also have my own life, so let's pretend we never met and will never meet again. What must come would inevitably come. As an adult, Qin Feng thought he ought to step up to say these hurtful words. It was true that he was a hedonistic young master, but Qin Feng had his limits. He never harmed underage girls. Every time he was dissolute and unruly, it was consensual. Beginning from tonight and his interactions with Lu Xiaojia, he could tell from the expressions she revealed that she had feelings for him. These feelings were very complicated. They were a bit like the dependency on a big brother mixed with the inexperienced ambiguity between lovers. Qin Feng knew that girls Lu Xiaojia's age were very susceptible to falling in love because they didn't yet understand it. They were inexperienced and kind. They were budding. They might like a person because of a smile or praise from that person. Love at this age was the most sincere, guilt-free, and simple. Qin Feng felt that he didn't deserve to have this kind of love. He didn't want to sully this purity, and most importantly, he didn't want to pollute Lu Xiaojia's most precious memories of inexperience. Thus, once Qin Feng discovered Lu Xiaojia had developed some feelings for him, he moved decisively. He had to end this fruitless emotion and kill it in the cradle. Splatter! A sparkling tear dripped down Lu Xiaojia's charming face and fell on Qin Feng's shoulder. Lu Xiaojia's soft and small pink hand grasped Qin Feng's shoulder and refused to let go. Xiaojia, hurry and go upstairs. I have to go home as well. Lu Xiaojia's reed expression made Qin Feng's heart ache. However, he clenched his teeth and flung Lu Xiaojia's little hand away. Big brother Feng, can we not even be friends? What did little sister Xiao Jia do wrong? Tell me, and I'll fix it for sure. The corners of Lu Xiaojia's eyes brimmed with tears as she raised her head and looked sadly at Qin Feng. She still hadn't regained her senses. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why did Big Brother Feng suddenly become so heartless? Nowadays in this society, 3 years is a generation gap, and I'm 6 years older than you. There are 2 of these chasms between us. Our lives are too different, so we shouldn't be friends. Qin Feng turned and didn't dare look into Lu Xiaojia's clear eyes. He said heartlessly, "Hurry and get out of the car. I have to go now." The atmosphere instantly turned cold. The inside of the car seemed to turn into ice. One could only hear Lu Xiaojia's heavy breathing and quiet sobs. Big Brother Feng, I still have a pretty older sister. Why don't I introduce her to you? Lu Xiaojia was quiet for a while, then suddenly lifted her head and looked up at the villa. She saw that the light was on and knew her older sister was home. My older sister is home. I can take you upstairs, and we can still be good friends in the future, right? Lu Xiaojia extended her hand to grasp Qin Feng's arm again. She pouted and looked pitifully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. This was too enticing for Qin Feng because when he looked at Lu Xiaojia, he knew her sister had to be really beautiful. Qin Feng shoved Lu Xiaojia's little hand away once again and spoke solemnly, "Xiaojia, I have a girlfriend and not just one. Go home." This time, Lu Xiaojia's heart fell completely into the depths of the valley. An empty wave of despair and disappointment arose within her. A while later, Lu Xiaojia suddenly spoke, "Big Brother Qin Feng, I'm leaving." She didn't look at Qin Feng again. She opened the car door and exited the vehicle. Qin Feng was in no hurry to go home. He sat in the car and weighed Lu Xiaojia's back. Her slender figure, white dress shirt, florid and checkered short skirt, and slender legs clad in rainbow cotton socks were filled with youthfulness and piqued Qin Feng's interest. The voice-controlled lights at the bottom of the villa elongated Lu Xiaojia's shadow and made it really long. Her lowered head and her shaking shoulders showed that she was clearly still crying. The tens of steps seemed to last a century. In the end, she disappeared into the building. It was over. This chance encounter arrived thrillingly and left satisfactorily and happily. It would become a beautiful and unforgettable memory in Qin Feng's life that he would inadvertently think of occasionally in the future, and his lips would curve brilliantly. That was already really good. Bye, little sister Xiaojia. Bye, Big Brother Qin Feng. Chapter 233. Chapter 233. A Lifetime with Big Sister. Lu Xiaojia returned to the villa, but didn't go upstairs. Once she entered, she squatted by the doorway and wept bitterly. At the bottom of her heart, she was a bit angry at Qin Feng. She was angry that Big Brother Feng changed so many times, angry at how unfeeling he was. Up until now, Lu Xiaojia still couldn't understand why Qin Feng rejected her. She admitted to herself that she developed some romantic feelings toward Qin Feng, and she knew that Qin Feng chose not to see her again because he didn't want to hurt her. However, Lu Xiaojia thought these things didn't form any sort of conflict because she trusted Qin Feng, thought well of Qin Feng, and liked Qin Feng. Was she doomed to be with people like Su Xiaobai in order to possess beautiful memories and pure feelings? Love defies age, and pure and guilt-free emotions in particular cannot be defined by age. "Xiaojia, are you home? Why are you crying?" A woman in the villa suddenly came downstairs. She wore a white muslin nightgown, completely exhibiting her curtained, slender figure. The bottom of the skirt covered the tops of her thighs, revealing a pair of slender, fair, and jade-like legs. The woman's hair was twisted casually at the back of her head, revealing her beautiful, refined, and charming face. She had a high nose bridge and large eyes, and her attractive eyebrows were furrowed. She quickly ran downstairs, bearing her soft and fair feet. She then arrived beside Lu Xiaojia. "Big sister Wa." After seeing her big sister come downstairs, Lu Xiaojia instantly threw herself into her sister's embrace and released all the grievances that filled her heart. She cried incessantly. Her sad and inconsolable expression broke her older sister's heart. The two sisters had depended on one another from an early age. At this time, they were locked in a tight embrace, and the scene was very moving. The two sisters didn't look very similar, but they were both as beautiful as fairies. If Qin Feng had been there, he would have been stunned by Lu Xiaojia's older sister's looks. This wouldn't be solely because she was too beautiful, but because he knew her. She was Lu Wenjing, whom he'd been looking for recently. Xiaojia, don't cry. Tell your big sister. What happened? Lu Wenjing hugged her little sister tightly and had a look of worry as she brushed away Lu Xiaojia's tears. Has someone bullied you? Your big sister will help you take care of those bad people. Lu Xiaojia cried in Lu Wenjing's embrace for a good while. Then her emotions slowly stabilized and she lifted her head to look at her older sister. Big sister, I am fine now. Fine? How can you be fine? Your older sister hasn't even seen you cry all these years, and you cried so intensely today, so something big must have happened. Hurry and tell me, or else I'll be worried to death. Lu Wenjing knew her younger sister was really strong. In order not to worry her, her younger sister kept everything to herself even if she suffered injustices. This time, once her little sister came home, she wailed, so Lu Wenjing was very frightened. Big sis, it's really nothing. After Lu Xiaojia stabilized her emotions, she suddenly realized that she couldn't tell her big sister about Qin Feng. If her big sister knew she had puppy love, she'd whip her to death. I'm 16 today, and I'm another year older. Once I thought about this, I became so sad that I began to cry. Lu Xiaojia turned her black eyes and smiled at her big sister. Uft. Lu Wenjing was tickled pink by her little sister. She covered her mouth and scolded her while laughing. You stinking brat, you're only 16 and your big sister is 21. Look at how you're crying. If that's the case, won't your big sister have to hang herself? Big sis, don't say that. Xiao Jia doesn't want you to die. I want you to stay by my side forever. Lu Xiaojia suddenly hugged her older sister and spoke to her earnestly while looking at her. A surge of warmth arose in Lu Wenjing's heart. She caressed Lu Xiaojia's beautiful hair and smiled as she said, Okay, big sister promises not to say things like that again. However, big sister can't stay with you forever. When you grow up, you're sure to have someone you like. At the time, you'll get married and form a family, and big sister won't be able to look after you. Lu Xiaojia pouted unhappily and shook Lu Wenjing's shoulders and acted cute. I just want to be with big sister forever. Then you're not getting married in the future, Lu Wenjing said to her little sister, smiling. Lu Xiaojia pursed her lips and thought for a while. Then she suddenly smiled. I'll marry the same man as big sister. Bullshit! This response shocked Lu Wenjing, and she immediately and fiercely lectured her little sister. Xiaojia, you're still young, and big sister won't blame you for not understanding things about romance. But don't ever say something like that again. If someone else heard it, they'd think you've gone crazy. Lu Xiaojia nodded, but felt wronged. She didn't see what was wrong with marrying the same man as her sister. That way, she could always be with her big sister, so wasn't that great? Xiaojia, since today is your birthday, big sister won't comment on your coming house so late. But you can't do this in the future, you hear? I know. Don't worry about me, big sister. Xiaojia is very obedient. Lu Xiaojia took Lu Wenjing's arm, and the two of them walked upstairs together. Lu Wenjing naturally knew her obedient younger sister well. She patted her sister's head with satisfaction. Her expression suddenly changed drastically because she faintly smelled the scent of a man on her younger sister. And this man's scent seemed a bit familiar. Xiaojia, who did you go out with tonight? Were there boys? Did they do anything to you? Lu Wenjing took Lu Xiaojia to Lu Wenjing's room and shot a good number of questions right after entering the room. Lu Xiaojia's expression was clearly frantic, and she didn't dare meet Lu Wenjing's eyes. Just some classmates, Chen Meihan and the other 3 girls, and Su Xiaobai and a couple of other boys. Big sister, all of them. I wouldn't do anything crazy. Lu Wenjing still wasn't very reassured. She neared Lu Xiaojia's body and sniffed closely. The light, manly smell became stronger, and Lu Wenjing was certain she smelled it before. But where? She couldn't remember that instant. Xiaojia! This clearly isn't the smell of a middle school boy. It should be the smell of an adult man. Lu Wenjing stared severely at Lu Xiaojia and asked, "Who are you with tonight? You smell like alcohol as well. You've been following bad examples, more and more." Lu Xiaojia stared at her older sister in astonishment. She thought her older sister was too amazing, being able to determine if the scent was of someone underage or an adult just by sniffing casually. Big sister clearly had the nose of a dog. "Big sis, I went to the Fei Tian bar to celebrate my birthday with classmates. Maybe because the bar was chaotic, someone else's scent rubbed off on me. But I can assure you, big sis, that I really didn't act recklessly. I'm a very self-respecting woman." Lu Xiaojia realized she couldn't hide the truth, so she told half the truth. Lu Wenjing stared at her sister for a long while. Based on her earnest expression, it didn't look like she was lying. In the end, Lu Wenjing sighed and touched Lu Xiaojia's head. She spoke lovingly. "Okay, take off your clothes and big sis will wash them for you. Go take a bath first. In the future, you're not allowed to go to bars. This is your birthday present from me. Usually, big sis isn't home and you have to be more aware. Only take it out and play with it after you've completed your assignments." Lu Wenjing took out an exquisite box and extended it to Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia immediately opened it to find an iPad. She was so happy that she gesticulated with joy. "Big sis, then I'm going to shower. After I shower, I'm going to play some games before going to sleep." Lu Xiaojia removed her clothes in front of Lu Wenjing. Her fair, rosy skin made Lu Wenjing jealous. "That's right, Xiaojia. Why can't I see your WeChat status?" Lu Wenjing suddenly asked. Other than attending college, she spent the rest of her time working and making money to pay for her younger sister's aristocratic school tuition and their residence. Thus, she had very little time to spend with her younger sister. Lu Wenjing wanted to use her younger sister's status updates on WeChat to understand her. However, she found that after adding her sister as a friend for a couple of months, this girl hadn't even posted one status. In the end, Lu Wenjing realized that this girl must have blocked her. I don't know. Lu Xiaojia had indeed blocked Lu Wenjing mainly because she didn't want her older sister to see her how she was usually feeling. And now that her status had a picture of her with Big Brother phone, she definitely couldn't let her older sister see it. "Did you block me? Have you met some sort of stranger on WeChat, you little brat?" Lu Wenjing asked worriedly. "Don't worry about me, big sis. I'm 16 already, and I've grown up. I know how to take care of myself," Lu Xiaojia complained. Lu Wenjing shook her head. Her sister had indeed grown up, and she should have her own privacy. Lu Wenjing didn't pursue the issue. She took the clothes her little sister removed and went to wash them by hand. She washed the clothes while furrowing her attractive eyebrows. The face of a man she hated suddenly floated into her mind. When she thought of Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing angrily gritted her teeth. This man was too brazen. He'd used her, and now the one group was completely demolished, and Lu Wenjing's plans were similarly thrown into a mess. These past couple of days, she'd been looking crazily for part-time employment because the villa's rent was due soon, and she also had to get her younger sister's tuition for the next semester in order. These two were large expenses, and Lu Wenjing's brain was about to explode. Big sis, I'm done showering. Let's play a game together. Finished showering, Lu Xiaojia climbed into bed, wearing a white bathrobe. Lu Wenjing shook her head and shoved away all the worries that plagued her. When she saw her little sister's happy smile, the feeling in her heart was as sweet as could be. Even if she had to suffer more, she would agree to it. Come here, Xiaojia. Dry your hair before playing. Lu Wenjing held the hairdryer and helped Lu Xiaojia dry her hair. Lu Xiaojia lay on her older sister's thighs. She played with her older sister's hair while looking at her and saying, Big sis, you're so beautiful. Whoever marries you in the future must have luck cultivated by 8 generations. Lu Wenjing was very happy when she heard her younger sister's compliment. She smiled and said, How is Big Sis beautiful? When you grow up, you're sure to be more beautiful than me. Lu Xiaojia smiled. Her gaze fell on Lu Wenjing's full chest. Then she peeked at her own underdeveloped chest and sighed with disappointment. AI, Big Sister's chest is really big. Whoever sees it is sure to die from feeling inferior. Lu Wenjing poked her little sister's head and lectured while laughing. You darn brat, how old are you? And you're thinking of these things? Study well right now. Big sis makes you papaya juice to drink every morning. So when you go to high school and begin maturing, yours are sure to be bigger than big sister's. Once Lu Xiaojia heard that hers could be bigger than her sister's, she suddenly extended her small, soft hand and touched her sister's chest. She discovered that her small hand couldn't even grasp half of her sister's chest. Lu Wenjing was caught off guard. She suddenly cried out when her chest was squeezed. Lu Xiaojia was slightly shocked, and she smiled evilly. Big sis, what's up with you? Don't tell me you're in heat? Lu Wenjing's charming face turned completely red from embarrassment. She unhappily smacked her little sister's perky behind. You're in heat. Why are you touching just anything? If you want to touch your own. Mine are too small. I want to touch big sister's. As Lu Xiaojia spoke, she touched Lu Wenjing's chest again. A strange feeling arose in Lu Wenjing when her little sister squeezed her. She threw down the hairdryer with a huff, pushed Lu Xiaojia onto the bed, and began to attack her small chest. The 2 girls rolled around on the bed, and after being crazy for a good while, they finally stopped. They lay on their backs, panting on the bed. Big sis, do you have a boyfriend? Lu Xiaojia suddenly asked. No, Lu Wenjing resolutely replied. Want Xiaojia to introduce someone that's rich, handsome, and a very good person to you. Lu Xiaojia suddenly became excited and wanted to introduce Qin Feng to her older sister. If Qin Feng was with her sister, then she could see Qin Feng in the future. Big sis doesn't need a boyfriend right now. Wait until you're in college, Lu Wenjing answered firmly. It wasn't that she didn't want to date. She had no time to date and no energy to date. She had to take good care of her younger sister first and get her through college before thinking about things like that for herself. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Frightful people aren't actually that frightening. Royal Group, Sales Department Lobby. Qin Feng was in the middle of cleaning up his original desk. He carried a stack of files and walked toward Wang Chao's office. During the monthly performance meeting 2 days ago, Qin Feng had been appointed as the new leader of Group 2 in the sales department. Now Wang Chao's office was his. And Wang Chao, who used to sit in the office, was relocated to the sales department lobby, where he sat as equals with the normal sales representatives. Qin Feng, I'll put these reports on your desk, so when you need them, they'll be right at hand. Su Ruo helped Qin Feng move his things. At this time, she placed a large stack of documents neatly on the desk. The 2 busied themselves for a while. When they were almost done moving everything, Su Ruo was so tired she was panting and wiping her sweat with the back of her hand. Qin Feng could hardly care where the files were placed because he wasn't going to look through them. At this time, his gaze was pinned to Su Ruo's body. When he saw Su Ruo's full chest rising and falling with her breaths, and seeming as though they would burst out of her white dress shirt at any time, Qin Feng instantly pounced on her and pulled her onto his lap. "Ah, Qin Feng, what are you doing? This is the office. Hurry and let go of me." Su Ruo jumped in shock at Qin Feng's actions and immediately attempted to struggle free. However, Qin Feng was too strong. After struggling for a while, she found herself still in his embrace. "Ruo, I'm the group leader of Group 2, so I'm your superior." Qin Feng pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped Su Ruo's sweat while smiling. "You know that workplaces all have unspoken rules, especially large companies on the stock market, like Royal Group. The unspoken rules are common. If you want to do well in the company, you have to curry favor with your superiors. If I want to hug you right now, how can you resist? You should obediently lie in my embrace and act cute." After hearing Qin Feng's fallacious reasoning, Su Ruo's face darkened. When Wang Chao was group leader, she experienced being oppressed, and there were a couple of times where Wang Chao almost violated her. Now that Qin Feng had beaten down Wang Chao and become the group leader, she thought her good days were coming. She suddenly realized that this was just the beginning of another nightmare. However, when Wang Chao wanted to take advantage of Su Ruo, she was swept with disgust. When Qin Feng took advantage of her, she didn't feel that way. She was more worried that it would be bad if co-workers saw their behavior. "Qin Feng, hurry and let go. If someone comes in later, it'll be trouble." Su Ruo knew she couldn't break out of Qin Feng's hold, so she could only look at him angrily. Qin Feng touched Su Ruo's head and released her with a smile. Then he stood and pulled Su Ruo to sit on his seat. "This office is indeed better than outside. It's quiet, and I won't get disturbed when sleeping or playing games. However, my heart is a bit empty because I won't sit facing you during work." Qin Feng sat on the table and looked at Su Ruo with a smile. Su Ruo's charming face blushed slightly. In reality, she was a bit disappointed when she thought of how she wouldn't be able to see Qin Feng during work after he moved away. However, Su Ruo was more proud and happy that Qin Feng was promoted to the group leader position. "Qin Feng, your promotion is a good thing. Congratulations. It proves that Chairman Qin and Assistant Han think highly of you. Don't disappoint them. In the future, you can't sleep or play games at work. You have to do your work well." Su Ruo began to lecture Qin Feng. "Those two requests are a bit difficult. I'd need someone supervising me at all times." Qin Feng nodded solemnly and said, "How about this? Stay in my office in the future, Ruo, and supervise me." Once Su Ruo heard Qin Feng's words, she understood his intentions. If Qin Feng really was looking for someone to supervise him, that would be great. However, there was an 80% chance he was wanting to trick her into coming into his office, so he could take advantage of her. "I don't want to. I still have my own things to take care of. I'm heading out now." Su Ruo stood with a smile, wanting to leave. Qin Feng embraced her and pressed her back into the chair. He said earnestly, "Ruo, I'm serious. Sit and work here from now on. Do whatever you want and don't work yourself too hard. I'm the group leader now, and I have a lot of excellent clients and resources, so I can just give them all to you." Qin Feng was in earnest. He wanted to let Su Ruo be more relaxed and let her be happy going to work every day. Su Ruo got a bit choked up, and a warmth surged through her heart. She knew that although Qin Feng always seemed careless and hedonistic, he was someone that truly took the effort to care for and think of her. "Qin, Group Leader Qin." At this time, Wang Chao suddenly walked in. He'd now gone from being group leader to vice group leader, and he wasn't quite used to it yet. He was about to call Qin Feng's name before cawing and correcting himself halfway. Once Su Ruoro saw Wang Chao enter, she jumped in shock and immediately stood up, getting off the seat she was sitting on. She was still a bit afraid of Wang Chao. After all, he was still a vice group leader. It would definitely be bad if word went around that she was sitting in Qin Feng's seat. Qin Feng saw Su Ruo's alarmed expression and smilingly pressed her back down. He kept a hand on her shoulder and didn't move it away. Then he looked indifferently at Wang Chao and said, "Little Wang, why are you in such a hurry? And don't you know how to knock before coming in? You can't do this." Days before, Wang Chao had still been Qin Feng's superior and could command Qin Feng and Su Ruoro as he wished. Today he became Qin Feng's subordinate, and when facing Qin Feng he had to nod and bow. This feeling was like an instantaneous fall from heaven to hell. Wang Chao was extremely unhappy, but no matter how unhappy he was, he could only suppress his anger and keep it tightly sealed in his heart. Sorry, I was too rude and impetuous." Wang Chao forced a smile on his face as he spoke with Qin Feng. This scene put Su Ruoro in a bit of a daze. She knew Qin Feng was already the group leader, but she didn't feel the power and benefits of his being a group leader yet. Now, seeing the previously extremely arrogant group leader Wang Chao as a sycophant trying to curry favor, Su Ruoro could feel the power and prestige personally. "All right, today is my first day at work after getting promoted, so I won't hold it against you. Go out and knock on the door. Wait for me to call you before you enter." Qin Feng waved his hand, and Wang Chao withdrew while gritting his teeth. After exiting, Wang Chao knocked on the door lightly, then smiled joyfully and said, "Qin, Group Leader Qin, can I come in?" "Come in," said Qin Feng as he cleared his throat. Wang Chao put on a convincing vice leader act. Su Ruoro couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Group Leader Qin, these are the most recent assignments I've been working on, and I brought them to hand over to you. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me." Wang Chao placed a stack of files on the table. He came to submit his work this time. Qin Feng casually shoved the files to the ground. He said, "Little Wang, go pour me a cup of water." Qin Feng still remembered his first day working in the sales department when Wang Chao made things difficult for him and made him pour water. Now, after a month, it was finally his turn to command Wang Chao to pour him water. Coldness flashed across Wang Chao's face. He hesitated for a while, then quickly ran to pour a cup of water. He returned and said, "Group Leader Qin, your water." Qin Feng looked at the cup of water on the table and suddenly lifted his hand and slammed it on the table, causing the cup to overturn. The water inside splashed all over Wang Chao. "Little Wang, you really have no sense. Don't you see that Ruoro is sitting here as well? By pouring one cup of water, do you mean for me or Ruoro to drink it?" A cup of water splashed him, and it was freshly boiled hot water. The water burned Wang Chao, and he hopped about in pain. "Group Leader Qin, my bad. I'll pour a cup of water for you both right this instant." Though he was brimming with anger, Wang Chao didn't dare express his emotions. He also couldn't worry about his wet dress shirt that stuck to his body. He immediately ran to pour 2 cups of water. He looked at Qin Feng and Su Ruoro and said, "Group Leader Qin, the water you requested." "Beauty Ruoro, I'm really sorry I forgot about you at first. Please, don't take it to heart." At this time, Su Ruoro thought she was dreaming. She never thought the day would come where Wang Chao would pour water for her with servility. Though Qin Feng was intentionally making things difficult for Wang Chao, Su Ruoro didn't empathize with him at all. Once Su Ruoro thought about the 2 times Wang Chao almost violated her, her stomach was filled with fire. Before meeting Qin Feng, her personality was extremely weak, and she wouldn't hold grudges. However, during this time she'd been undergoing Qin Feng's training and persistent instruction, Su Ruoro had actually changed a lot. She was no longer that weak of a young lady. She could now yell at that jerk Wang Chao to his face. The last time Wang Chao almost violated her, she learned to fight back. She finally began to agree with one of Qin Feng's viewpoints. When dealing with someone as terrible as Wang Chao, one had to control evil with evil. The more you feared him and the more you gave in, the more he bullied you. This type of person would only put away his crooked thoughts if you suppressed him and made him completely afraid of you. Okay, if there's nothing else, then leave. Don't stand there as an eyesore. Qin Feng waved his arms and shooed Wang Chao away. The instant Wang Chao turned, his whole face darkened. He'd already decided that in the future, unless it was an absolute emergency, he would not go to Qin Feng's office so casually, because if he did, he'd just be looking to be oppressed. Ruoro, how does it feel? Once Wang Chao left, Qin Feng's expression became serious. He had no intention of intentionally making things difficult for someone like Wang Chao, because that was a complete waste of his great youth. Qin Feng did this as an example for Su Ruoro. This was also considered a way to teach Su Ruoro. He wanted to let her know that the people you considered frightening and formidable wouldn't always stand on your head, pressing you down. Maybe a day would suddenly come when you'd discover that they weren't much and they had to treat you with extreme deference. I feel really great. I know why you did that, and it taught me a lot. Thank you, Qin Feng. Su Ruoro was intelligent and quick-witted. She instantly understood Qin Feng's intentions. Thank yous are obligatory, but just thanking through speech doesn't express enough sincerity, Qin Feng said as he looked at Su Ruoro with a smile. A shiver ran down Su Ruoro's spine, and she felt as though her body was going to be in danger again. Then, what kind of reward do you want? Su Ruoro shrank back and looked at Qin Feng with alarm. The more she exhibited this weakness and pitifulness, the more she incited the wildness in Qin Feng's heart. What do you say? I want to eat you up in the office. Qin Feng laughed evilly and pounced on Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro didn't have enough time to dodge, and she was swept into Qin Feng's embrace. Chapter 235. Chapter 235. A famous celebrity is coming. After hugging Su Ruoro, Qin Feng didn't act recklessly. They just kissed and forgot all else. This was Su Ruoro's third time kissing Qin Feng. Her technique was a bit lacking in experience, and Qin Feng completely controlled the kiss, making Su Ruoro slowly lose herself in it. This feeling was also very strange. Su Ruoro felt her mind go blank and buzz, and her body fall limp. She initially was a bit resistant, but slowly drifted into enjoyment. She then took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's neck and respond wildly to his demands. The two of them sat on the office desk and kissed for a very long time. There was the feeling of a secret office romance, making them feel that it was very thrilling. A bang was heard. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Since Qin Feng was Group 2's group leader, the only person who could enter his office without knocking would be General Manager Li. Li Yuqin came to tell Qin Feng about the daily responsibilities of a group leader. However, the instant she pushed the door to the office open, she froze and looked as though she had been struck by lightning. She saw Su Ruoro sitting on the work desk with Qin Feng standing before it, the two of them in tight embrace. Su Ruoro's arms were around Qin Feng's neck, while Qin Feng's were around Su Ruoro's small waist, and the two were kissing fervently. Li Yuqin knocked her head, looked around her, and wondered if she'd walked into the wrong place. However, once she came to, she was certain that this was Royal Group Sales Department. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were so immersed in their kiss that they didn't notice Li Yuqin enter, so Li Yuqin could only cough twice. Ahem. The two sounds brought Su Ruoro back to her senses. She saw General Manager Li standing before her, and was so startled that she pushed Qin Feng away. She immediately lowered her head and straightened her musk clothes and hair while panic-stricken. She wanted to find a hole and hide in it. Oh, it's General Manager Li. When Qin Feng saw Li Yuqin, he wasn't as nervous as Su Ruoro. He even greeted Li Yuqin with a happy smile. Qin Feng, I have something to say to you. When Li Yuqin saw how frivolous Qin Feng looked, she wanted to punch him. She glared coldly at him. At this time, Su Ro had already straightened out her clothes and hurriedly jumped off the desk. She looked awkwardly at Li Yuqin and said, "General Manager Li, I'll leave first." Li Yuqin looked sympathetically at Su Ro and nodded. She wondered how such a good girl could get duped by this pig. "General Manager Li, why were you looking for me? Is your throat better? If you're sick, hurry and get a shot and eat medicine to get better faster." When Qin Feng saw Li Yuqin, he thought of the loving night at Qingshui town. Li Yuqin was afraid Qin Feng would bring up that matter. Her face flushed slightly, but she maintained her cool facade. She said coldly, "It's office hours right now. Don't talk about things that aren't work-related. Plus, I don't need you to worry about my personal health. I'm very thankful that you went home with me to act and trick my parents. But I hope that the situation will end here and that no one will bring it up again. In the future, we're just superior and subordinate at work. After getting off work, we have no relationship whatsoever. Qin Feng, do you understand?" Li Yuqin felt that she had to draw the line with Qin Feng. She felt that this person was too perverted. So if she remained entangled with him, she'll become the second Su Ruaro. AI. General Manager Li, you're already burning the bridge after crossing the river. If we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. It would be nice to treat you out to tea or to see a movie when we're off work. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. After Li Yuqin slept on the same bed that night with Qin Feng, the relationship between the two of them already shifted. Even if Li Yuqin didn't want to admit it, she and Qin Feng had gotten a lot closer. "Would we be getting a room after seeing the movie?" said Li Yuqin as she glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked solemnly at Li Yuqin and said, "General Manager Li, how can you say that? We aren't too familiar with one another, so wouldn't it be too quick to get a room after eating a meal and seeing a movie?" Li Yuqin stared at Qin Feng in astonishment and was in the middle of wondering when this guy changed when she heard what he said next. "Actually, I have trouble, and I'm not used to sleeping in strange beds. How about this? After we see the movie, I'll take General Manager Li to see the Qin Manor, and we can stay in my room at night. What do you think?" "I have nothing good to say about it." Li Yuqin glared at Qin Feng and decided to stop playing along with him. She changed the topic to a serious one. "Qin Feng, I came looking for you this time for something important. In a couple of days, a famous celebrity is coming as a guest to boost the mood for the grand opening of Royal Group's Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2. This celebrity is very famous all throughout China, so the Royal Group attaches particular importance to her arrival. And the assignment to host this famous celebrity has fallen to our sales department. Assistant Han and Chairman Qin intend you to lead the hosting assignment. They say you are gentle and considerate in your treatment of women. Of course, she's a beauty." "Ha ha ha." Qin Feng's eyes brightened and he laughed thrice. "General Manager Li, don't worry. No one in Royal Group would be more qualified for the job than me. I definitely won't disappoint the expectations and great kindness of Royal Group's upper management and General Manager Li." "That's right, which celebrity?" Qin Feng asked with an impatient expression. When Li Yuqin saw Qin Feng's vulgar expression, she yelled unhappily, "Rao Sherman." "Fuck, Rao Sherman is coming to our company? That's amazing." When Qin Feng heard Rao Sherman, his eyes glazed over. This girl was an A-list celebrity and the most popular in the movie and television circles. Not only was she beautiful, she could also sing and dance and was proficient in all kinds of things. The main point was that since this girl debuted, she'd never gotten into a scandal. There were no overly heated scenes in her movies or television shows, and even in kissing scenes, strategic positioning or a stunt double was used. This woman was dubbed the entertainment industry's pure jade girl. She was a white lily that grew from mud but remained untainted. Qin Feng, I think you've misunderstood the company's intentions. When she saw Qin Feng about to drool, Liu Qin couldn't help but strictly instruct. The company wants you to pick up Rao Sherman at the airport. And the day of the grand opening of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2, take Rao Sherman on the proper course and ensure her safety. If you harbor any salacious thoughts toward her, I believe someone else will need to take over the assignment, said Liu Chen in a low voice. Haha, don't be mad, General Manager Li. To tell the truth, I'm a dedicated fan of Rao Sherman. After suddenly hearing that she is coming, I'm very excited. Qin Feng immediately said, then we'll set it at that. The company absolutely cannot find someone as talented as me who can bear this huge and heavy responsibility. Liu Qin looked at Qin Feng with disdain and said coldly, more like the company cannot find someone as vulgar and shameless as you. General Manager Li, why are you always attacking me? If you're like this again, I won't be happy. I still have Auntie Li's phone number. I'll call her right now and say you aren't cooperating with me in bedroom matters. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and looked like he was going to make a call. Liu Qin hurriedly took Qin Feng's cell phone. The one she was the most afraid of was her intrepid mother. When Liu Qin calmed down and thought back on Qin Feng's question, she was also stunned. Liu Qin found that she truly was criticizing and mocking Qin Feng. As the general manager of the sales department, she actually never said these kinds of insulting words to her subordinates. She always continuously encouraged her subordinates, got rid of their weaknesses, and developed their strengths. However, when facing Qin Feng, Liu Qin found that she became another person, one who especially enjoyed attacking Qin Feng and intentionally talking about Qin Feng's negative traits. This feeling was like an inexperienced and ignorant little girl who saw the boy she liked but didn't know how to express her feelings. Thus, she intentionally argued or caused trouble with him so he could stay in her sight for a second longer, and another second. Once Liu Qin discovered she had this inclination toward Qin Feng, she got a fright. General Manager Li, give me my cell phone back. I won't call, okay? Qin Feng was terribly alarmed when he saw his cell phone in Liu Chen's grasp. This cell phone had the record of his conversations with Liu Chen, so if she saw it, his identity as young Master Qin would be exposed. Qin Feng didn't dare think of how Su Ruoro and Liu Chen would react when they found out he was young Master Qin. My cell phone has tens of action movies. Don't steal it away to Hua. The so-called action movies euphemism wasn't lost on Liu Qin at her age. The cell phone instantly became a scalding hot taro, and she immediately and frantically threw it on the desk. How disgusting! I certainly wouldn't want it. Really? Qin Feng took his cell phone back. He smiled at Liu Chen's charming and blushing face and said, since General Manager Li's reaction is so strong, you must have seen it. The next time you want to see it, look for me. I have a lot of movies. I can watch it with you. Go die. Liu Qin couldn't stay any longer. She felt as though her entire body was about to combust. Qin Feng had reached the pinnacle of shamelessness that he could even have the guts to play a joke on his immediate superior. She glared coldly at Qin Feng and ran furiously out of the office. For the entire morning, Qin Feng sat in his new office behind a locked door and played video games. No one bothered him, and he didn't hear the sounds of sales representatives making calls like their lives depended on it. Qin Feng thought this feeling was too great. At lunchtime, Su Ruoro took the initiative to knock on Qin Feng's door, but Qin Feng couldn't eat with her. He had to go to the hospital to see Lin Bei Bei and give her the blood flow bracelet. In the afternoon, Qin Feng planned to visit Zhao Lingxian's house and gift her the soul-cleansing necklace. He greeted Su Ruoro, then left Royal Group. He rode his 28 bicycle and arrived at the first hospital. In the ICU, Mother Lin weighed over Lin Bei Bei and personally cared for her daughter. She saw Qin Feng enter and greeted him. Little Feng, you've taken some time in the afternoon to come here again? You're busy at work usually, so don't be too worried. I'll take care of Bei here. Don't hold up work." Mother Lin tugged on Qin Feng's hand and had him sit on the edge of the bed. After this period of examination, Mother Lin liked Qin Feng more and more. She found that Qin Feng wasn't the dissolute and uninhibited hedonistic young master the rumors made him out to be. At least in Mother Lin's eyes, since her daughter's coma, Qin Feng typically took some time in the afternoon to see her daughter once a day. If there was a day he couldn't make it, he came the next day and would stay a little longer to make up for the prior day. Also, Qin Feng personally covered Lin Bei and Mother Lin's hospital fees and paperwork. For someone born with a gold spoon in his mouth, a rich young master who was pampered all his life, to get down and be so considerate and caring was very moving for Mother Lin. Chapter 235 2. Chapter 235 2. Bei's boyfriend. Mother Lin, I'm actually not that busy at work. Has Bei improved a little? Qin Feng laughed awkwardly when he thought about how he slept and played video games all day in royal group. Shaking her head a bit sadly, Mother Lin replied, "The doctor said there isn't much hope for her situation to turn around. There is a large chance she won't recover from this coma her whole life." After saying this, Mother Lin looked earnestly at Qin Feng. "Little Qin, you have to prepare yourself. Bei might lie in bed her whole life and need to sit in a wheelchair to get outside. She might not be able to speak and laugh, and she'll need you to care for her at all times. Could you accept this kind of Bei? If you can't accept it, that's all right. Auntie understands your difficulties. If so, leave Bei as soon as possible and don't visit her in the future because it won't be good for anyone." Mother Lin had thought about these words for a long time, and today she finally mustered the courage to say them to Qin Feng. Mother Lin was a normal woman who had experienced the trials and tribulations of life. She didn't have a background as fortunate as Qin Feng, and she definitely didn't have something as amazing as the hedonist sovereign system. She didn't know Qin Feng still had a way to save Lin Bei. She knew the doctors said her daughter's condition was very bad, and they believed Lin Bei would be in a coma forever. Even if a miracle occurred and her daughter awakened, it might be some day 8 or 10 years in the future. Mother Lin felt that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand this difficult kind of waiting. She now gave Qin Feng another escape route and let him give up. "Auntie Lin, I won't say anything unnecessary, but I absolutely will not give up on Bei. I will be by her side as she battles the serious illness and until the day she awakens. I don't like just using my mouth to stress this matter. I want to use my actions to prove it to Auntie, to Bei, and let her know how much I love her." Qin Feng's expression was hardly ever this serious. "Qin Feng, Auntie is going outside. Stay with Bei a little longer." Mother Lin was almost 50, and recently she cried very easily. After hearing Qin Feng's words, her tears surged up and fell again. She covered her face and ran out of the ICU. Qin Feng had gotten Bei the best intensive care room in the hospital. She had her own room complete with a TV, sofa, restroom, and other equipment. Everything needed was available. After Mother Lin left, Qin Feng sat at the edge of Lin Bei's bed. Lin Bei lay on the hospital bed, quietly. The sun shined on her charming face, giving her a quiet and peaceful feeling. Looking at Lin Bei from such a close distance, Qin Feng could clearly see her full and clear forehead, shapely, long and thin eyebrows, thick and long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and red little lips that were slightly pale, the blue veins on her forehead, and all the little hairs and each pore on her skin. Qin Feng held Lin Bei's small hand and pressed his face against hers. He felt her steady breathing and smelled the scent of her body that only she possessed. This feeling was very real, and Qin Feng could feel that he really possessed Lin Bei. This possession wasn't that of dominating her body, but was of the meeting of minds and love of two people. This type of possession also wouldn't cause them to become estranged after passion in the bed. This type of possession would make him have the courage to admire her beauty from a close distance and look into her eyes. Even if Lin Bei was in a coma and couldn't speak to Qin Feng, he could still feel that he held firmly onto Lin Bei and truly possessed her. Bei, this time I brought a present for you. Qin Feng leaned against Lin Bei's body for a while, then got up to take out a bracelet with ocean blue beads. This was the blood flow bracelet Qin Feng bought on the instrument page in the Hedonist sovereign system. It could regulate blood flow and prevent blood clots. He had selected it specially for Lin Bei. Worn on Lin Bei's thin, soft, and fair arm, the ocean blue bracelet shimmered and was extremely beautiful. Qin Feng held Lin Bei's arm and admired it for a good while. He nodded his head with satisfaction. I knew it would look beautiful on you. Do you like it, Bei? Splatter. A tear rolled from Lin Bei's eye. Though she couldn't move or speak, she heard Qin Feng's voice. This was the second time Qin Feng moved her to tears. This tear was Qin Feng's answer. Lin Bei really liked this bracelet. As long as Qin Feng gave it to her, she liked it. This bracelet can regulate blood flow, so it's very fitting for you to wear. Also, this bracelet is a special instrument. When you encounter danger, it'll help defend you from one attack. I hope that you'll be able to always wear this in the future, Bei. Qin Feng lightly wiped Lin Bei's tears. He sat at the edge of the bed and admired her gentle and beautiful features. Suddenly, a sound of indignation came from behind him. Hey, who are you? How can you enter an intensive care room so casually? After hearing a noise, Qin Feng turned to look. He saw a refined doctor wearing a long white coat and gold-rimmed glasses walk in with a gloomy expression. This man of a bit over 30 was Lin Bei's primary attending physician, Zhang Tianhua. What are you doing, brat? You're actually making moves on a paralyzed girl in a vegetative state? Hurry and scram, you beast! Zhang Tianhua ran up to Qin Feng and saw Qin Feng place his hand on Lin Bei's charming face and caress it. This scene made him extremely angry. He tugged on Qin Feng's arm to take him away. Qin Feng tweed his arm slightly and shook off Zhang Tianhua. He replaced his hand on Lin Bei's charming face and even slowly lifted her up and took her into his embrace. After hugging Lin Bei and positioning her properly, Qin Feng glared at Zhang Tianhua and said, Please speak more softly and don't disturb my beloved woman. Zhang Tianhua was briefly stunned, and then he came to. So this handsome young brat before him was Lin Bei's boyfriend. The instant he found out Lin Bei had a boyfriend, an almost imperceptible hatred briefly flitted across Zhang Tianhua's face, but he quickly reinstated his calmness. How are you going to prove you're Lin Bei's boyfriend? Zhang Tianhua clearly didn't completely believe Qin Feng, and Lin Bei couldn't speak, so he couldn't take everything Qin Feng said at face value. Qin Feng simply ignored Zhang Tianhua's question and firmly kissed Lin Bei's lips in front of him. He caressed Lin Bei's jade back with his hands, and he even stuck his tongue into her mouth to explore its fragrance. Then he looked domineeringly at Zhang Tianhua and said, Who are you? Why have you come into Bei's room? Qin Feng didn't answer Zhang Tianhua's question and interrogated him instead. This strong and tyrannical demeanor was unspeakably handsome. Zhang Tianhua was stunned. The instant he saw Qin Feng wildly kissing Lin Bei, his heartbeat suddenly quickened. As Lin Bei's attending physician, Zhang Tianhua checked Lin Bei's condition daily. Once he'd seen Lin Bei's beauty, a restlessness arose in his heart. And what Qin Feng had just done was a scene he had imagined countless times. He also wanted to firmly kiss her lips and stick his tongue into her mouth. Since Lin Bei was paralyzed and in a vegetative state, he wouldn't be discovered no matter what he did to her. Zhang Tianhua had fantasized about Lin Bei countless times. He wanted to strip Lin Bei bare, press down on her body, and ravage her to his heart's desire while no one was there. However, Zhang Tianhua only had fantasies, while Qin Feng had actually done this jealousy-inducing action. I'm Lin Bei's attending physician, so I have the right to demand you instantly release my patient. Qin Feng's strength and dominance made Zhang Tianhua extremely unhappy. His expression turned cold. So you're Bei's attending physician. I'm Bei's boyfriend, Qin Feng. Now that I'm here taking care of Bei, there's no need for you to be troubled. After discovering Zhang Tianhua's identity, Qin Feng spoke a bit less domineeringly. He was very concerned about Lin Bei's condition. Since the other person was Lin Bei's attending physician, Qin Feng naturally gave him some face. If I tell you to put Bei down, do it immediately. Are you the doctor here, or am I? Zhang Tianhua's manner became increasingly excitable. When he saw another man do things to Lin Bei that he could only dream about, his heart felt like a pincushion. This was clearly a disgraceful feeling. Dr. Zhang, why are you so agitated? If there's nothing, you can leave. Qin Feng also had a temper. Glaring coldly at Zhang Tianhua, he said, If you dare make a fuss in Bei's room again, I won't spare you. Qin Feng cherished his women in every possible way, and he absolutely could not allow them to suffer any sort of harm. This Zhang Tianhua yelled like a lunatic, so Qin Feng was already very dissatisfied with him. Zhang Tianhua wanted Qin Feng to release Lin Bei, and Qin Feng wanted Zhang Tianhua to go outside. The two of them stood staunchly by their words. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned frigid, and the two of them looked as though they'd get into a fight in the next second. Mother Lin just so happened to enter at this time. When she saw Zhang Tianhua, she greeted him. Dr. Zhang, you're here. Zhang Tianhua's cold and fierce expression instantly disappeared, and he quickly swayed it to a smile. He turned to look at Mother Lin and said, Auntie, I came to check up on Bei. That's right, who is this lad? How can he hug Bei so casually? Oh, this is Qin Feng, my Bei's little boyfriend. Mother Lin introduced Qin Feng with a smile. Then she turned her smile at Qin Feng. Little Feng, this is Dr. Zhang. He's our Bei's attending physician. Zhang Tianhua confirmed Qin Feng's identity through Mother Lin. A coldness flashed across his face again. When he quickly calmed down again, he laughed and said, So he really is Bei's boyfriend. Then it's nothing. Okay, it looks to me that Bei's condition is the same as usual. Then I won't disturb you. Zhang Tianhua waved at Mother Lin and left with a cold expression. Qin Feng weighed his retreating back thoughtfully, but in the end he shook his head and rid himself of his messy thoughts. Mother Lin, I have to leave as well. I'll see you two again tomorrow. Qin Feng stood and prepared to visit Zhao Lingxian's house. Okay, then you do what you need to. Don't worry, Bei has Auntie taking care of her, so nothing will happen. Mother Lin already treated Qin Feng like her son-in-law. She hugged his arm and walked him out of the room. That's right, Annie, I put a bracelet on Bei. The bracelet is something I requested from a senior monk, and it's very effective. Let Bei wear it, and I believe she'll get better very quickly. Before Qin Feng left, he told Mother Lin about the bracelet. However, Qin Feng couldn't tell the truth and reveal the blood flow bracelet's origin or capabilities. He made the excuse that they were beads he requested from a senior monk. When Mother Lin saw how dedicated Qin Feng was, she was extremely moved. She nodded and replied, Okay, I'll let Bei wear it constantly, and I won't take it off even when I help Bei shower. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. I've given up my entire youth for you. After leaving the first hospital, Qin Feng rode the 28 bicycle to the Zhao family villa. When he arrived at the expansive lawn outside the Zhao villa, Qin Feng was suddenly bemused when he saw the familiar villa and its surroundings. It felt like he hadn't been here in a really long while. The last time he was here, he'd fought with Liang Jinwei and killed the brat. After not seeing it for so long, he wondered if that girl Zhao Lingxian was doing well recently. Qin Huang and Zhao Dahai had a great relationship. Qin Feng had often come to the Zhao villa to play with Zhao Lingxian since childhood, so he couldn't be more familiar with it. He swaggered into the villa, which was like his own home. He walked into the first-floor lobby, where Zhao Dahai sat on the living room sofa, drinking tea while reading the newspaper. When Zhao Dahai heard someone enter, he put down the newspaper and looked over. "Uncle Zhao, I'm here to pay my respects to you today on behalf of my father and myself." Qin Feng naturally greeted Zhao Dahai. When Zhao Dahai saw Qin Feng, he was briefly stunned, revealing that he hadn't expected Qin Feng to come over today. After a beat, he smiled widely and said, "Feng, you haven't been here in a really long time. I thought you'd already forgotten your Uncle Zhao." "How could I possibly forget Uncle Zhao? You're my godfather." Qin Feng smiled with a bit of awkwardness. "That's right. Your old man didn't come with you? My dad has been busy lately, so he couldn't take some time out to visit you. I came alone today." Qin Feng swept his gaze over the living room, but didn't see Zhao Lingxian. He said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao, is little sister Lingxian not home?" Zhao Dahai suddenly laughed openly. He rolled his eyes at Qin Feng and said with dissatisfaction, "You brat, you say you're here to see Uncle Zhao. But as I see it, you're thinking about our little princess. Lingxian is upstairs. Go up and look for her yourself." But Zhao Dahai's expression fell. He hesitated a bit, then reinstated his smile. Never mind. Hurry and go up. These days, Lingxian has just been locking herself up at home, and I haven't seen her go out with classmates. If this continues, she's going to mold. Good thing you're here. You go up and talk to her more." Qin Feng didn't pay attention to Zhao Dahai's change in expression. He waved and rushed upstairs. I quite like this child Qin Feng, but he doesn't like our Lingxian. We can't force things like this." After Qin Feng went upstairs, Zhao Dahai was extremely regretful. He looked at his Hua and sighed as he mumbled to himself. Just another hour, and the capital's Liang family members should be here. I wonder if Lingxian will agree to their marriage proposal this time. Qin Feng was very familiar with the Zhao villa. He closed his eyes and felt his way up to Zhao Lingxian's bedroom on the 3rd floor. He lightly pushed the door open. Zhao Lingxian's door was unlocked. Once he entered, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Qin Feng realized that once Zhao Lingxian matured, her room retained a constant and faint fragrance. "Dad, don't come in yet, I'm getting dressed." Zhao Lingxian's nervous voice suddenly came from within the room. She had just finished showering and was naked in the dressing room, putting on her clothes. Zhao Dahai typically didn't go into Zhao Lingxian's room, so Zhao Lingxian didn't lock the door even when she was changing. She didn't think her dad would come in without knocking today. Once Qin Feng heard the words, "getting dressed," his eyes brightened. Not only did he not stop, he walked to the dressing room. Qin Feng intentionally made his footsteps extremely quiet, so Zhao Lingxian wouldn't notice any movement. He was prepared to give Zhao Lingxian a surprise. With a crash, Qin Feng fiercely yanked the dressing room door open. Then he jumped into the dressing room and bared his teeth and brandished his claws to scare Zhao Lingxian. "Wow, the big beast is here. Let me see what kind of tasty things are hidden here. I want to eat." Qin Feng hadn't finished shouting when he stood rooted to the spot. He'd heard Zhao Lingxian say she was getting dressed, but he thought she was just changing her jacket or that she'd at least be wearing her underwear and changing her dress. However, the instant he opened the door, Qin Feng discovered that Zhao Lingxian's body was completely bare. Her tall and slender stature, beautiful, icy, and charming face, all of the skin on her body, which was fair, rosy, and as soft as an infant's, Her slender, delicate, and beautiful legs, which didn't have any excess fat, were on complete display for Qin Feng to see. Her full waist was sexy and smooth, and her belly button was soft, pink, and alluring. A little higher up, it was a roaring sea, and the top was completely unblocked. This scene was too beautiful. It was a work of art. Qin Feng had only taken a glance, and his nose began to bleed. Qin Feng's eyes widened. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and weakly finished what he was about to say earlier to himself. I want to eat 2 big steamed buns. Qin Feng was in a daze when he saw Zhao Lingxian's completely bare and delicate body. And when Zhao Lingxian saw Qin Feng suddenly jump into her room, she was totally stunned. She retained her original posture in front of Qin Feng for over 10 seconds, and even forgot to cover her body, scream, or snarl. Her brain stopped working, and she even wondered if she was seeing things. She didn't believe that Qin Feng would suddenly come looking for her, because ever since this heartless beast left school, he never had. Zhao Lingxian's budding love had withered completely long ago. Since the time she stood at the entrance of the Western-style restaurant and saw Qin Feng and Su Ruo row sitting face to face, eating a lover's meal set, holding hands affectionately and smiling with brimming joy, Zhao Lingxian's heart died. She was originally a cold, proud, and aloof heiress who kept her heart closed off. She'd made the rare decision to open her heart to Qin Feng once and was utterly and severely hurt. From then on, Zhao Lingxian covered herself in thorns so no one would get close to her. Her icy heart grew even colder. Even if a large rock was thrown at it, it won't budge at all. The deeper the love, the more caustic the hatred. Zhao Lingxian now bitterly hated Qin Feng. She hated him from the bottom of her heart. A man that she hated without comparison suddenly showed up in front of her, while she was naked, and his eyes stared pervertedly and looked up and down at her body. Angry fire burst out of Zhao Lingxian. She felt as though her entire body was about to combust. Ah! After who knew how long, Zhao Lingxian regained her senses. First, she emitted an earth-shattering shriek. Then, she sent a kick at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you beast, you bastard. You're going to die a horrible death. I'm going to kick you to death. Zhao Lingxian didn't hold back with her kick. All of Qin Feng's attention was on the beautiful scenery revealed by Zhao Lingxian's kick, so he didn't react or dodge. A kick landed accurately on Qin Feng's stomach. He covered his stomach and fell right over, because that way he could admire the beautiful scenery even better. Pervert! After kicking him, Zhao Lingxian slammed the door. The instant the door shut, she planted herself on the floor and wept sadly like a helpless little girl abandoned by adults. Zhao Lingxian was very bewildered. She felt that Qin Feng was too despicable. He always suddenly appeared one day after disappearing for long periods, caught her unprepared. Zhao Lingxian thought that as long as she didn't see him long enough, time would dilute her feelings. She thought that as long as she didn't miss Qin Feng and didn't think about her past with him, she'd be able to slowly forget him. The second she saw Qin Feng, Zhao Lingxian realized these thoughts were wrong. That was just a way of deceiving others and herself. When she saw Qin Feng, the heart that took over a month to calm down was instantly thrown into a frenzy. The memories of her entire youth that she'd hidden away in order to forget Qin Feng also instantly flooded to the surface. She couldn't forget Qin Feng, so she was determined to hate him for a lifetime. Crash! Over 20 minutes later, the sliding doors to the dressing room suddenly opened, and Zhao Lingxian walked out wearing a luxurious black mini dress. The tear stains were not visible on her cheeks, and her expression resumed its previous indifferent iciness. Compared to the previous Zhao Lingxian, there was an additional hint of unfamiliarity. Are you all right, Lingxian? I didn't do that on purpose. Don't take it to heart. After seeing Zhao Lingxian come out, Qin Feng greeted her with a smile. Once he saw that there was no other emotion in Zhao Lingxian's originally large, beautiful, and expressive eyes other than iciness and an unfamiliar emptiness. Qin Feng couldn't help but exhale in shock. Lingxian, what happened to you? Are you unwell? Qin Feng was a bit worried. The current Zhao Lingxian was cold and unfamiliar even to the childhood playmate who'd grown up with her. Qin Feng extended his hand to feel her forehead. He hadn't yet touched her when she harshly slapped his hand away. Zhao Lingxian stared fixedly at Qin Feng without a hint of emotion and said, Qin Feng, listen here. Beginning from today, don't ever come looking for me again. Beginning from today, we're strangers that will never interact again. Now leave the Zhao residence. I don't want to see you again. Qin Feng was briefly stunned. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Lingxian, are you still mad at me for bursting into your dressing room? Don't worry. I swear to God I didn't see anything. I didn't see even a bit of anything I wasn't supposed to see. If I lied to you, then may lightning strike me 5 times and let me die of being too handsome. Qin Feng thought about how he had seen everything and hesitated before speaking. In the past, when Qin Feng joked casually, Zhao Lingxian would laugh even if she was angry. However, this time she didn't laugh at all. Zhao Lingxian's expression remained completely unchanged, and the icy air exuded from her body seemed to intensify. She didn't look at Qin Feng. She pointed at the door and yelled, "Get out!" This time, Qin Feng realized something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment, then took out the soul-cleansing necklace. This necklace was originally for Zhao Lingxian and was supposed to refresh the wearer, suppress fright, calm the heart, and maintain the body. Qin Feng wanted Zhao Lingxian to wear it right now to see how effective it was and if it could calm Zhao Lingxian down. Lingxian, I brought you a present. This soul-cleansing necklace is something I specially asked a master for. It can calm the heart and maintain your spirit. I'll help you put it on. Qin Feng held the soul-cleansing necklace and approached Zhao Lingxian. Before he could help Zhao Lingxian put it on, she snated away. Take your stupid necklace and piss off. Don't use these crappy methods for picking up other girls on me. I'm not like them. Zhao Lingxian suddenly exploded. After taking Qin Feng's necklace, she exerted her strength and tore the light green beads off the necklace and harshly threw them at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng was shocked by Zhao Lingxian's sudden actions. He could have dodged the beads, but he didn't. He allowed the 20 or so beads to land in his eyes, nose, eyebrows, lips. Chapter 237. Chapter 237. Using me as cannon fodder? Qin Feng didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Lingxian today. He hadn't expected she would tear apart the present he personally gave to her right in front of him and harshly throw the beads at his face. Zhao Lingxian didn't know the true origin of these beads. Qin Feng spent 500 hedonist points to buy them in the hedonist sovereign system. Qin Feng was currently in a hedonist point deficit, so for Qin Feng to shell out 500 hedonist points to buy this soul-cleansing necklace during this time showed that Zhao Lingxian's place in Qin Feng's heart was irreplaceable. Qin Feng was a bit sad because Zhao Lingxian changed. She'd become foreign and cold. She was no longer the cute, proud, and lovable little princess who'd clung to Qin Feng. She was about to become a complete stranger as they slowly drifted further apart. Lingxian, these beads. Qin Feng wanted to say something else, but once he opened his mouth, Zhao Lingxian interrupted him. Don't call me Lingxian. I don't care for your beads. Give them to another woman. Maybe once they get your present, they'll go to bed with you. But I don't want to, and I'm not that kind of woman. Qin Feng, hurry up and leave. Zhao Lingxian became increasingly agitated. Her breath quickened, like she was about to suffocate. Zhang Lingxian scared Qin Feng. He knew this girl was weak and sickly since she was young. He didn't dare continue to stay. He hurriedly ran out of Zhao Lingxian's bedroom and arrived at the first-floor lobby. Right after Qin Feng arrived downstairs, Zhao Dahai called out to him, "Qin Feng, why are you back down here so quickly? I heard some yelling coming from upstairs. Have you fought with Ling Xian again?" Zhao Dahai was used to Qin Feng and Zhao Ling Xiao fighting. The two of them had fought since they were young and were considered quarrelsome lovers. "Uncle Zhao, Ling Xian's emotions are very unstable today. Has she been in a bad mood lately?" Qin Feng sat beside Zhao Dahai and wanted to understand Zhao Ling Xian's recent condition. This girl Ling Xian has a really bad temper nowadays. I daren't provoke her. She even yells and shouts at her old man, much less you." Zhao Dahai sighed and his expression became heavy. "Uncle Zhao, why didn't you tell me such an important thing before I went upstairs?" Qin Feng had a look of helplessness. Zhao Dahai was all too familiar with Zhao Ling Xian's princess temper. When this girl got mad and threw a tantrum, it was completely unrivaled. Not only did strangers have to stay away, even people she was familiar with didn't dare provoke her. Qin Feng hadn't realized he'd bump into the muzzle of a gun. He had just arrived when Zhao Ling Xian's emotions were unstable, so maybe this girl was on her period. But Qin Feng shook his head when he thought of that glimpse of Zhao Ling Xian's figure he got previously. He mumbled to himself, No, little sister Ling Xian was really clean there. There weren't any blood stains. If I told you Ling Xian's been in a really bad temper recently, would you have gone upstairs to look for her?" Zhao Dahai smiled as he asked Qin Feng. "Certainly not." Qin Feng replied resolutely. "Exactly." An amused smile crossed Zhao Dahai's face. He said, "If I told you in advance, you won't have gone. And if you didn't go, how would Ling Xian find someone to vent her anger? If she doesn't vent someone to, it would be bad for her to keep bottling up all of her unhappiness." Qin Feng, "Uncle Zhao is very satisfied with your performance." Qin Feng's eyes darkened. "It feels like you used your godson as cannon fodder, Uncle Zhao." Haha, how can you put that way?" Zhao Dahai laughed with a bit of awkwardness. "You think Uncle Zhao doesn't know why you come looking for our Ling Xian brat? You just want to take advantage of her. You and Ling Xian grew up together, so who knows how many times my precious daughter was taken advantage of. So now that Ling Xian's in a bad mood, you should be the first one to volunteer himself as a punching bag," Zhao Dahai said matter-of-factly. Qin Feng shriveled up because Uncle Zhao was absolutely right. He didn't even have latitude to retort. "Qin Feng, there's something I must tell you." Zhao Dahai retracted his smile and suddenly became serious. "Tell me, Uncle Zhao." Qin Feng could see from Zhao Dahai's expression that this was a very important matter. The two sat up straight and looked at one another solemnly. Zhao Dahai organized his words and spoke lowly. "Do you still remember the capital's Liang family? 2 men came from their house previously, Liang Sheng and Liang Zhenwei. They came to our Zhao family to propose marriage. However, no further news came from either of them, and the marriage proposal fell through. Most recently, the Liang family's eldest son, Liang Yu, came to propose marriage. The Liang family seems to place a lot of value on this marriage. It's already their 3rd time to pay a visit. Liang Yu is coming in a bit. I think he's visiting to set an auspicious date for the marriage." Zhao Dahai gave a brief summary of recent events for Qin Feng. After Qin Feng heard it, his expression suddenly turned cold. Qin Feng naturally knew about Liang Sheng and Liang Zhenwei, who had previously come to propose. And there was no news of these 2 people afterward because Qin Feng killed them. When Qin Feng found out these 2 people came to the Zhao residence to propose marriage to Zhao Ling Xian, a fierce voice within him had rung out in opposition. Qin Feng wasn't clear on how he felt about Zhao Ling Xian. There was a bit of the ambiguity between lovers, but Qin Feng felt it was more like the love between siblings. After all, the 2 were playmates since childhood, and their fathers were good friends. This made Qin Feng conflicted. He felt that he shouldn't like Zhao Lingxian because he was Uncle Zhao's godson. If he got on with Zhao Lingxian, he felt that the relationship would get messy. But no matter what this feeling was, Qin Feng was certain that he couldn't lose Zhao Lingxian. He hoped that Zhao Lingxian would always be in his life and that he'd be able to find her whenever he wanted to see her. Qin Feng wasn't willing to see someone else marry Lingxian. Once he thought about Zhao Lingxian marrying someone and becoming another man's woman, Qin Feng's heart felt hurt, so much it felt like it was getting hacked to pieces. Qin Feng was in a daze for a while before he regained his senses. He looked at Zhao Dahai nervously and asked, "Uncle Zhao, did Lingxian agree to this marriage?" "I asked Lingxian once before. I don't want to force her when it comes to these marriage matters, and it's all based on her decision." Zhao Dahai sighed and said, "But at the time she didn't say anything. She didn't agree or refuse." Previously, when Liang Sheng and Liang Zhanwei came to propose, Zhao Lingxiang hated and rejected it. Now that Qin Feng heard Uncle Zhao talk about this marriage proposal and that Zhao Lingxian didn't have much of a reaction, Qin Feng's conflicted heart almost jumped to his throat. "Uncle Zhao, what kind of person is Liang Yu? Is he handsome? Is he tall? How is his character? Is he the kind of rich young master that has a decadent and dissolute life?" "Uncle Zhao, Lingxian's marriage is a big thing. You can't take this too lightly. You have to choose well. Only a man better than me, in every aspect, would be worthy of Lingxian. But thinking about it closely, a man that is better than me in every aspect probably hasn't even been born yet." Qin Feng's expression unknowingly became anxious. Zhao Dahai had just opened his mouth to say something to Qin Feng when a well-dressed man suddenly walked in. "Uncle Zhao, little Yu is here to pay a visit again. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you in any way." The man was large and tall, his body was well built, his face was fair and handsome, and his clothes and aura were unordinary. This was the eldest of the capital's Liang family sons, Liang Yu. "Ahem." Qin Feng and Zhao Dahai were just talking about Liang Yu, and he suddenly arrived. Zhao Dahai quickly cleared his throat and said, "Liang Yu's here. Come in and sit." Liang Yu didn't come alone, for bodyguards in black followed him. Based on their build and footsteps, they were all first-class experts. These 4 bodyguards' arms were filled with various gifts. After entering the room, they neatly and orderly stacked the presents on a side table without needing Liang Yu to give any commands, and then fell back, forming 2 lines after putting down the presents. They stood guard at the villa entrance. "Uncle Zhao, this friend is?" After Liang Yu entered the room, his gaze fell on Qin Feng and hostility sparked in his eyes. "This is my friend's son who just so happened to come see me." Zhao Dahai simply said, "Haha, I usually treat Qin Feng like my own son, so treat him like a member of my Zhao family and don't worry about him." Once Liang Yu heard Qin Feng's name, an almost imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. He reconsidered Qin Feng and suddenly extended his hand, smiled, and said, "How do you do, Qin Feng? I'm the eldest son of the capital's Liang family, Liang Yu. You might not know me yet, but I have 2 brothers who came to the Zhao residence before. One is called Liang Sheng, and the other is Liang Zhanwei. You should be quite familiar with them. Isn't that right, young Master Qin?" Liang Yu was clearly insinuating something. His gaze toward Qin Feng now included a ruminating smile. Qin Feng's heart sank a bit. He thought to himself, "Did this Liang Yu discover that I killed his 2 younger brothers?" Qin Feng didn't extend his hand. He was silent for an instant before looking indifferently at Liang Yu and saying, "Young Master Liang, since the presents have been gifted, you can leave if there's nothing else. Uncle Zhao prefers the quiet, so don't affect Uncle Zhao's rest." Liang Yu's hand lingered midair. It didn't seem right to take his hand back, nor did it seem right not to take it back. A cold expression appeared on his face, but this anger was quickly suppressed. He suddenly put down his hand and laughed. Haha, I also came here today to attend to some very important matters. I'll leave once the matter is complete. If I've disturbed Uncle Zhao's rest, I'm really sorry. Uncle Zhao, why haven't I seen Miss Ling Xian? Liang, you cut to the chase and delve into the important matters regarding his presence today. Ling Xian went out today. She's coming back tomorrow. Qin Feng didn't wait for Zhao Dahai to open his mouth and spoke first. So if there's nothing else, young Master Liang, go home first. In the face of Qin Feng's obstruction, Liang Yu's expression fell even more. The 4 bodyguards in black, who were originally standing at the villa entrance, suddenly came over to stand silently behind Liang Yu while glaring at Qin Feng. Qin Feng refused to give in. He stared back at them with an unchanged expression. The atmosphere instantly turned cold and seemed as though it would explode with a mere touch. Even Zhao Dahai, who stood to the side, didn't know how to conclude the matter. Who said I went out? I've been waiting at home for Prince Liang the whole time. During this extremely tense moment, a cold voice suddenly drifted from upstairs. This was Zhao Lingxian's voice. The spectators all looked up the stairs. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. After loving for a long time, it becomes familial love. Zhao Lingxian wore an elegant black dress with lace bordering. Her raven hair was twisted atop her head and kept in place by a crystal crown, revealing her entire fair and charming egg-shaped face. Her neck was as fair as jade, and she wore a gleaming pearl necklace. On her feet, she wore a pair of elegant black heels. Her slender, lily-white hands held the railing as she walked leisurely down the stairs. This beautiful and moving image was like a grand little princess walking out of a painting. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Lingxian's footsteps were slow. With every step, her heels produced an alluring clack on the steps. The skirt of her black dress was a bit short. As she stood on the steps, all one could see was a pair of long, fair, alluring, and beautiful legs. She'd meticulously put on light makeup, dark blue eyeshadow, just the right amount of blush and purple lip gloss. She looked like a regal princess under the light, and was so beautiful that she made one gasp in surprise. Liang Yu was stunned, and fiery light shot out of his eyes. Even Qin Feng was entranced. In the past, he hardly ever saw Zhao Lingxian put on this kind of makeup. She was very mature and sexy, concealing her usual cold arrogance, and there was additional charm and gentleness. Thump, thump, thump. During the time Qin Feng and Liang Yu were in a daze, Zhao Lingxian arrived at the bottom of the steps. She didn't look at Qin Feng when she walked past him and went straight to Liang Yu's side instead. Lingxian, you've come down. Qin Feng immediately regained his senses and smiled at Zhao Lingxian. Are you feeling better? Zhao Lingxian glared coldly at Qin Feng and said nothing. She suddenly turned to Liang Yu and smiled sweetly. Young Master Liang, my apologies for making you wait for so long. Liang Yu was instantly shocked. He didn't really recognize the Zhao Lingxian before him. After all, today's Zhao Lingxian was completely different. The previous 3 times he'd seen her, she'd been standoffish. This time, not only did she put effort into her makeup, she even took the initiative to speak with him. Even the smile she just gave him was the first Liang Yu had ever seen on Zhao Lingxian's face. The smile could topple cities and countries. It was indescribably beautiful. Haha. No, no. It's my honor to wait on someone as beautiful as Princess Lingxian. After Liang Yu regained his senses, he immediately pasted a gentlemanly smile on his face. Young Master Liang is joking. Acropolis is just a small area in young Master Liang's eyes. How could it compare to the bustling capital? The capital has over 20 million people. Beautiful women are as plentiful as the clouds. If I were placed in the crowd, I would definitely be forgettable. Zhao Lingxian covered her mouth and smiled. Liang Yu was truly shocked. Zhao Lingxian's usually cold expression showed a smile today, making Liang Yu's heart bloom. Princess Ling Xian's beauty is one of a kind. It's not something that can be created with makeup. This is called natural-born beauty. Liang Yu had eloquent praises, making Zhao Lingxian cover her mouth and smile continuously. Haha, young Master Liang really knows how to make a woman happy. Let's not stand here. I'll take you to sit on the sofa. You're an important guest that came from far away to our Zhao residence. So why don't I attend to you personally? Okay, then thank you for your trouble, Princess Lingxian. Liang Yu immediately followed Lingxian and weighed her elegant back. The blaze in his stomach raged and became stronger and stronger. Qin Feng was tossed to the side and treated like air. He only came to when Zhao Lingxian and Liang Yu went to the living room. Fenger, want to go back first and come back another time? Zhao Dahai asked while looking at Qin Feng with a bit of awkwardness. He was afraid Qin Feng would be sad. Uncle Zhao, I'll go back after eating lunch, Qin Feng said while keeping his mood in check. How could he leave now? He had to stay and monitor Liang Yu to see if this man was good enough for Lingxian. Okay, then Uncle Zhao will cook personally and make your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Zhao Dahai sighed and went to the kitchen. Qin Feng arrived in the living room on his own. He saw Zhao Lingxian and Liang Yu sitting quite close together on the sofa, talking and laughing. Qin Feng was extremely angry. He immediately went up to them and sat right between them. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Zhao Lingxian's expression suddenly fell. She glared coldly at Qin Feng. A fire rose in Liang Yu's heart. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. It was rare for Zhao Lingxian's attitude to change toward him, and the two of them were talking happily, so he thought there was an 80% chance of the marriage proposal succeeding. In the end, Qin Feng kept coming over to wreak havoc. At this time, Liang Yu wanted to kill Qin Feng. Lingxian, your health isn't very good. So how could you come downstairs wearing so little clothes? What if you get a cold? Are your legs cold? Qin Feng looked at Zhao Lingxian with care, as if he never saw the icy expression on her face. At this time he extended a hand and touched Zhao Lingxian's fair and beautiful thigh. He was about to rub his hand up and down to help Zhao Lingxian's thigh gain warmth. Lingxian, your leg is really cold. Let's go. I'll take you upstairs to change into something thicker. Qin Feng stood and was about to tug Zhao Lingxian upstairs. He wanted to pull her back into her room and speak with her. However, Zhao Lingxian didn't follow Qin Feng's wishes. She flung Qin Feng's arm away and yelled at him coldly. Qin Feng, are you crazy? I don't need to care whether or not my health is fine, whether or not I'm cold, whether or not I'm lonely, whether or not I'm having a hard time. Hurry and leave. Don't you need to work in the afternoon? Your little Lolita is still waiting for you at the office. Go back and touch her legs and care about her body. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He was trying to guess who the Lolita Zhao Lingxian mentioned was. He quickly deduced that it was Su Ruoro. However, how did Zhao Lingxian ever see Su Ruoro? Though Qin Feng couldn't figure out that point, he realized why Zhao Lingxian wasn't her usual self. Was she jealous because she'd seen him and Su Ruoro acting intimately? So everything she did right now was to take revenge on him. Qin Feng wasn't quite certain about his guesses. He grabbed Zhao Lingxian's shoulder again and said earnestly, Lingxian, come upstairs with me first. Why would I go upstairs with you? Who are you to me? Hurry and let go, or else I'll sue you for harassment. Zhao Lingxian threw off Qin Feng's arm once again and was so angry that her chest heaved. Young Master Qin, I urge you to wire yourself. Lingxian is my fiancé. Liang, you couldn't keep weighing. Qin Feng touched Zhao Lingxian's thigh in front of him and tugged on her. If they weren't in the Zhao residence, Liang Yu would have killed Qin Feng. After hearing fiancé, Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were suddenly shaken. Zhao Lingxian hadn't yet agreed to be Liang Yu's fiancée. Her taking the initiative to host, speak with, and laugh with Liang Yu was just an act she was putting on to take revenge on Qin Feng. Thus, once she heard Liang Yu call her his fiancée, she was first shocked, then disgusted. She didn't even like Liang Yu, who would feel good about being addressed this way by someone they disliked. In contrast to Zhao Ling Xian's disgust, a fierce, angry fire suddenly arose in Qin Feng's heart. That instant, an intense, murderous air shot out of him. He almost killed Liang Yu in the Zhao residence. 1 month ago, Zhao Lingxian was still Qin Feng's fiancée. However, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously and never called Zhao Lingxian his fiancée. At the time, he didn't care and announced the annulment of the engagement in public. He personally gave up this right. A month later, once he heard another man call Zhao Lingxian his fiancée, once he realized Zhao Lingxian was already of an age where she'd need to talk about marriage and quite possibly become someone else's woman. He then realized the importance of the word fiancé. He understood a lot. Human maturation is like this. It always suddenly awakens you to reality when you least expect it. Qin Feng finally understood how to place himself in another's shoes. He was no longer that unruly and hedonistic young master that dallied all day and treated himself as the center of the universe. He could deeply understand Zhao Lingxian's despair and anger the day he announced the engagement annulment on the Acropolis University campus. Lingxian was still a little lady. She was reclusive and proud. When she encountered disgrace and anger, she couldn't find anyone to share her feelings with. How did she vent her emotions then? At that instant, Qin Feng seemed to reacquaint himself with Lingxian. He found that in the past, he'd always used the fact that they were childhood sweethearts as an excuse and thought he knew Lingxian extremely well and loved her the most. However, he now knew he had been wrong. He hadn't understood Zhao Lingxian at all and hadn't truly loved her. Who? Qin Feng drew in a long breath. With the previous young Master Qin's temper, he would have punched Liang Yu thrice and kicked him twice without hesitation. He'd have beaten up Liang Yu until his teeth fell all over the ground and Liang Yu begged for forgiveness. He wouldn't have cared how powerful the capital's Liang family was, and he'd have tossed the terrible mess to his old man and Uncle Fu to deal with. He would have hugged Zhao Lingxian confidently and yelled fiercely at Liang Yu and the entire Acropolis. Look clearly, this is young Master Qin's woman. After shouting these words, Qin Feng might not even have looked for Zhao Lingxian once in the next year, because he wouldn't have done this because he loved Zhao Lingxian. He'd only have done it due to his irrational overbearingness. He'd have wanted to show off his might and act cool, that was all. That was the young Master Qin of the past, the one before he acquired the hedonist sovereign system. Now, Qin Feng had changed. He'd grown too much. Faced with this situation, he quickly calmed down. When Liang Yu said fiancé to Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng realized his feelings for Zhao Lingxian. After loving someone for a long time, this sincere and deep romantic love would progress into familial love. In the past, Qin Feng always thought the relationship between him and Zhao Lingxian was that of older brother and younger sister. However, he was now clear on the fact that this familial love evolved from his deep love for Zhao Lingxian. Lingxian, I'm sorry. Qin Feng suddenly looked toward Zhao Lingxian, and he spoke with incomparable sincerity. Zhao Lingxian's delicate body trembled, because she could see that the expression in Qin Feng's eyes was vastly different from before. It was an unflinching expression. I'll go into the kin to see if there's anything I can help Dad with. Zhao Lingxian was dazed for a while before she regained her senses. It wasn't easy for her to suppress her emotions, and now they suddenly came flooding out. Her little heart thumped uncontrollably, and she hurriedly found an excuse to hide from Qin Feng. Once Zhao Lingxian left, Qin Feng and Liang Yu sat on the sofa again. The two of them looked calm and unaffected, but were angry inside, causing gusts of coldness to burst out from all sides. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, Agree to the Marriage. Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. Young Master Qin, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. But now that I've seen you, I'm extremely disappointed. This Acropolis is indeed a small pond compared to the capital. Someone like you can be the #1 young master? That makes me laugh my teeth out. Liang Yu openly taunted Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "No matter how small Acropolis City is, and even if I, young Master Qin, am useless in the eyes of you young masters of the capital, you still came to Acropolis. And aren't you trying to compete with me for Zhao Lingxian? I can tell you with much certainty that Lingxian will be my woman in the end. You can't compare to me." Qin Feng's words were calm and nonchalant, as if he was stating a fact. Liang Yu was so angry that his expression became stormy, and he harumphed coldly. It isn't up to you. We have to see what Lingxian wants. Did you not see that Princess Lingxian isn't fond of you and is hosting me very well? That's because little sister Lingxian and I got into a small argument, and she's intentionally trying to get me mad. To be honest, you're just a tool little sister Lingxian is using to get me mad. Qin Feng didn't exhibit any weakness. Liang Yu felt a mouthful of blood gushing up to his mouth. He was so angry that he almost spat blood. He was the capital's Liang family's eldest son, yet he was called a tool by Qin Feng. Don't be so pleased with yourself too early. I came to the Zhao residence to propose. This time, I believe both Uncle Zhao and Lingxian will agree. If you have the guts to do that, I wouldn't mind leaving you in Acropolis forever, said Qin Feng coldly. In the face of Qin Feng's strength, Liang Yu wasn't angry. He suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Feng. Oh, Qin Feng, you think I don't know how my second brother, Liang Zhenwei, and my third brother, Liang Sheng, died? They were both killed after coming to the Zhao residence to propose. I sent people to secretly investigate right from the beginning, and found that they were killed by you. Liang Yu laughed coldly as he looked at Qin Feng. Right now, the capital's Liang family elders are all discussing how to deal with you. You should worry about your own life first. You want to kill me? I purposely brought 4 external experts with me, so don't be delusional. After hearing Liang Yu's words, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He knew that the Liang family would thoroughly investigate the situation after Liang Sheng and Liang Zhenwei died. However, Qin Feng hadn't left any trace after killing the 2 people, so he was surprised that the Liang family members suspected him. Liang Yu was clearly prepared, so it wasn't really possible to eliminate him without anyone knowing. Weren't you very confident at first? Why aren't you saying anything? Liang Yu smiled with more self-satisfaction when he saw Qin Feng's expression fall. He swayed the topic and suddenly said to him, "Qin Feng, I can give you a chance and make the capital's Liang family let you off." Qin Feng currently had too many hidden enemies, and he very seldomly used the Qin family's power. Most of the time, he resolved problems on his own. At his current stage 3 external and stage 2 internal abilities, the capital's enormous Liang family was still a force to reckon with. Thus, unless it was the last resort, Qin Feng didn't want to ruin their relationship right now. "Young Master Liang, you'd be that thoughtful?" Qin Feng asked cautiously after an instant of deep consideration. Of course, I wouldn't randomly help you. You'd have to agree to one of my terms. Before coming to Acropolis, Liang Yu had researched how his 2 younger brothers died. He'd researched information about Qin Feng and his relationship with Zhao Lingxian in particular. Liang Yu discovered through the research that Zhao Lingxian liked Qin Feng, while Qin Feng wasn't willing to marry her. He also found that his 2 younger brothers were assassinated by Qin Feng because they came to the Zhao residence to propose. I know you're the #1 dissolute young master in Acropolis. A hedonistic young master like you isn't lacking in women. So why would you offend me over one Zhao Lingxian? Liang Yu smiled and looked at Qin Feng. He said, "So, before coming to the Zhao residence to propose, I thought of a solution where we could both benefit. Just don't interfere with my marriage with Zhao Lingxian, and I can agree to not let the capital's Liang family deal with you." "Why would I trust you?" Qin Feng said, "The capital's Liang family is so large that your words probably aren't of consequence." "My words aren't enough to speak for the capital's Liang family in its entirety, but I'm the eldest grandson of the Liang family in the direct line of descent, so the elders listened to my suggestions. To tell the truth, by killing my 2 younger brothers who had inheritance rights, you've made me the sole heir of the capital's Liang family, and I'm actually thankful for you. The capital's Liang family will become mine sooner or later. So I don't want to fight with your Qin family, because it would harm my personal strength and wealth." Liang Yu presented his thoughts to Qin Feng in detail. "I don't think it's worth it to become enemies with your Qin family over my 2 younger brothers who I deem insignificant. I've made myself quite clear, so you should believe me now." This Liang Yu was vicious and merciless. In order to be the heir, he cared nothing about brotherhood. He also came prepared. An opponent like this wasn't easy to deal with. Qin Feng nodded and said, "You've definitely cleared up the matter, young Master Liang. Then are you willing to work with me, young Master Qin?" Liang Yu said, "Just don't participate in matters regarding my marriage with Zhao Lingxian, and I'll assure you that the capital's Liang family won't trouble you." Qin Feng was quiet, and his brain was in the midst of quickly thinking of countermeasures. He still had a system quest regarding the capital's Liang family, where he had to eliminate all of the capital's Liang family's forces in 3 months. The reward was 20,000 hedonist points. This quest had too generous a reward, which emphasized the difficulty of the quest. Now that the situation had progressed to this stage, Qin Feng could first pretend and agree to work with Liang Yu. Then, when the Liang family relaxed their guard toward him, he'd think of a way to annihilate the capital's Liang family. As long as the Liang family was completely eradicated, the marriage between the Liang family and Zhao Lingxian would naturally get cancelled. From the beginning, Lingxian belonged to Qin Feng. How could Qin Feng let another man dominate her? From this point on, Qin Feng already knew the nature of his feelings for Zhao Lingxian. It was pure and indistinct love. And from this point on, Qin Feng vowed that no one could steal away this woman, Zhao Lingxian, from him. How could I not agree to such attractive terms? Destroy myself, young Master Qin, and the future of the Qin family over a woman? You think I'm stupid? Qin Feng suddenly put on the frivolous airs of a hedonistic young master. He smiled and said to Liang Yu, "Young Master Liang, I'm a hedonistic young master. I'm sure you've been quite dissolute in the capital, so you should understand how I think." Ha ha ha. Ha. Of course I understand how young Master Qin thinks. There are so many women under the heavens. It'd be extremely dumb for our 2 families to fight over a stinking woman. Young Master Qin is dissolute and carefree, and there are as many women as clouds beside you. Before coming to Acropolis, I already knew young Master Qin would choose to cooperate with me without hesitation. Seeing that Qin Feng agreed to work with him, Liang Yu immediately broke into a smile. To tell the truth, Liang Yu was slightly afraid that Qin Feng wouldn't agree to work with him and that the capital's Liang family and the Qin family would break out into a war. Though the Liang family wasn't afraid of Acropolis City's minuscule Qin family at all, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. If the Liang family really started a fight from so far away, they would suffer heavy losses. Liang Yu was soon to inherit the role of clan elder. He didn't want to waste the great resources of the Liang family on a war with the Qin family. Young Master Liang, if you talked to me about joining hands earlier, we wouldn't have had to argue and get into the unhappy matters at first. Qin Feng now naturally hooked his arm around Liang Yu's shoulders. The 2 of them looked like a pair of rogues that had known each other for a long time. Because without discord there's no concord. You, young Master Qin, are the first friend I've made in Acropolis. In the future, if you come to the capital, remember to look for me, Liang Yu. Liang Yu's previous coldness disappeared, and he smiled vulgarly. Of course, if young Master Liang comes to Acropolis in the future, you must look for me as well. I, young Master Qin, am quite famous in Acropolis. I assure you that if I walked with you in Acropolis, you could beat up whoever you don't like, and you could get on whichever girl you like. Qin Feng felt that he hadn't been this boastful in a long time, but he was able to act quite convincingly right after picking up his hedonist manner again. The research Liang Yu did of Qin Feng was very clear that Qin Feng idled about and had nothing to do. His life's greatest pleasure was picking up girls and acting dissolute. Also, Liang Yu also found out about Qin Feng's public annulment of his engagement to Zhao Lingxian. This showed that Qin Feng didn't really like Zhao Lingxian. How could a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng push his family into hardship for a woman? Thus, Liang Yu wasn't suspicious and merely trusted Qin Feng when he said he would straightforwardly dump Zhao Lingxian and agree to work with him. Qin Feng and Liang Yu hit it off, and they now placed their arms around one another's shoulders and called each other brother. They both had vulgar expressions, and each talked about which model or celebrity they'd played with. They also exchanged stories about how wanton and passionate these celebrities were in bed. And in the villas Qian, Zhao Lingxian and Zhao Dahai were in the midst of a serious conversation. "Dad, is something wrong with your high medical group?" Zhao Lingxian asked while chopping vegetables and feigning indifference. The frying pan in Zhao Dahai's hand briefly stopped moving. Then the calm smile was quickly reinstated on Zhao Dahai's face. He said, "Lingxian, this is a matter that concerns the adults. Don't worry about it. You just need to be happy every day and study well at school, and Daddy will feel at ease." Zhao Lingxian stopped chopping, and her clear, beautiful eyes slowly moistened. She knew her father's high medical group recently encountered some problems, and they were some large and thorny problems. She'd noticed in the past month that her father would come home really late, eat dinner, then retreat to his room to continue working deep into the night before going to bed. She'd weighed her father's hair, quickly turning white and him looking increasingly aged. Zhao Lingxian knew that she wasn't a child anymore, and that she was past the days of being careless, carefree, and headstrong. She couldn't care only about herself. Her father was getting old, so she had to begin learning how to help her father with family matters. Sharing the burden wasn't as easy as saying a couple of words. It came at a price. Zhao Lingxian was smart. She knew the cost of helping her father pull through the hardship was marrying into the capital's Liang family. With the Liang family backing them, her dad's high medical group would get back on track. "Dad, this is the Liang family's 4th time proposing. What do you think?" Zhao Lingxian held in her tears, and she spoke unhappily. "Lingxian, you decide for yourself. Dad won't ever force you." Zhao Dahai sighed and said, "If you like Liang Yu, then try it out. If you don't, your old dad won't insist." "AI, actually, the person your dad likes is Qin Feng. I weighed this brat grow up, and he's not like the rumors. He's very kind and dependable. However, he canceled the engagement between you two, so your dad can't do anything about it." "Dad, stop." Once Qin Feng was mentioned, Zhao Lingxian couldn't control her emotions. The tears she held in dripped out tear by tear. She bit her lip tightly and was about to draw blood. Her expression suddenly became impossibly bitter, as if she'd made a very difficult decision. She spoke word by word. "Dad, I've thought about it. Today I'll accept Liang Yu and the Liang family's proposal. Since the person I love doesn't love me, it'll be the same no matter whom I marry." Zhao Lingxian already made up her mind to agree to the Liang family's proposal. At least she could help relieve her father of some difficulties at work. That was enough. Chapter 240. Chapter 240. Acting requires passing off lies as truth. After making her final decision, Zhao Lingxian walked out of the qian and into the living room. When she'd left, the atmosphere between Qin Feng and Liang Yu had been extremely thick with tension. She was afraid that if she was absent for a long time, a fight would break out between those two. However, when she rushed back to the living room and saw the strange scene before her, Zhao Lingxian felt unwell and even like she'd teleported to another universe. Qin Feng and Liang Yu hadn't lapsed into an intense argument or a fight. The two of them looked as thick as thieves. They had their arms across each other's shoulders and seemed to be whispering secrets of some sort into each other's ears with vulgar expressions. Their occasional lascivious laughter hinted that the topic of their conversation was not suitable for children. Ahem. Ah, Princess Lingxian, you're here. When the two of them saw Lingxian, Liang Yu immediately straightened. His previously lewd and unseemly expression completely disappeared as he reinstated his prior gentlemanly facade. Little sister Lingxian, come sit on the sofa. Young Master Liang came all the way from the capital, so you must talk to him more. Qin Feng covertly gave Liang Yu a vulgar smile. Liang Yu immediately understood. This Qin Feng's helping me pick up Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian still hadn't regained her senses. She couldn't imagine what could have happened while she was gone that would make these two, who previously were on the verge of fighting, suddenly become close friends. After hesitating a bit, Zhao Lingxian walked up to the sofa. She was about to sit next to Liang Yu when Qin Feng tugged her arm and sat her down beside him. Young Master Liang, you might not know that my dad and Uncle Zhao have a friendship of life or death. So I grew up with little sister Lingxian. In my eyes, Lingxian is like my real younger sister. Since you have taken a liking to my little sister Lingxian, then you have to treat her better in the future. Don't let her suffer any wrongs. Otherwise, as her brother, I'll be the first who can't spare you. Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian naturally. Seeing these intimate actions again, Liang Yu didn't get angry. Instead, he was very pleased with himself because he thought Qin Feng was really helping him get together with Zhao Lingxian. Liang Yu then thumped his chest and said grandly, "Don't worry, young Master Qin. What I have for Princess Lingxian is love at first sight. As long as Lingxian accepts my proposal, I'll treat her like treasure. If someone dares to bully Lingxian, I, young Master Liang, will use all of the capital's Liang family strength to annihilate his entire family." Good, good. As an older brother, I'm reassured by young Master Liang's words. Qin Feng felt that he hadn't hugged Zhao Lingxian in a long time. Now that she foolishly leaned into his embrace, the familiar fragrance that wafted over was extremely alluring. Zhao Lingxian's skin was soft, tender, smooth, and extremely supple. Qin Feng didn't want to let go after feeling it. He got excited and suddenly turned to hug Zhao Lingxian tightly from the front, sticking the entire top half of her body into his embrace. Little sister, in a blink, you've reached marriageable age. Just thinking that you're about to get married makes this older brother a little reluctant to let you go. Qin Feng pretended to be sad and unwilling to let go of Zhao Lingxian as he caressed her jade back. His performance was perfect. He scared Zhao Lingxian silly and fooled Liang Yu into giving him an applause. Young Master Qin, you're too touching. I believe it's very fortunate that Lingxian has an older brother as great as you. Don't worry, in the future, I will take good care of Lingxian in every possible way. I absolutely won't take your goodwill for granted. Lingxian's body was soft, fragrant, and of the best quality. Qin Feng originally wanted to hug her longer, but he suddenly felt an oppressive chill emanate from her. Before Zhao Lingxian got mad, he quickly released her and turned to take Liang Yu's hand to say, "Young Master Liang, the capital's Liang family is powerful, and you're upstanding and kind. So of course I believe that little sister Lingxian will live a happy life with you. However, as an older brother, just thinking about parting makes me feel a bit reluctant. I'm sure you can understand how I feel." Qin Feng spoke with an expression that looked like he was about to cry. Even Liang Yu couldn't tell if Qin Feng was purposely acting to help set him up with Zhao Lingxian, or if he really felt reluctant to part with her. "Qin Feng, it's not like you're ill. What are you going off about?" Zhao Lingxian felt that Qin Feng changed too much too quickly and glared angrily at him while yelling, "Who's your real younger sister? I have nothing to do with you, so don't spout nonsense." Qin Feng instantly put on a sad expression. He looked at Liang Yu and said, "Oh, young Master Liang, they always say that women that are married off are irretrievable. These words are completely true. Look at my precious little sister. She hasn't even married into your Liang family, and she already doesn't recognize me as her older brother. Who knows how many arguments we got into since we were young, how many times her stomach hurt really badly in the middle of the night and I had to carry her to the little clinic to see a doctor and buy medicine. When this little girl got her period for the first time and was terrified, thinking she was sick and bleeding. Uncle Zhao was busy at work and not at home. It was me who ran to the supermarket to buy her tampons. I even taught her how to use it and that it was a normal physiological process that girls undergo. AI, great. Now that this little girl has grown up, she doesn't want this older brother of hers. I'm afraid she's even forgotten these beautiful memories. My heart feels very cold." Qin Feng's words violently shook Zhao Lingxian's heart. After all, Qin Feng didn't make those events up. They really were their happy childhood memories. At the time, Qin Feng was still young and wasn't yet infatuated with womanly charms. For a period of time, he'd practically lived in the Zhao villa. He ate with Zhao Lingxian, went to school with her, and even slept with her. Those times were Zhao Lingxian's happiest days. Now, suddenly hearing Qin Feng bring them up made her heart thump wildly. "Haha, young Master Qin, don't be upset. I think Princess Lingxian remembers those great memories. However, she's not a little girl anymore, so she's a bit shy about them. I'm sure that in Lingxian's heart, you're still a good older brother who's always there for her." The plan was originally for Qin Feng to help set up Zhao Lingxian and Liang Yu. But as they continued to act, it seemed more like Liang Yu was helping Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian get together. However, Liang Yu was stupidly in the dark and didn't notice at all. "You're insane. Forget you." Zhao Lingxian quickly put away her flustered heart and glared coldly at Qin Feng. Beginning from when she agreed to marry into the Liang family, she knew she could never be with Qin Feng. No matter what methods Qin Feng used to trick her, Zhao Lingxian wouldn't be fooled. "We're going to eat lunch soon. Hurry and leave. Don't spoil my appetite." Zhao Lingxian suddenly stood and spoke to Qin Feng with nonchalance. Then, she ran to the Qian to help her father bring out the food. She didn't know what kind of agreement Qin Feng and Liang Yu had come to that caused the sudden change in Qin Feng's attitude. However, she wasn't in the mood to care about all this. When a woman's heart is completely dead, her curiosity and childishness also disappears. It's as if everything in the world is no longer important. "Young Master Qin, your performance at first was spot on. I was almost fooled by you. No wonder you're Acropolis City's #1 dissolute hedonist. I'm now convinced." Once Zhao Lingxian left, Liang Yu said excitedly, "With your honest explanation, acting that passes off lies for truth and extravagant rhetoric, how many pure and innocent girls have fallen into your evil clues?" "Ah, if not over 1,000, probably over 800. Qin Feng smiled vulgarly. After Zhao Lingxian left, Qin Feng and Liang Yu began to talk about adult topics in a lascivious manner. They'd talked for tens of minutes, when Zhao Dahai suddenly called the two over to eat. The 4 people sat around the round table in the dining room. Qin Feng sat beside Zhao Lingxian, while Liang Yu sat across from her and beside Zhao Dahai. "Liang Yu, you came all the way from the capital, yet Uncle hasn't been a good host, and I just made some homemade food for lunch. I hope you don't mind." Zhao Dahai held a bottle of 5-grain liquor and smiled while pouring it for Qin Feng and Liang Yu. Uncle Zhao is too courteous. It's my good fortune that you personally cooked for me. Liang Yu politely lifted his cup and said to Zhao Dahai, Uncle Zhao, I drink to you. I hope the Liang and Zhao family businesses can work together successfully, and I also hope Uncle Zhao's high medical group becomes more and more prosperous. Liang Yu had just finished speaking when he first drank the whole cup of white spirits. Zhao Dahai held up his cup and was in no hurry to drink. A conflicted look appeared on his face. Though Liang Yu spoke very casually, his words concealed ulterior motives. On the outside, he said he came to the Zhao residence to propose because he liked Zhao Lingxian. However, everyone knew this marriage was a union of two families. The motive was honestly for the two family businesses to work together. Liang, you mentioned the cooperation of their two family businesses and even wished for the continued prosperity of Zhao Dahai's high medical group. These words were an indirect reference to Zhao Lingxian's marriage. If Zhao Dahai drank this cup of liquor, that would mean he agreed to cooperating in business and to the marriage. Thus, Zhao Dahai hesitated and didn't decide. Dad, young Master Liang drank his liquor, so you should drink too. Zhao Lingxian suddenly spoke and shattered the awkwardness. The meaning of her words was quite clear. Liang Yu's eyes brightened, and he was extremely excited. He already felt that the marriage proposal was going to succeed. Haha, then thank you, Liang Yu, for your auspicious words. Zhao Dahai tipped his head back and drank the entire cup of white spirits. Since his daughter agreed to the marriage, Zhao Dahai could only take this route. Liang Yu saw Zhao Dahai finish drinking the spirits, so the negotiation was complete. He quickly seized the opportunity and said, Uncle Zhao, I came from so far away to pay my respects to you and Lingxian. But there's another important matter. During the third proposal, I expressed my intentions for coming. This time, my goal is the same. I sincerely want to propose to and marry Princess Lingxian. What do you think, Uncle Zhao? After Liang Yu finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. The 4 people surrounding the table all had different expressions. The instant Qin Feng agreed to cooperate with Liang Yu, he knew this was just an act and Zhao Lingxian would soon become his woman. No one would be able to take her away. As a hedonistic young master, he was an expert at acting. Though he knew it was for show, that instant, when Liang Yu said those words, he suddenly clenched his fist under the table, making the veins on his arms pop out. His chest felt like it was getting pressed down by an enormous rock weighing 5 metric tons. An intense anger was about to surge forth, and he wanted to punch Liang Yu so hard that his brain burst. How dare this man propose to Zhao Lingxian in front of me? However, Qin Feng held it in. He still had information that could be used against Liang Yu. He couldn't be too hasty. Impatience spoils great plans, and the true victor withstands the tests of time. Qin Feng would withstand this kind of test. Chapter 241. Chapter 241, You Must Wait for Me. When Zhao Lingxian heard the word propose, her brain suddenly exploded and buzzed. She had just made her decision in the Qian earlier to accept Liang Yu's proposal. However, once Liang Yu actually said the words, Zhao Lingxian realized she hadn't thought it through. Her heart was even more frantic, especially now that Qin Feng sat beside her. Liang Yu, I've said the previous few times that I don't have much of an opinion. It all depends on Lingxian's personal choice, Zhao Dahai said with a shake of his head. Liang Yu's gaze fell directly on Zhao Lingxian, and he gave a light, gentlemanly smile. He said gently, Princess Lingxian, how have your deliberations been going? Don't worry. If you really agree to marry into the Liang family, I can assure you that I'll treat you with single-minded sincerity. Of course, if you haven't finished thinking about it yet, I'll continue to wait. I'll wait until you agree. Everyone waited for Zhao Lingxian's response. The room fell quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was Zhao Lingxian's heavy breathing. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and the fragrance of her body became even stronger. A row of clean white teeth bit her lip firmly. It was clear from her expression that this was a very difficult decision for Zhao Lingxian. Haha, seems that little sister Lingxian is shy in front of her father and older brother. Zhao Lingxian's minute actions didn't go unnoticed by Qin Feng. He couldn't help it and suddenly spoke to help her escape her predicament. At the same time, Qin Feng took Zhao Lingxian's jade hand beneath the table. He held it tightly and wouldn't let go. Young Master Liang, young girls are sensitive. You frighten little sister Lingxian by suddenly asking such a serious question. From what I see, little sister Lingxian has an answer, but is too embarrassed to say it in front of everyone. How about this, little sister Lingxian? Nod or shake your head in response. You don't have to say it out loud. Qin Feng was afraid that Zhao Lingxian would agree verbally to Liang Yu's proposal, and he would be unable to control himself and burst out. Thus, he intervened to make everyone else back down. Liang Yu thought Qin Feng was helping him. At this time, he gave Qin Feng a discreet, grateful look. He smiled and said, "Young Master Qin is right. It seems that I've been careless. Then let's do as young Master Qin said. Princess Lingxian, if you agree, nod. If you don't, shake your head." Zhao Lingxian's extremely frantic heart was calmed when Qin Feng took her hand. She looked at him in a daze and suddenly felt that Qin Feng was very unfamiliar, and he even frightened her a bit. She didn't think that the Qin Feng who originally wanted to fight Liang Yu would suddenly change. Not only did he not get angry or stop Liang Yu when Liang Yu proposed, he even kept helping Liang Yu speak. Only someone who has experienced the pain of a deeply beloved man heartlessly pushing them toward another man could understand how much it hurt. The hesitation in Zhao Lingxian instantly and completely disappeared. She harshly shoved Qin Feng's hand away and suddenly stood. She looked at Liang Yu and said loudly, "Young Master Liang, I, Zhao Lingxian, accept your proposal. I agree to marry you." Rumble. Qin Feng looked like he was in the midst of being struck violently by lightning, and his brain was immediately fried to a crisp. His little heart was brutally stabbed by Zhao Lingxian's words. A month ago, Qin Feng announced the annulment of his engagement with Zhao Lingxian at Acropolis University in public. A month later today, Zhao Lingxian also announced in front of an audience her acceptance of Liang Yu's proposal. If you mess around, sooner or later, you'll have to pay for it. Qin Feng felt that he got what he deserved. Lingxian, why you really agreed? I didn't hear incorrectly, did I? Liang Yu shouted with happiness. He even nervously waited for Zhao Lingxian to nod or shake her head. He hadn't thought Zhao Lingxian would suddenly act out of character, stand up and resolutely agree to the marriage. Okay. Little sister Lingxian already said she'd agree. You want her to embarrass herself to death by making her repeat it? Qin Feng stepped in before Zhao Lingxian could respond. Hearing her say such words once was enough. If he heard them again, he was afraid his little heart wouldn't be able to withstand it. Okay. I was too happy and didn't think Princess Lingxian would actually agree. I'm really too happy. Liang Yu was so excited that he was a bit incoherent. The ability to marry an absolute beauty like Zhao Lingxian was indeed something to be happy about. And Liang Yu wanted to marry her for another motive. Now that Zhao Lingxian agreed to the marriage, his large plans could be put into motion as quickly as possible. Just thinking about it excited Liang Yu. Since this engagement is set, then let's eat. The food is getting cold. At this time, Zhao Dahai spoke and told everyone to sit down and eat. Usually, when a daughter gets married, the parents are the happiest and most excited. However, based on Zhao Dahai's expression, he wasn't that happy about this engagement. During the meal, no one really spoke. In particular, Zhao Dahai and Qin Feng concerned themselves with lowering their heads and eating. The atmosphere was clearly a bit stiff and cold. On the other hand, after Zhao Lingxian agreed to the marriage, her attitude toward Liang Yu changed completely. She kept getting food for him and taking care of him. This made Qin Feng roll his eyes so much that he was about to develop cataracts. After the meal, Zhao Dahai called Liang Yu into the study. Since the engagement was set, they had to choose an auspicious day for the wedding. At the same time, Zhao Dahai had to talk to Liang Yu about their future business partnership. After Zhao Dahai and Liang Yu left, Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were the only two left in the dining room. This meal pulled the two apart and formed a chasm between them, an enormous and insurmountable distance. The atmosphere turned frigid. Lingxian, come upstairs with me. I have something to say to you. Qin Feng tugged Zhao Lingxian's arm and wanted to explain the situation between him and Liang Yu to her. Zhao Lingxian shoved Qin Feng's hand away. Her beautiful and glacial eyes gazed at Qin Feng ponderingly. She laughed coldly. Young Master Qin, I'm now someone else's fiancé. It wouldn't be very good if you make moves while my fiancé is away. Plus, you seem to be good friends with my fiancé, and you can't bully your friend's wife. Young Master Qin, please weigh yourself. If words could become swords and harm people, Qin Feng's heart would have been stabbed by Zhao Lingxian's words to form 108 large holes. Lingxian, come upstairs with me. Just give me 10 minutes, okay? Qin Feng persisted. Zhao Lingxian had already agreed to Liang Yu's proposal, so her heart was now completely dead. She wouldn't listen to any of Qin Feng's explanations. Even if he did explain, what could it change? Give you 10 minutes? Humph. Are you treating me like other women and feeling that it's a bit of a pity that you haven't played with me yet? You want to trick me upstairs and get on me by force, don't you? Qin Feng, everything's over. If we could start over, I'd wish I never met you. Zhao Lingxian suddenly turned to leave. Qin Feng grabbed her arm and pulled her tightly into his embrace. He forced his lips on Zhao Lingxian's red lips. No matter how Zhao Lingxian fought, he didn't let go. He stuck his tongue into Zhao Lingxian's mouth and wildly demanded her fragrant tongue. MMPH. Qin Feng, you beast, let go of me. Qin Feng. MMPH, let go, MMPH. Zhao Lingxian's mouth was covered by Qin Feng, so her words were unclear. She wanted to push Qin Feng away, but he was too strong, so she couldn't escape. The more Zhao Lingxian resisted, the more passionate Qin Feng became. He sucked on Zhao Lingxian's sweet and fragrant tongue, as if his life depended on it. At this time, he really wanted to take off all her clothes and make her his girlfriend. Zhao Lingxian was angry. She had never felt so angry in her life. In her anger, she harshly bit down. She used all her strength to bite Qin Feng's lip. Qin Feng's entire body then became rigid. A sharp pain passed from his lip, and he was pulled out of his wildness and came to his senses. He stared at Zhao Lingxian's charming face and slowly released her. Drops of fresh blood dripped from Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng merely touched them casually with the back of his hand. He had an expression of nonchalance and continued to look adoringly at Zhao Lingxian. A while later, Qin Feng spoke. Lingxian, I won't say too much, but I want you to remember that you, Zhao Lingxian, are my woman, and no one can even think of taking you away. You have to wait for me. Wait for me to appear before you again. I will tell everyone loud and clear that I want to marry you, Zhao Lingxian. I want you, Zhao Lingxian, to be Qin Feng's wife. Qin Feng actually had a lot more to say, but no matter what he said, it wouldn't be as reliable as actions. He didn't want to make more promises. He wanted to prove his sincerity through action. Lingxian, I'm going to leave. You have to take care of yourself. I won't let you wait for too long. You have to wait for me. After saying all this, Qin Feng turned and left the Zhao villa. Zhao Lingxian stood there blankly and waved Qin Feng depart. She wade him ride his 28 bicycle and quickly disappear. Only the phrase, "You have to wait for me," reverberated in Zhao Lingxian's head for a long time. In the third floor study, Zhao Dahai and Liang Yu were in the middle of talking about the wedding date. Zhao Dahai flipped through the calendar. After a detailed selection process, he set the ceremony on an auspicious day 2 months in the future. 2 months was too long for Liang Yu. If the wedding date were up to Liang Yu, he would probably have chosen to hold the ceremony tomorrow. However, since Zhao Dahai insisted on a date 2 months away, it wouldn't be good for Liang Yu to appear too anxious. "Okay, Uncle Zhao, then we'll set it at that. The 8th 2 months from now will be my wedding day with Ling Xian," said Liang Yu, beaming. Zhao Dahai's expression was a bit heavy. He nodded and said, "Since Ling Xian agreed to the marriage herself, I, as her father, will certainly give you my blessing. This child, Ling Xian, has had her share of suffering since she was young. When she was little, her mother left. You have to treat her well." "Don't worry, Uncle Zhao. I'll be sure to treat Ling Xian very well." As Liang Yu spoke, an almost imperceptible vulgarness flashed in his eyes. What he meant by treating Zhao Ling Xian well was that he would treat her body well and ravage her every night. Liang Yu didn't have the leisure to care of Zhao Ling Xian. This marriage was a business partnership at its core. It was to complete the capital's Liang family's newest major project. As long as he married and took Zhao Dahai's high medical group at the right time, Zhao Ling Xian would become only a plaything for his lower body. "Uncle Zhao, since Ling Xian already agreed to the marriage, then when I go home, I'll take her back to the Liang residence as well. That way, she can meet the Liang family members in advance, so when she marries into the family in 2 months, she'll quickly get used to our Liang family lifestyle." Once Liang Yu thought about Zhao Ling Xian's beautiful features and alluring figure, he couldn't suppress the flames of desire. He wanted to take Zhao Ling Xian back to the Liang residence so he could have his way with her. Zhao Dahai was quiet for an instant. Then he shook his head and said, "Liang Yu, let Ling Xian continue staying in the Zhao residence these 2 months. First of all, if word got out that she went to the Liang residence before marriage, it would sound bad. Secondly, after Ling Xian leaves for marriage, she will seldom find time to come home and see me. I'm reluctant to part with this little girl. Just let her stay with me some more." Since Zhao Dahai had spoken, Liang Yu could only temporarily suppress the flames of desire in his heart. He smiled and said, "Very well, we'll let Ling Xian stay in the Zhao residence. 2 months later, I'll take her into our residence with the marriage procession. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, that even if Ling Xian marries into our household, I'll bring her back to see you often." "Okay, then it's decided," said Zhao Dahai, nodding. Chapter 242. Chapter 242. Yun Xiao Must Leave. When Qin Feng left the Zhao villa, he was in an extremely bad mood, so he had no desire to return to work. He was about to go home and have a long nap when his cell phone rang. It was a call from the beautiful teacher, Yun Xiao. "Qin Feng, are you free right now?" Once he answered, Yun Xiao's pleasant voice came through the phone. "Teacher Yun Xiao, is something wrong?" Qin Feng asked while riding his bicycle. He was currently a bit down, so if Yun Xiao's business wasn't anything important, he still wanted to go home, lock himself in his room, and have a nice long nap. "Qin Feng, I have to leave Acropolis and return to the Yun residence in the capital. I don't have many friends in Acropolis, but I consider you one of them, so I wanted to say goodbye," said Yun Xiao with a bit of a downcast voice. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. He thought about his unfinished quest regarding Yun Xiao. The quest was to help rid Yun Xiao of her fear and social anxiety. And Yun Xiao's social anxiety and inability to interact with others was due to her shock when Qin Feng killed Mada, Hu, and his lackeys. This was all caused by Qin Feng. He wanted to think of a way to help Yun Xiao rid herself of her fear, because if he failed the quest, the system's punishment was that Yun Xiao wouldn't interact with anyone for the rest of her life. This was clearly unfair to Yun Xiao, and Qin Feng wouldn't allow this to occur. "Teacher Yun Xiao, where are you?" Qin Feng asked hurriedly. "I'm packing in the apartment I rented. The flight is at 10 p.m. tonight," said Yun Xiao nonchalantly. "Then wait for me at your house. I'll come right now." After Qin Feng spoke, he hung up, pedaled quickly, and flew toward Yun Xiao's home. There were still 8 hours until 10 o'clock. Qin Feng had to think of a way to rid Yun Xiao of her fear and social anxiety in these 8 hours. When Yun Xiao returned to the capital, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to help her. Li Shui Jia Gardens was considered a small, comparatively high-class district in Acropolis. Yun Xiao's rental was in Building 3 Section B of the Li Shui Jia Gardens. Qin Feng had been there twice before, so he parked his bike familiarly outside Yun Xiao's unit and took the elevator directly to the 11th floor. He pressed the doorbell twice, and the door opened. Yun Xiao's delicate and charming face appeared, but her pale face revealed that she'd been having trouble sleeping recently. "Qin Feng, you're here." When Yun Xiao saw Qin Feng, she forced a smile and moved so Qin Feng could enter the apartment. She squatted on the ground and took out a pair of disposable slippers for Qin Feng to change into. When Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yun Xiao's body, his eyes glinted. Yun Xiao seemed to have just gotten home from work at the university, because she still had on the professional suit she wore in class. The white dress shirt, black skirt, and white stockings made her very alluring. She was squatting on the ground, and Qin Feng looked down at her chest. He could see past her collar to the black bra and partial globes of snowy whiteness. Yun Xiao's legs were slender and straight, so as she squatted, her short skirt rode up a bit, revealing the tops of the stockings and the imprint of sexy black underwear beneath it. "Teacher Yun Xiao, how could you just leave when you say so? Did something happen at home?" Qin Feng was a bit awkward when he accidentally saw the lovely scenery. He immediately looked away and spoke about the main topic. "Something has indeed happened at home, so I must rush back. And I might not ever return," said Yun Xiao with a sigh. When she saw Qin Feng change into the slippers, she led him to sit down on the sofa in the living room. At this time, Yun Xiao didn't have the seriousness and imposing attitude of a teacher. She spoke and acted casually, like a pretty older sister who lived in the neighborhood. She tucked a lock of her beautiful hair behind her ear. Her casual action sent out a languid and moving scent. She looked at Qin Feng with a smile. "Sit here. I also just came back from submitting my resignation to Acropolis University, and these clothes are a bit tight. I'll go change into looser and more comfortable clothes." Yun Xiao entered her bedroom, closed the door to change, and came out over 10 minutes later. She'd taken off the professional clothing and walked out in a conservative, dark-colored nightgown. Qin Feng casually glanced at Yun Xiao's chest and could tell she wasn't wearing a bra beneath the nightgown. Qin Feng didn't dare imagine whether or not she'd also removed her underwear. "Qin Feng, you must have been really surprised when I suddenly told you I have to leave." Yun Xiao sat on the sofa again, found a comfortable position, and leaned into it. She was practically shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feng, and he could smell the body fragrance wafting from Yun Xiao's gown. It was indeed a bit sudden. Qin Feng did all he could to calm his frantic heart. He said, "If Teacher Yun Xiao hadn't notified me today, then I wouldn't have been able to see you again." Yun Xiao laughed lightly and said, "Qin Feng, though we're teacher and student at school, I'm only 2 to 3 years older than you. So in private, I've always treated you as a friend. I also haven't been in Acropolis for long, so I don't have many friends. I consider you a friend, so I wouldn't just leave you without saying goodbye." Yun Xiao had a unique impression of Qin Feng. He'd saved her once and even taken the initiative to help rid her of her fear and social anxiety. Yun Xiao remembered these things, and was very grateful to him. "Then I really thank you, Teacher Yun Shao, for thinking highly of me," said Qin Feng jokingly. Yun Shao covered her mouth and fell into adorable giggles. She was currently nothing like the strict and beautiful teacher she was in class. Qin Feng was like a good friend or even a bosom friend. Since there were some ambiguities between them, they could be considered at the stage where they could talk about anything. "Qin Feng, I have a secret to tell you." Now that the topic was breached, Yun Zhao's prior unhappiness slowly eased. She blinked mischievously and looked mysteriously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had just peeked at Yun Zhao's chest. Because there was no bra restriction beneath the nightgown, Yun Zhao's laughter jiggled her chest. The movement was extremely startling and extremely moving. Qin Feng coughed twice with a bit of awkwardness and said solemnly, "Teacher Yun Shao, what secret?" "You're not telling me your chest measurement, are you? We shouldn't talk about this kind of private question. If you'll let me see it personally, that would be the best." After hearing Qin Feng's words, Yun Shao forgot what she was about to say. She suddenly gaped and stared blankly at Qin Feng. She then peeked at her chest, immediately covered it, moved back to put some distance between them, and looked at Qin Feng while complaining, "You brat! You haven't changed." Yun Shao glared at Qin Feng, and then her alarm died down again because she knew that although Qin Feng was really perverted, he wouldn't act out of hand. "The secret I was about to tell you relates to your pervertedness. When I first came to Acropolis University to teach, the student I hated the most was you, you stinking brat. You disturbed the discipline of my class every time. Due to your powerful family background, I couldn't manage you. A couple of times after class, you'd brazenly take verbal liberties with me. Back then, I wondered how there could be such a shameless student in this world who didn't study or enrich his mind with knowledge at school, but filled his brain with bad things instead. Once Yun Shao began talking about Qin Feng's past bad behavior. She couldn't stop. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed when he heard the list, and hurriedly interrupted her. "Teacher Yun Shao, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Let bygones be bygones." Yun Shao covered her mouth and laughed. "Of course you'd still be that shameless. You talk about these past achievements like they were good things." After laughing a bit, Yun Shao became serious again. She looked earnestly at Qin Feng and said, "But after slowly interacting with you, I've found that you aren't the way everyone sees you. I also met the real Qin Feng. That's why I became your friend." Though this trip to Acropolis wasn't long, it still contained lots of beautiful memories. When I return to the capital, I'll definitely think of you all often. If you have time to come visit the capital, remember to go to the capital's Yun residence and look for me. Teacher Yun Shao, what happened at home that you must return so urgently for? And you're not coming back? If you just leave like that, who knows how many boys at Acropolis University will jump into the river and kill themselves," said Qin Feng, reluctant for her to go. Yun Shao laughed tenderly. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said, "You sure are talkative. How am I as charming as you say I am? But after going back, I really can't return. Something big has happened to the Yun family. I can't tell you the details." Yun Zhao's mood seesawed without constraint, happy one instant and gloomy the next. She'd escaped from the capital's Yun residence and ran to teach in Acropolis to avoid a forced marriage from her large family clan. After fleeing to Acropolis this time, she had a new life uninhibited by various family clan rules and restrictions. Her life was leisurely, relaxing, and casual. Yun Shao enjoyed her days teaching in Acropolis. But ever since the capital's Wei family's Wei Shao Lei came to Acropolis, Yun Zhao's quiet life had been thrown into a frenzy. Her father also kept calling her to rush her into marrying into the Wei family as soon as possible. Nevertheless, Yun Shao got through it by continuing to resist. However, a couple of days ago, Yun Zhao's father called and said something huge and shocking. Her fiancé Wei Shao Lei had suddenly died, ending the alliance between the Wei and Yun families. Thus, the family clan had to find Yun Shao a new marriage partner and begin a new cycle of marriage alliances. Yun Shao was unwilling. She felt that these types of marriages weren't real marriages, and that she was like a commodity getting bought and sold. However, the Yun family was about to engage in the competition for selecting the heir. Yun Shao had a younger brother who was a contender. If Yun Shao could find a large family to marry into, she could give her younger brother a lot of support. That way, her younger brother would have a better chance of winning. Yun Shao would compromise only for her younger brother. She was prepared to return to the capital's Yun family and wait to marry into some large family in the capital. Since Yun Shao didn't speak, Qin Feng didn't pry. He thought of how he'd come mainly to rid Yun Shao of her fear and social anxiety, so he changed the topic. Teacher Yun Shao, how is your social anxiety? I can't explain properly, but after the last time you helped me with the Qi massage, it seemed to get a bit better. I can now interact normally with females. As for males, if they stay 2 meters away from me in a public place, I also won't be afraid, said Yun Shao earnestly. Qin Feng suddenly scooted close, stuck his body to Yun Zhao's, and lightly held her shoulders. He said, "But you haven't exhibited any nervousness after talking to me in this enclosed room, or even now that there's no distance between us." Yun Shao also thought this was weird. She wasn't too willing to touch other men, but she didn't have that feeling of resistance with Qin Feng. Yun Shao thought a bit and said, "Maybe because you're my friend. You discovered my fear and social anxiety, and you're the doctor who's helping me fix it. Maybe I feel a bit differently toward you." Qin Feng agreed with Yun Zhao's words. He thought this must be the case. "Teacher Yun Shao, it seems that the Qi massage from last time was effective. Why don't I help massage you again?" said Qin Feng while looking earnestly at Yun Shao. Yun Shao blushed slightly and immediately thought of the loving Qi massage last time. The massage was indeed effective, but the two of them had to touch intimately, and Yun Shao was still very shy. However, when she thought about how this might be the last time Qin Feng could give her a massage, she just gritted her teeth and agreed. She was also afraid that if she kept being hesitant, she'd make Qin Feng unhappy and make him think that she didn't trust him. "Qin Feng, then I'll have to trouble you." Yun Shao raised her head, and her entire face was red. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and her expression was charming and moving. When Qin Feng saw it, he fell into a bit of a daze. Chapter 243. Chapter 243. Improvements in the illness. In order to prevent awkwardness, Yun Shao didn't take Qin Feng into her room. She lay on the sofa in the living room and allowed Qin Feng to massage her. However, to Qin Feng, the sofa was even more stimulating than the bed. Yun Shao lay according to Qin Feng's instructions, her tall and slender figure straight, her face pressed down into the sofa. Qin Feng sat on Yun Zhao's small, full waist, separated by a layer of black cotton nightgown. Qin Feng placed his hands on Yun Zhao's back and rubbed slowly. The last time Qin Feng gave Yun Shao the Qi massage, he had stage 1 inner Qi, and it was his first time using his inner Qi to give someone a massage. After half an hour, Qin Feng had been spent. But at this time, Qin Feng had already broken through to stage 2 inner Qi abilities, and the Qi flow in his body was clearly much stronger than before. When he began massaging Yun Shao, his skill and proficiency were considerably higher. Yun Shao felt the massage more distinctly, and every so often she would moan. Social anxiety is a psychological ailment, and Qin Feng did a lot of medical research on the ailment to heal Yun Shao. The cure had to employ both psychological and physiological methods concurrently for the results to be evident. Qin Feng kept talking to and interacting with Yun Shao to help her psychologically, and used the Qi massage to resolve the impeded Qi and blood flows to help her physiologically. Though Qin Feng always smiled and looked like he wanted to take advantage of Yun Shao, he never went astray. His main goal was still to cure Yun Shao. In around 10 minutes, Qin Feng got Yun Zhao's qi to flow properly through the meridians in her back. He turned his body and sat on Yun Zhao's waist while facing the opposite direction. He was about to facilitate the blood and qi flows in Yun Zhao's legs. Teacher Yun Xiao, I'm now going to massage your legs to facilitate the blood and qi flows in your legs, so I'm going to remove your stockings for more effectiveness. As Qin Feng massaged Yun Zhao's back, he suppressed the urge to take Yun Zhao's nightgown off because if Yun Xiao was completely naked, she would feel a bit awkward. However, now that Qin Feng had to massage her legs, he felt there wouldn't be much of a problem with removing her stockings. Qin Feng's massage felt too comfortable. Yun Xiao felt a gentle qi flow back and forth through her body, so she couldn't help but make some noises. At the moment, her face was extremely red. Then get off me and turn away. When I'm done taking them off, I'll tell you. Yun Xiao spoke delicately. Her voice was so soft it was like a fly. Qin Feng rose from the sofa and stood to the side with his back to Yun Xiao. Not long after, he heard the rustling sound of stockings being removed behind him. Qin Feng's heartbeat increased as he thought about how Yun Xiao might not be wearing undergarments beneath her dark-colored nightgown. Qin Feng, I'm done. A little over a minute later, he heard Yun Zhao's voice. It was gentler than the last time. She was clearly a bit embarrassed to have removed her stockings while Qin Feng's back was to her. Qin Feng turned and his eyes instantly brightened. Yun Xiao had finished taking off her white stockings, which were tossed to the side. She was already lying on the sofa with her long, fair legs uncovered, comfortably breathing in the fragrant air. Her calves were smooth and fully rounded without any excess flesh, and her thighs were fair and luminous. Her legs were as perfect as jade. Qin Feng looked at Yun Zhao's legs for a long time before regaining his senses. He immediately gathered his wits and sat back on Yun Zhao's waist. Then he began to massage her legs. The skin on Yun Zhao's legs were ice-cold, smooth and soft. Her calves and thighs were around the same thickness, and Qin Feng could completely grasp them with one hand. He first used his hands to hold Yun Zhao's ankles, then slid his hands up her calves. All the while, he sent qi from his body to the palms of his hands. His warm hands spread gusts of warmth onto Yun Zhao's jade-like legs. He went from her ankles to her knees, then from her knees up to her thighs. The skin around women's thighs are the most sensitive. When Qin Feng's hands slid along Yun Zhao's thighs, her heart rippled. The feeling was very strange, and it made Yun Xiao feel a light and airy thrill. When she felt the gusts of warmth skim across her legs, it felt as though someone was using their mouth to kiss her from her ankles to her thighs. It tingled like an electric shock. Compared to the comfortable feeling when Qin Feng massaged her back, when Qin Feng massaged her legs, it felt more stimulating and refreshing. Yun Zhao's moans increased, and Qin Feng wanted to go crazy when he heard them. Phew! Who knew how long later? Qin Feng suddenly exhaled deeply. He was done with Yun Zhao's massage. Compared to last time when Yun Xiao suddenly lost control and resisted in the middle of the massage, Yun Xiao was extremely cooperative throughout the entire massage. It was evident that her social anxiety had improved vastly. However, Qin Feng now only had less than 7 hours to help rid Yun Xiao of her social anxiety. He was afraid that he still wouldn't have the quest completed by 10 p.m. Teacher Yun Xiao, the treatment was very smooth this time. Based on your reactions, your condition has improved a lot. After Qin Feng completed the massage, he sat on the sofa and found a woolen blanket to cover Yun Zhao's body. Since she had just completed the qi massage, it was easy for her to see a cold. This small action made Yun Zhao's heart surge with warmth. She blushed, looked at Qin Feng, and said, "Qin Feng, I have to thank you for your help. If not for you, my condition might be so severe that I wouldn't be able to interact with anyone." Qin Feng smiled lightly. He looked at Yun Zhao's charming complexion, and a blaze of desire passed through his heart. The most important thing is that teacher Yun Xiao is willing to trust in me. This trust expresses a significant approval of me. I also have to thank teacher Yun Xiao for this trust. Yun Xiao was originally a bit shy, but that shyness now disappeared. The more she interacted with Qin Feng, the more clearly she discovered his true nature. It was true that he was dissolute and unruly, but what man wasn't fickle in love and perverted? However, if another man had been in that ambiguous situation from before, where they'd have the opportunity to strike at any time, would they be able to persist and preserve a rational attitude like Qin Feng? Yun Xiao had her own answer to that question. Yun Xiao reacquainted herself with Qin Feng after becoming more familiar with him. He was dissolute, but not obscene. Teacher Yun Xiao, you've been in Acropolis City for so long, but you haven't properly explored it, have you? Qin Feng kept thinking about Yun Zhao's quest when his eyes suddenly brightened. He wanted to take Yun Xiao out for a proper walk and go to places that were more bustling. If Yun Xiao could slowly get used to being in places with a lot of people without resisting, then her social anxiety might be spontaneously cured. Yeah, I've been here for almost half a year, but I haven't really explored, Yun Xiao said with a bit of a laugh at herself. Your flight is at 10 p.m. So if you're free this afternoon, would you be willing to explore Acropolis City with me? I'm young Master Qin, who was born and raised in Acropolis. I can find any large street or little alley with my eyes shut, and I'm a good and absolutely qualified tour guide. Qin Feng looked at Yun Xiao with a smile and began to entice her. Yun Xiao was rather stunned. She stared blankly at Qin Feng with her large, moving eyes. Walking and loving beauty are innate tendencies of every woman. As a pretty woman, how could she not like exploring the streets? However, when she'd just come to Acropolis, she hadn't been that familiar with the lifestyle, so she rarely walked around on her own. Now that Qin Feng offered, Yun Xiao was extremely happy. She actually really wanted to explore Acropolis City properly before she left. After all, she'd spent the happiest and most liberating time of her 25 years of life here after escaping the restrictions of her family clan. Qin Feng, thank you so much. It's my luck that I met you in Acropolis City. Yun Xiao was moved by Qin Feng's offer. She couldn't help but suddenly dive into Qin Feng's embrace. She hugged his neck and buried her head in his shoulder. She wished she could continue to live without a care like this. Qin Feng was slightly startled by Yun Zhao's actions. The woolen blanket fell off her body, and the two of them were only separated by her dark-colored nightgown as she hugged him. Qin Feng had just seen that Yun Xiao wasn't wearing undergarments under the nightgown. Now that he felt the softness press against him, his guess was confirmed. Teacher Yun Xiao, then go change and we can head out whenever. Qin Feng's top priority was still his quest, so all the rest of his thoughts were placed on the back burner. Yun Xiao didn't think too much. She just treated Qin Feng like her friend and hugged him with gratitude. After releasing Qin Feng, she happily ran into her room. After Yun Xiao left, Qin Feng sat on the sofa and waited for her. He suddenly raised his hands and looked earnestly at them. After staring at them for a good while, he lifted them to his nose and sniffed. A light fragrance wafted to his nose. The scent lingered from the sweat from Yun Zhao's legs when he'd massaged her. Qin Feng decided that he wasn't going to wash his hands today. After over 20 minutes, Yun Xiao came out of her room. It was clear that she'd put effort into dressing up. She wore a loose, light yellow chiffon muslin top and a light blue jean skirt. The bottom of the skirt covered her knees, revealing her soft, white calves, and her delicate and attractive feet were in black high heels. She was sexy and energetic. Yun Zhao's wavy curls fell casually on her shoulders, and she'd applied a bit of eyeshadow and mascara. Her makeup was light and natural. Qin Feng, what do you think of Big Sister's outfit? Yun Xiao stood in the sunlight, held the edge of her skirt, and twirled in front of Qin Feng. She said with a brimming smile, "I won't embarrass Acropolis City's #1 young master, right?" Yun Xiao's current youthful vitality was completely different from the serious and cold teacher at the podium. This was how one should look like at her age. Taking out a beauty like teacher Yun Xiao would only bring additional glory. "How could it be embarrassing?" said Qin Feng with a laugh. Yun Xiao was very satisfied with Qin Feng's response. She walked up to him, casually looped her arm around his, and looked at him with a smile. She said, "Then let's go. You have to mentally prepare yourself, because I'm going to force you to walk with me the entire afternoon. When the time comes, don't complain if you're tired. After all, who told you to bring something like this up with a woman? Before doing so, you should have thought about the painful consequences." Qin Feng had an uncaring expression. He wore a 250 kilograms flying dragon armor 24 hours a day. So how could he be afraid of walking for an afternoon? "Teacher Yun Xiao, you don't have to worry about me. My body is very strong. After walking around with you, I'd still have strength to do an intense workout. If you don't believe me, why don't I show you tonight?" Qin Feng looked lasciviously at Yun Xiao, and she unhappily pinched his shoulder. She said with a playful protest, "You're talking nonsense again, brat. See if I don't tire you to death today." Chapter 244. Chapter 244. Even beasts are let in. After exiting Yun Zhao's little district, the two people walked through the large, bustling street arm in arm. Because the main goal was to take a walk in the streets, Qin Feng didn't ride his 28 bicycle. He was prepared to take Yun Xiao on foot and walk wherever they ended up. Under Qin Feng's lead, the two arrived at Acropolis City's largest international shopping mall. This was in the commerce center of the Northwest District, an area of high-end shopping centers. In the shopping mall, glittering gems filled one's vision, and everything needed was available. In particular, women's products were so bountiful it was dazzling. There were also various international branded women's clothing stores. Anything from bags, accessories, and high-end shoes could be purchased in the high-rise. Yun Xiao hardly ever shopped in Acropolis, so she didn't know there were so many great shopping malls in Acropolis. Now that she was in the crowded mall, she was brimming with excitement. She only concerned herself with the attractive clothes and bags, and didn't exhibit any of the fear and alarm one suffering from social anxiety would have from the masses coming and going. Qin Feng was monitoring Yun Xiao the whole time. This slight, subtle display naturally didn't escape him. This showed that Yun Xiao's social anxiety was already very minor. She merely needed some more time to be cured completely. "Teacher Yun Xiao, today you gave me face and came to walk with me. So just worry about choosing things you like. I'll pay for everything." In order to cure Yun Xiao more quickly, Qin Feng naturally placed his arm around Yun Xiao's shoulders as if they were lovers, and he hugged her slightly. Yun Xiao stared blankly for a brief moment, then quickly sent Qin Feng a sweet smile. She said in a teasing manner, "Young Master Qin, that's what you said. I know your family is rich, brat, but I'm not going to be polite. I'll take it as compensation for hugging me." Yun Xiao found that she didn't feel any resistance whatsoever toward Qin Feng. In fact, as Qin Feng hugged her, she only felt her heartbeat increase. She felt no disdain for Qin Feng. The two fell into harmony. Qin Feng began to hug Yun Xiao tightly as they walked, and Yun Xiao cheerfully passed through various brand name stores and chose nice clothes that she liked. This scene was warm and romantic, and the two formed an absolutely ideal couple. Wherever they went, 100% of the people turned back to look at them. After walking through the entire international shopping center, Qin Feng's arms were laden with shopping bags. He had no hands free to hold Yun Xiao with. Yun Xiao then took the initiative to wrap her arms around Qin Feng's waist. She stuck to Qin Feng's embrace like a little bird relying on a human. This action made Qin Feng extremely happy since it showed that Yun Zhao's social anxiety was alleviated a little more. After walking out of the International Shopping Center, Qin Feng looked at his watch to find that it was already 3 in the afternoon. However, the system still hadn't provided notification that Yun Zhao's quest was completed. This meant that Yun Zhao's social anxiety was not yet completely eradicated. Qin Feng brought Yun Zhao to the largest commercial area in the southeast district, Wancheng Square. This square had the busiest commercial streets in the southeast district of Acropolis, and it was a landmark shopping and fashion quarter in Acropolis. While hugging one another, the two slowly meandered through this fashionable and busy commercial area like a pair of passionate lovers. Qin Feng had brought Lin Bei to this square previously, and he also brought her to the Chanel store to buy a qipao. She was extremely beautiful when she wore it at that time, and her appearance induced the district manager of the Chanel store to offer millions to get Lin Bei to be their cover model. As Qin Feng walked down the familiar streets, he couldn't help but think of that gentle and weak, yet resilient girl. In Wancheng Square, Yun Zhao didn't buy too many things. Since Qin Feng was paying, she wouldn't actually exploit him without restraint. The two glanced fleetingly around them as they walked through the entire area. When they exited it, another half-hour had passed. Qin Feng felt a bit anxious when he looked at his watch to see that it was 5 in the afternoon, yet the system didn't provide any sort of notification. There were only 5 hours until Yun Zhao's plane took off. Taking into account the hour to get to the airport and board the plane, Qin Feng only had 4 more hours to help Yun Zhao get rid of her social anxiety. This quest was truly a bit thorny. Qin Feng, why don't we find a place to rest? I'm dead tired from walking the entire afternoon. Before leaving, Yun Zhao had been worried Qin Feng would complain about being tired during their excursion. However, Qin Feng's arms were laden with shopping bags and his expression remained unchanged. Yet Yun Zhao was so tired she was panting. Qin Feng smiled as he weighed Yun Zhao's tired, slightly flushed, and charming face. He said, "Teacher Yun Zhao, I know Lotus Lake is nearby. It's currently the season for lotuses. So why don't we rest while rowing a boat and admiring the flowers and the scenery?" Yun Zhao's mesmerizing eyes shone. She took Qin Feng's arm and nodded vigorously. She said, "Yes, let's go right now." Under Qin Feng's lead, the two quickly arrived at the lotus pond nearby. This was a scenic district. Since the lotuses were in bloom, there was an extremely large number of people rowing boats. Qin Feng and Yun Zhao rented a 2-person pedal boat. After sitting on it, Yun Zhao lay on the boat to rest while Qin Feng pedaled the boat toward the middle of the pond. The middle of the lotus lake was a lotus pond that was sectioned off by bamboo. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Most of the visitors rowed their boats to the center of the lotus pond to take pictures for their memories. Qin Feng, your stamina is pretty good. I thought you were bluffing earlier. Yun Zhao admired the scenery around her while casually chatting with Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Yun Zhao while smiling. "Teacher Yun Zhao, it's not too late to know that now. Do you want to try some intense exercise with me when we get back later?" Of course, Yun Zhao knew what kind of intense exercise Qin Feng was hinting at. Her charming face suddenly reddened. She glared unhappily at Qin Feng. "In your dreams. I don't want to do that." Qin Feng was just joking. He felt that saying these lovey-dovey things would help rid Yun Zhao of her social anxiety. He continued to pedal the boat forward with a brimming smile. Boom! They had just gotten to the middle of the lake when a dull sound came from the tail of the boat. Then the boat jolted and swayed. Yun Zhao was so frightened that she immediately grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng turned his head to see a motorboat heading toward them from behind. "Haha, beauty! Want to play on these big brother speedboat? This oil-burning motorboat is stimulating and fun. Your old man-powered pedal boat is as slow as a turtle. How boring." The motorboat stopped beside Qin Feng. There were a total of 4 men on it, and they all had their eyes glued to Yun Zhao's body, especially her beautiful legs beneath her sky-blue jean skirt. The 4 men drooled at the sight. They wanted a strong gust of wind to pass over the lake and send this beauty's skirt flying upward. "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in sitting in your motorboat. I like this unhurried feeling of admiring the lake." Yun Zhao glared at the 4 men and spoke with a huff. Her boat was suddenly hit by the motorboat. Angry fire filled her stomach. So how could she get on their motorboat? Also, Yun Zhao saw the 4 men's sinister smiles. She only thought they were extremely disgusting. So the beauty likes the unhurried feeling. These brothers' motorboat can also slow down. A goateed man on the motorboat didn't give up. The smile on his face became even more lascivious. It was his first time seeing a woman as beautiful as Yun Zhao, with a large chest, small waist, and long legs. He was willing to lose 10 years of his life to play with this kind of woman once. At this time, the goateed man was about to lose his senses. He saw that there was only one man, Qin Feng, on Yun Zhao's boat, so he wanted to scare him away and pull this beauty onto his boat to play with her properly. We older brothers are really amazing. We can be fast if you want fast, and slow if you want slow. Whatever you like, beauty, these brothers can cooperate. Haha. Yes, yes, yes. Each of these brothers are really amazing. We can be fast or slow and big or small. The goateed man's words made the men on the boat burst into laughter. These words were double entendres, but Yun Zhao could understand them. Her beautiful face instantly fell. She glared at the 4 men on the boat and said, "How shameless and obscene." "Io, your words make these big brothers sad, beauty. We are inviting you onto our boat out of the goodness of our hearts. How could you say these brothers are shameless and obscene? You haven't even gotten onto our boat. How do you know how we flow?" "Haha, big bro, you're too talented." When Goatee spoke, he peeked at Qin Feng. When he saw that Qin Feng didn't dare make a peep, his teasing of Yun Zhao became even more unbridled. "Piss off. I have my own boat, and I'm not getting in yours. All of you piss off." Yun Zhao was extremely angry. She was in a good mood all afternoon. But that good mood was shattered by a couple of sentences from these people. "You all think your boat is really fast." At this time, Qin Feng's voice was faintly heard. When he spoke, he didn't look at Goatee. He took Yun Zhao's jade hand and looked tenderly at her, urging her not to get mad. Yun Zhao was instantly affected by Qin Feng's gaze. She suddenly felt a surge of warm safety, and her frantic heart calmed. Goatee still thought Qin Feng was a wuss. Qin Feng suddenly uttered senseless words, so Goatee yelled icily, "Stinking brat, who the fuck are you talking to? I always hear about old cows eating new grass, but it's my first time seeing an old goat eating new grass. You guys look over 40 years old. Your children should be supporting themselves. Aren't you ashamed of making a move on this beauty beside me behind your wife's and children's backs?" This time, Qin Feng looked at Goatee as he spoke. Goatee was stunned. He was 43 this year and had a wife and a kid. In fact, his kid had just started working the day before yesterday. Qin Feng was spot on. "Stinking brat, why do you care whether or not your elder's married and has kids? And who the fuck are you calling an old goat? Are you fucking crazy?" Though Goatee yelled at Qin Feng, his voice clearly wasn't as confident as before. "You have a goatee and look like a mountain goat. If you couldn't talk, I would have wondered when beasts were led into Lotus Lake to admire the flowers," said Qin Feng in an indifferent and composed manner. Yun Zhao, who was suppressing her anger, suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. She just discovered that this Qin Feng was too cute and too talented. He was even skilled at insulting people. The 4 men had previously made Yun Zhao impossibly angry, but her mood was now extremely good. She took Qin Feng's arm tightly and refused to let go. Goatee froze for a long while. His expression then suddenly changed drastically as he glared viciously at Qin Feng and yelled, "Are you fucking calling your elder a beast? You're really something, brat. See if your elder doesn't kill you." As Goatee spoke, he looked like he wanted to jump onto Qin Feng's boat and fight him. Qin Feng didn't look frightened in the least. He said calmly, "Old goat, I urge you to pause. Lotus Lake is a scenic tourist area, and there are security guards everywhere. If you dare make a move, you'll only be arrested." Goatee's extended leg was immediately rendered immobile. Qin Feng's words were very logical, and Goatee instantly didn't dare make a move on Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, then hurry up and jump into the lake for your elder. I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare you once." Goatee found that his situation suddenly became really awkward. If he didn't make Qin Feng look bad today, he wouldn't back down. Qin Feng smiled lightly. He looked at Goatee like one would look at an idiot and said, "Old goat, you want me to jump into the lake? Then let's make a bet. If you win, I'll jump immediately. If you lose, then the four of you will jump together, and you have to take your clothes off before jumping." Chapter 245. Chapter 245. Do you trust me? Tell me first. What do you want to bet on with these elders? Goatee was no fool. If Qin Feng didn't mention the contents of the bet first, he wouldn't bet so easily. "Didn't you say your motorboat was really fast? Let's bet on whose boat is faster. We'll start here, and the finishing point will be the center of the lotus pond. Whoever gets there first wins. The loser will take off their clothes, jump into the lake, and swim back to shore," said Qin Feng to Goatee in a calm and composed manner. Goatee was stunned, and it took him a long time to regain his senses. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, and he'd heard Qin Feng incorrectly. This brat actually wanted to race with his motorboat? Goatee almost laughed until his teeth fell out. "If your elder didn't hear wrong, you just said you wanted to race me, brat?" Goatee reconfirmed. "That's right. Do you have the guts to do it, or not?" asked Qin Feng indifferently. "Tell me, are you using this broken pedal boat to compete with your elder's motorboat?" Goatee didn't express excitement. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng with alarm. "Of course I'm using my pedal boat to compete. How else would I beat you?" Qin Feng smiled. After receiving Qin Feng's confirmation, Goatee and his three buddies couldn't stop themselves from bursting into unbridled laughter. "Haha, this brat actually wants to race in his pedal boat with our motorboat. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. I've met an idiot in Lotus Lake in broad daylight. Since you took the initiative to provoke your elder's prowess, then your elder will let you see the results of offending me." Goatee immediately agreed to Qin Feng's bet. He would be an idiot if he didn't agree to this kind of bet where victory was certain. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? How could you suggest a bet like that?" Yun Xiao got nervous. She didn't believe Qin Feng could win. After all, there was too big a difference between the two boats. One was a motorboat that used gas, while the other was a metal pedal boat. The competition didn't even need to begin, and one could already predict the results. "Stinking brat, how about this? If you lose, this beauty has to take off all her clothes and jump into the lake as well," added Goatee with a grin. His gaze fell on Yun Zhao's perky chest, and he began to imagine her alluring and grand figure after she removed all her clothes. "No, Qin Feng, you can't agree to that." Yun Xiao was a bit angry. How could something like this be casually bet upon? Qin Feng took Yun Zhao's jade hand and looked at her earnestly. He said, "Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll ask you 3 things before you decide whether or not you want to compete. First question, do you trust me?" Qin Feng's expression was severe. It was Yun Zhao's first time seeing such a serious expression on his face, and she couldn't even look Qin Feng in the eye. A moment later, Yun Xiao nodded hesitantly. She said softly, "I trust you, but—" Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. His tone became even more solemn as he continued to ask, "Second question, Do you trust me? Yun Xiao was slightly stunned. Her expression shifted a bit. This time, she considered the question in earnest. She thought about every little thing that happened between her and Qin Feng. Qin Feng had saved her from Ma Dahu's clues twice. When Qin Feng exhibited his extraordinary painting skills, not only had he defeated Hua Ming, he'd made 3 paintings for her, Lin Bei Bei and Zhao Lingxian, that exhibited a thorough analysis of their hearts. Qin Feng was treating her social anxiety. Qin Feng now took her out to explore. During the time she knew Qin Feng, he continuously appeared in her life when she faced danger and difficulty, and he never abandoned her. He was usually lascivious and frivolous, and was hardly ever serious. However, every time he became serious, he was the absolute victor, and no one could beat him. As Yun Xiao thought about this, what reason did she have to doubt Qin Feng? I trust you. This time, Yun Xiao's response was much firmer. Third question, do you trust me? Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Yun Xiao yelled without hesitation, Qin Feng, I trust you. If you're sure of the outcome, then compete with them and teach them a good lesson. In this fickle and noisy society, there's no knowing what a person really thinks, so it's hard to trust people. However, with that right person, it only takes 3 lines to trust them. Teacher Yun Xiao, with my actions, I'll prove how right your choice is. Qin Feng smiled lightly when he saw that Yun Xiao believed in him. The race was about to begin. There are lots of tourists on Lotus Lake, and the commotion attracted most of the people to stand and watch. When the audience heard that 2 boats were going to race and that the loser would have to take off their clothes and jump into the lake, they were extremely excited. They were even more excited than the competitors. Goati's lavish and domineering motorboat and Qin Feng's broken old metal pedal boat got to their places. Goati stood on his motorboat. His gaze swept over Qin Feng with disdain, and he suddenly yelled, Go! Once he spoke, Goati's motorboat produced the deep rumble of an engine. Then waves arose all around. The motorboat was like an arrow leaving a bow. It shot out with speed. And Qin Feng pedaled a broken old metal boat and followed behind leisurely. This scene made the spectators disappointed. It seemed that the competition ended right after it began. Qin Feng, don't be too stressed. Even if you really lose, I'd be willing to jump into the lake with you. In the face of the doubts and mocking laughter, Yun Xiao suddenly clued Qin Feng's arm and looked steadily at him. She didn't place any hopes on this race. However, as a teacher, Yun Xiao was clear that winning or losing didn't matter. What was important was to provide more care and encouragement to those beside you. Teacher Yun Xiao, I'm not stressed. I'm going faster. Very soon, we'll get ahead of the motorboat. Qin Feng looked casually at Yun Xiao. He didn't look worried or afraid in the slightest. And once he spoke, his legs began to speed up. The speed continuously increased, and the broken metal boat rushed forward faster and faster. Gradually, the spectating tourists realized the change in Qin Feng's boat. Though the boat was still left far behind by the motorboat, the boat clearly got multiple times faster. It achieved a speed that this metal boat wasn't supposed to possess. Also, this was all just the beginning. As the spectators paid attention, they found that the metal boat was still speeding up. It kept accelerating. It wildly gave chase to the motorboat, and the gap between the 2 boats quickly narrowed. The originally unremarkable boat became everyone's focal point. It was like a super boat with boundless capabilities. Beginning from when it set off, it kept going faster and faster. Ah, Qin Feng, you're too amazing. It's such a great feeling that this broken metal boat could be pedaled at such a speed. Sitting on Qin Feng's metal boat was like sitting on his 28 bicycle. Yun Xiao felt that this metal boat was going to fly off the surface of the lake. Once again, she felt the excitement of forgetting everything under absolute speed. Qin Feng flashed Yun Xiao a slight smile. His legs continued to pedal quickly. At this time he exerted all the speed within him. This was the speed possessed by a martial artist of stage 3 external and stage 2 inner abilities, not a speed a normal person could attain. Qin Feng's legs already became blurs. They looked like 2 electric fans spinning at high speed and were even much faster. Whoosh! The speed of the metal boat already surpassed that of the motorboat. Bam bam! Everywhere the metal boat passed, it formed waves as tall as a person. The surrounding tourists stared, dumbstruck. Quite a few of them rubbed their eyes several times, yet the scene before them remained unchanged. They were so stunned that their jaws were about to fall out. They couldn't understand how a broken metal boat could be so fast. How strong would the legs of the person pedaling have to be? Haha, that man on the metal boat is really an idiot. He's actually using a pedal boat to race with our motorboat. This elder really wants to meet this kind of idiot every day, boast, and feel this face-slapping feeling. The 4 people on the motorboat were in the middle of drinking beer in celebration because they were not even 200 meters from the finish line. They estimated that by the time this cup of beer went into their stomachs, they'd already have won the race. Not only is the man crazy, the woman is abnormal as well. She knew they were going to lose, yet she didn't stop the man. I'm waiting to win this race, while that beauty take off all her clothes and jump into the lake, then feel her up underwater. Haha, haha, I want to go too. Big brother, look, what in the world is coming up behind our motorboat? They were all in the middle of laughing when one of them suddenly glanced behind them. He'd wanted to see if he could still make out the shadow of the metal boat, but he ended up getting so shocked by the scene before his eyes that he almost fell into the lake. The other 3 heard the news and also looked back. The 3 of them were instantly resentful and shaken. They saw waves as tall as a person rising and falling, and a blurry object wrapped within the layers of waves flying toward them. In the blink of an eye, it already surpassed their speedboat. Fuck, is this a water monster? Hurry and dodge it. Don't let the water monster hit us. Goatee was the first to regain his senses. He immediately changed the direction of the boat to get away from Qin Feng's metal boat. The other 3 people also regained their senses. They continued to stare at the water monster. At this time, they could see it clearly. How the fuck was this a water monster? It was actually that broken metal boat. Big brother, bad news. That guy passed us, and his metal boat is already at the finish line. One lackey yelped in shock. He still hadn't completely regained his senses. Goatee immediately looked at the finish line. All he saw was that Qin Feng's broken metal boat really was at the finish line. At this time, he was drifting in circles around the center of Lotus Lake. The metal boat's spinning caused layers of large waves, eliciting applause and praise from the surrounding tourists. The scene was incomparably magnificent. Qin Feng, you're too amazing. There really isn't anything you can't do. Yun Xiao sat on the metal boat and was so excited that she could fly. She basked in the feeling of the quickly spinning metal boat and sat there weighing the changing scenery that came and went, along with the layers of waves. This was a dreamlike scene, an impossible scene that appeared countless times in Yun Xiao's dreams. At this instant, Qin Feng helped make a scene from her dreams come true. Yun Xiao hugged Qin Feng's neck with excitement. She pressed her entire delicate body into Qin Feng's embrace. The metal boat turned for a good number of times before slowly stopping. The splashing water slowly settled, and Qin Feng's metal boat became clear. When the spectators clearly saw that this romantic spectacle had been formed by a broken boat, their eyes almost fell out their sockets. Qin Feng, I can't do it anymore, I'm too dizzy. After the metal boat came to a complete stop, Yun Xiao felt gloomy. Those couple of minutes of fast spinning were indeed hard to bear. Qin Feng was completely fine. He'd broken his limits several times, so his body achieved new heights and normal people couldn't compare with him. He quickly arrived beside Yun Xiao and supported her body, pressing her upper body into his embrace. He helped fix her windswept hair and began to lightly pat her back. At this time, Goatee and his men's motorboat arrived. However, the four men's faces held no trace of the arrogance and contempt from before. They all scowled miserably and looked as horrible as men whose parents had died. Goatee, I didn't think you'd yield to me in such an important race. It appears that you four like swimming nude and intentionally let me win so you could swim nude in Lotus Lake. Then slip off your clothes and jump into the lake, said Chien Fong as he smiled at the four men on the boat.